as you're coming into the ground this morning, you may like to pop over to the book sale, which is currently underway just behind your Datchy stand, once again next to the Somerset shop. They've been with us for the first 2 days. They're back again today. The North Somerset Area Committee with a sale of bargain cricket and general books as well. Always worth a look. Remember, that's one part of the ground that's not cashless. You'll need real money to purchase books from that stand. Once again, a reminder, the construction work is currently taking place on Gimlet's Hill in order to improve accessibility on match days while retaining the history and character of one of the most popular parts of the ground. This area, therefore, not available for use during the match. As we mentioned yesterday, we are keen to allow spectators access to the outfield this season. We know you like strolling around during the lunch interval in particular. However, some parts of the outfield were reseeded earlier this year. They're not quite established enough to allow this without damage being caused. So we are reviewing this on a game-by-game basis, and hopefully it won't be too long before you're out there during the lunch interval once again.
Lads, the ground staff put some benches across the walkway one day to make it an obstacle course because they knew we were going to do it.
The Love Musgrove charity is our official match sponsor for this match. Love Musgrove and our charity, the official charity of Somerset NHS Foundation Trust, celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2022 with appeal to support projects right across the county. To find out how you can donate and support, and to see a full list of the projects being funded, head over to this website, lovemusgrove.org.uk. And we'd really appreciate it if you could donate £10 today. All you have to do is text these words, Somerset NHS, to 785. That's 785. Text the words Somerset NHS, and that will automatically donate £10. Any contribution would be gratefully received and much appreciated.
Champions in trouble in Taunton. After struggling with the bat through most of their first 3 matches in the LV County Championship, Somerset clicked on day 1 against Warwickshire at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Up to 354 for 1, 129 added by opener Matt Renshaw, with 50s from Lammonby and Abel, and number 4 Tom Banton unbeaten overnight on 47. And he swiftly converted his strong position into a half-century, 50 runs scored off 104 balls. 4 deliveries later, he'd lost his partner. Davis sent back by Banton, but not in time. Miles' throw flicked the bails, with the keeper scrambling to make up his ground. It was soon Banton's turn to go. He was looking to leave and just allowed Miles an unobstructed route to his stumps, bowled for 57. Overton followed to the next ball. Warwickshire found a groove now, another bowled by Miles. And Gregory was right behind him, making it 3 wickets in 4 balls for the Bears. Out bowled by Hannon Dalby. Jack Leach held them at bay alongside Josh Davey, and the pair took Somerset beyond 400. They stayed together all the way through to 417 when Davey was caught via an under edge off Briggs. Burgess with good hands behind the stumps. Lunch was delayed with 1 wicket left, and Brooks was mounting an assault in the dying embers of the innings. Hannon Dalby ended his fun and the Somerset innings, a 5th scalp for the Bears bowler. Brooks caught by Sibley for 32 off 36. Somerset all out for 458. They'd gone big. The first innings total an impressive one, especially considering their well-documented travails with the bat. Fine contributions from Leach and Brooks down the order added to the top order's excellent showing. Hannon Dalby deserved his 5 for 89, but how would the Bears get on in their innings after lunch? Not too well. 25 on the board when Al Davis was caught at slip off the bowling of Brooks. And then Sibley too went, playing around a straight one. He was trapped in front by Davey for 12. Warwickshire had only just moved past 50 when Somerset had them 3 down. Yates caught off a leading edge by Overton for Davies' second. And Rhodes was soon following his teammate, out chipping a catch to Lammonby off the bowling of Lewis Gregory. And with the score still below 100, Matt Lamb fell, another for Gregory. The Bears under a bit of pressure with tea looming. Burgess would go before the break to leave Warwickshire in trouble. Caught behind off Overton for 13. The visitors 92 for 6 at tea. Briggs took them past 100 after the break, but not much further. He was out to fellow spinner Leach, trapped in front for 13. Hayne was the last recognised batter for the Bears, and they were going to have to rely on him. But he was doing a good job of batting with the tail. McAndrew stuck around and found the odd 6. The Bears defiant, despite the huge deficit, and Somerset stopped, for now at least. Hayne had a 50 for his efforts, up to the mark off 112 balls with a boundary off Abel, but his side was still quite some way behind. His dogged resistance was admirable, but eventually brought to an end. Somerset jumping for joy as Hayne nicked Abel through to Davis. McAndrew had played a great hand, up to 47 and looking for a 50 when he was removed by Overton. Just 1 wicket left for the visitors. Hannon, Dalby and Miles clung on through to the close, walking in with a score 197 for 9. They were still trailing by 261. It looks almost certain that barring a final wicket miracle, Tom Abel will have the chance to enforce the follow-on when they return on day 3. Somerset hold all the cards heading into the penultimate day at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Can the champions find an escape route?
Good morning, folks. Welcome back to, if you've been with us for the last couple of days, to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Here in Taunton, no finer sight on a Saturday morning than blue skies over the hills being down here at the cricket. And Somerset have had a couple of wonderful days as well. Day 3 of the game versus Warwickshire, and Somerset are in a very strong position. Bowled out in the end for 458 yesterday. Warwickshire then were 9 down. 197 for 9 Warwickshire were by close. The only, if you can call it that, slight blip on Somerset's day where they weren't able to take that final wicket last night. So 1 more to get, which they'll be looking to take as early as possible this morning. Warwickshire still trailing by 261 runs. So need another 111 if they are to prevent Somerset having the option of enforcing the follow-on, which we would imagine, given a little bit of weather around tomorrow, is what Tom Abel will do. You've got Sam Dowling here on the live stream, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Peter Trigo's going to be back. He'll be joining us very shortly, but I'm delighted to be starting the day with a good friend of mine, Harry Everett. Morning, Harry.
Yeah, great to be here, and we've got a special moment coming up here. There's going to be moments of applause, a bit of respect, and thanks to all the great work the NHS staff have done over the last couple of years. Particularly, of course, they've been helpful for years and years to so many close to home. I'm sure everyone listening has got friends and family who've had major influences and help from the NHS. There's going to be a great moments of applause. Should be a great moment here. There's plenty of fans in the stands, and they're going to mark the respects of umpires, players, coaching staff, all alike. Hats off, stood in the line.
Will be joining us during the game. The Somerset players have been warming up in a special limited edition NHS shirt, which was designed by 12-year-old Tom Clark in 2020. Please now join us in a minute of applause to show your appreciation for the work that the NHS do right across the country. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed, and a very warm welcome
Wonderful
to all
minutes
the
applause
contestants
there
of
from
the
the Cooper Associates
NHS who
County
are
Ground.
with us
Thank
here
you so
today.
much
You're
for
more
all
than
the great
welcome.
work the
We
NHS
hope you
staff
have a
have
fantastic day with
done
us
and
here
continue to
in
do.
sunny Taunton and enjoy a great day
Plenty
of
of pink
cricket.
shirts around the ground. Thanks so much to Tom for designing the shirt. I'm sure you've seen over social media or on the pitch on the live stream there. You can see some of the coaching staff still in their pink tops today. Just Harry Trump on the outfield photographing the players all lined up on the boundary rope. But Somerset have a still fair amount of work to do today. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who we talked about many times so far in this match, provided that marathon effort. Giving 79 minutes of Jack Simmons for Lancashire against Yorkshire in 1969 with the longest time without scoring at the start of an innings in county cricket. Warwickshire could do with sticking around a bit longer this morning. He's 1 not out, Craig Miles is 2 not out, and Warwickshire 197 for 9. They could also think about the batting bonus point. They'd like to get another 3 runs to get to their 200. Somerset, of course, missed out on the final batting bonus point yesterday, but still got past the 400 after 110 over mark. So Somerset with 1 wicket, and then we have to have a talk, big talk about whether they enforce the following or not. What do you reckon, Sam?
I don't think it is a big talk, actually. I think they've got to, assuming that they are in a position to, and they want to take this last wicket as quickly as possible, particularly with, it's not going to be heavy rain according to the forecast, but there is rain around and it's going to be there for the majority of the day. Hard to believe looking out there now. It's glorious, the Cooper Associates County Ground, bathed in sunshine. But yeah, they're going to have to enforce the follow-on. I think that'll be very much be in the thinking, and hopefully from a Somerset perspective they want to do that as quickly as possible. Warwickshire will know that the game, they're not going to win the game from here, barring a miraculous turnaround. But they'll have half an eye on the weather and thinking, okay, well, we don't necessarily have to bat for 2 days to save this game. So as you said, this rearguard action from Oliver Hannon-Dolby could be vital for them. Josh Davey, good to see him out there. Picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. He's going to open the bowling from the river end. A couple of concerning moments when he lost his balance in his run up at the crease and fell over. First time he needed a little bit of treatment, but he got up and was all right. We've seen that a few times actually. Plenty of the bowlers asking for sawdust in those foot marks.
I was actually quite surprised to see Josh Davies had this groin surge and these issues, especially his bowling yesterday, to be charging around the football pitch. You know he had a groin injury the way he played football this morning.
It was a fiercely competitive game of football, wasn't it? Hannon-Dolby on strike then. 3 slips in. Davey around the wicket. Yes, I mean, the football's a little bit controversial, isn't it, these days? England don't do it anymore. There's kind of a long list of injuries. Well, yeah, Rory Burns, wasn't he? South Africa, just before the pandemic, wasn't it? He went down with quite a serious ankle injury, but they take it seriously here. Jason Kerr had his boots on. Andy Hurry was out there running around. Jack Brooks in what looked like a kind of American refereeing.
He does like his American football. Jack
yeah,
Brooks,
he does. So he was looking after it. There were goalkeeping gloves, some pre-rehearsed celebrations.
Made me think of the Aussie rules referees where they do these bizarre hand signals as well.
First run of the day then. Hannon-Dolby. In fact, it might be first 3 runs of the day, which should bring them up to 200. No ball, but overstepping there from Josh Davey. So they'll get 2 for the no ball, 1 for Hannon-Dolby, and we'll tick them up to 200 and a batting bonus point. Somerset have already got their full allocation of bowling bonus points yesterday. Scoreboard hasn't moved yet.
It's interesting listening to Polly just before play. They were talking in the school box next door that they weren't sure that Somerset were going to force a follow, and I agree with you. I thought it was a no-brainer. But they were saying that they might not definitely, but I think that'd be the wrong decision.
Beats the outside edge of Craig Miles. Yeah, with the bowlers having had their feet up and also got warm, basically gone through their warm-up routine, so it's just going to be a 10-minute break.
Almost warm up with the oldish ball now. Hopefully get the final wicket soonish. 10-minute breather, then crack right on. There's plenty of bowling options for Somerset, and it's not like they've played 4 days of cricket the last few weeks, every match to be honest, so should have plenty of miles in the leg still. And talking of miles,
again beats the outside edge.
Sunshine all over the country for the county game today. Yeah, you're right. It's bizarre that the forecast is showing such rain here tomorrow, and feels like it's not rained for weeks. We've had a bit of a habit lately, the recent weather trends of March and April being ridiculously dry. Sort of bookending the season, isn't it? March, April and September have been so dry, and another summer a bit damper, but good batting weather, you'd think.
Driven nicely by Miles. Pick up at least a couple. Outfield has slowed down a little bit. It's a good bit of fielding there. They'll pick up 3. Nice looking cover drive that from Craig Miles. Good crowd in already. What we expected, because it is NHS Day as well, isn't it? So we're expecting over 1,000 NHS workers through the gates at some point today.
Yeah, plenty were queuing up earlier. Well before 10 o'clock they were queuing outside all 3 gates to try and get into the Cooper Associates County Ground. Members and NHS staff alike, desperate to get in and get a specific seat.
Soft hands from Hannon Dolby, and he's going to pick up 4. It went wide of the man at 3rd slip. Moves on to 6. Yeah, Jeff, the live stream consultant, he has his favourite seat in the stand just below us here in the Marcostroscopic Pavilion. He's up there. The first thing he does when he comes into the ground, he's straight up there.
Makes me laugh when you call him the live stream consultant.
It's his official title.
It is. Prefer to call him the second-hand bookstore man. He loves it. Man of many talents, Jeff.
Nice looking shot from Hannon Dolby. Just pushes at it. Big long arms. Think about 2, but decide against it. So he'll keep the strike. They've survived the first over unscathed. It'd be nice to see a bit of fight from Warwickshire. They've had a below par couple of days. There are others I can see at the back, like the Somerset stand, the River stand over there, a few of those NHS shirts. Tom Clark, wasn't it, who designed those? I think you mentioned him a bit earlier. They're lovely looking, aren't they? Players have had them with their names and numbers on the back they were warming up in. Something a bit different. Yeah, it's been... Warwickshire will be disappointed, won't they, with how they've gone about it. Hannon Dolby have fought bowled brilliantly, and they did bowl a little bit better yesterday, but they've just not been able to string together even a full session where they've dominated yet.
Yeah, Hannon Dolby was sort of a lone furrow working so hard with the ball bowling so well, but it's going to be Jack Brooks from the Marcostroscopic Pavilion end. I feel like Overton and Davey would be they should be the opening pair, I feel. I was surprised yesterday when Brooks opened the bowling. I thought you'd have Brooks and Gregory first change. Overton and Davey was unplayable in that Bob Willis Trophy campaign, weren't they?
To me, this, if there was any doubt, means they would definitely be enforcing the follow-on if they're keeping Craig fresh for that new ball.
That was my next point, yeah. Is it now? Try and get the second change ball sounds harsh, but try and get the final wicket and then perhaps bring Overton particularly. They quite often go with Overton and Gregory to open the bowling, which is no issue, just seems a bit harsh on Davies. That's an odd-looking sort of guide to the gully area from the first ball of Jack Brooks. Well, there isn't a gully, otherwise it would have been the easiest of catches, lobbed up straight to the vacant gully spot.
But I think that's the beauty of this Somerset seam attack, isn't
absolutely.
it? I mean, all of these guys can and have opened the bowling. I mean, Jack Brooks has won a couple of championships, as you say. Josh Davey and Craig were the opening bowlers in that Bob Willis Trophy season. But the year before, that 2019 season, it was Brooks and Gregory had 50-plus first-class wickets in the season. And so the strength in the depth, there's a man, saw him this morning with a big smile on his face. Peter Siddle is there to come in.
We haven't mentioned the overseas bowler yet.
March and DeLanger.
Headband Warriors. That's a much better ball, pitched up, swinging in and just missing the off stump of Craig Miles.
And I think this balance, having these four seamers, it's mean Tom perhaps bowled a little bit more than he would have liked to have done last year. Came on, just bowled those 4 overs, picked up a wicket. But actually, if you've got 4 seamers and he's the 5th one, that's a strong position to be in. And we haven't even mentioned Somerset spinner yet.
Plenty of Jacks, plenty of Toms in this Somerset lineup. Jack of the elite variety yet. Mid on to Jack Brooks' bowling. Yeah, Craig Miles is. We've talked about his concussion involvement with Liam Norwell, the swap, and
They're missing him, aren't they? I think.
yeah. Norwell, of course, his former Gloucestershire teammate. Good bit of fielding from Craig Overton, who's trying to shy the stumps down from backward point. And was Helen Dolby just dozing a little bit there?
Yeah, they went up at the same time, didn't they, from Gloucestershire, I
Yes.
think. 2018, did they leave?
Yeah. Trying to get some Division 1 wickets and perhaps England honours. Liam Norwell particularly impressed for the England Lions.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Miles was only 24 when he moved up to Warwickshire.
But it just shows with someone like Liam Norwell, like so he was in that Lions squad, but he'd not been any kind of ECB pace bowling at any of those kind of camps they go on, and so it just shows it's never too late, and consistency, which is what he has.
Yeah, Miles left Gloucestershire with 255 first-class wickets. I mean, 56 in his final season was the real peak. That fifer against Warwickshire obviously helping his move. Gloucestershire won Division 2 that year, and getting a fifer against your future employees obviously helps. But he actually won the game against Derbyshire, hit the winning runs against Derbyshire in that 2-wicket win, so he can bat. Warwickshire have got batting pedigree down the order, but it's a bit of stickability they're wanting now. They're not really worried about batting bonus points as much, they just want to stick around as long as possible, which keeps Somerset out in the field.
And Dolby is very good at that.
Yes. Nuggety. Frustrating for opponent seamers.
There it is. That's the end of the innings. Nuggety for the little nick behind. Little nugget for Stephen Davies. Josh Davey wraps things up for Somerset. So Warwickshire 209 all out. Josh Davey finishes with 3 for 30. So the decision to open up with him and Jack Brooks is vindicated. And Harry, I mean, that's the perfect start really for Somerset. They couldn't have asked for that's exactly what they would have said before they came out. Let's get this done quickly.
It was a matter of when, not if, the final partnership was broken, and 9 minutes in, pretty good effort. Only Davey and Brooks required. Overton fresh for the new ball, hopefully. And I'm judging here by the players running off the field quickly. Does that worry me that the top order batters have run off quickly?
Oh, interesting.
That would be damning for Somerset's win hopes. Craig's run off, yes, as you say, to get his bowling boots on, hopefully. Maybe the opening batters just need a wee. I might be reading too much into this.
Yeah.
Lammonby's still there. Maybe Wrench will just need a wee.
Yeah, it would be a surprise. I think it'd be a huge surprise from here, having taken that wicket.
No, Lammonby's
so
walking off slowly, so no, hopefully my fears and worries that Somerset won't have forced to follow on are false. And Tom Abel is now approaching Jack Brooks to shake his hand, and he will have already told Rob Bailey and Alex Wharf the news, and the follow-on has officially been enforced, we've just been told. So Steve Kirby's congratulating Jack Brooks. We had a little chuckle this morning. Steve Kirby, I think, he won't mind me saying, is probably the worst bowling coach in county cricket at catching the ball with a mitt.
His mitt work isn't sublime, is it? Brilliant bowling coach.
Yeah,
I was glad you finished that sentence off.
Yeah.
I was like, let's hope it doesn't cut off. I should have just pressed your button and left them to snip that little comment.
The thing is, we had him on commentary last year, didn't he? And he was joking about it then. He just
funny,
doesn't like doing it. In his career, he would never have done it. Maybe he's better off having one of Steve Davies in his left hand or something. But it's funny when even a couple of times he caught it and then he tried to pull the ball out and just dropped it. But he'll be happy with Somerset's bowling work today. Well, predominantly yesterday, but today as well. 209 all out to Warwickshire, and wickets shared around, aren't they? 3 for 30 for Josh Davey, 1 for 58 for Brooks. Overton, of course, getting a couple of crucial wickets as well. Jack Leach getting Danny Briggs. It's good when the wickets are shared. I think that's a real testament to an all-round decent bowling effort.
Yeah, 6 different wicket takers with Abel getting 1 as well. I mean, Craig Overton, 14 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 12. That's sublime, isn't it? It's what Somerset have come to expect from him. And good to see Jack Leach, his first bowl at Taunton. He played in that Essex game, first bowl at Taunton this season. Played in the Essex game, but wasn't required. Didn't bowl much at Surrey either at the Oval last week, but came into the attack. In fact, there were a few bowling changes when Josh Davey came into the attack and took a wicket, I think, in his first over, as did Jack Leach yesterday. and then Abel was able to bring himself on, and that golden arm of his broke that partnership. And it was a big wicket as well. Sam Hain is just a wonderful player to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, I could go on and on about Sam Hain. Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott sort of morphed together, part 2. He's just, I did compare him to James Hildreth yesterday, the classy number 4 for years, and everyone knows his white ball average is simply superb, sublime, but just the way he strokes it around the ground, and some said no, that would be a key wicket. Dom Sibley can really frustrate. Alex Davies is a bit of a dasher, but obviously has scored hundreds for Lancashire in the past, but they've got a seriously good batting lineup of Warwickshire, just didn't perform in that first innings, partly down to very good bowlers at Somerset. There's no demons in the pitch, just very good bowling from the home attack.
How does Alex Davies approach this now then? Because he's I mean, he's scored a lot of first-class runs, but his natural game is to be a little bit more aggressive, and you've got to find the balance, haven't you? You don't want to curtail it too much and go right into your shell, and you're probably more at risk of getting out that way.
Yeah, there's different ways of looking at it, aren't there? Some people like to be positive and put the pressure back on the bowlers. Some batters like to ignore the scoreboard and soak up the pressure and just bat time and bat balls, as we talked about Hunt and Dolby doing. I think it's each their own personal preference to what they do. The batting coach will give some advice, but there's no set way they have to do it, I don't think.
They've got a decent batting coach as well. I saw him last night, Jonathan Trott.
Yeah, well, he was down on the Thatcher's deck yesterday.
He was indeed. All the best people are.
Well, yes, loving the view. I loved Jonathan Trott growing up as a kid, watching him mark his guard. I was having a good discussion yesterday how Sam Hain has taken on that marking of the guard from Jonathan Trott. He takes his middle and then takes it. You know, we all know Corin Pollard takes the bail off and knocks it in. Certain batters have certain ways of marking their guard. Jonathan Trott, renowned for digging his trenches and marking the guard, probably a foot towards the danger zone, really. He keeps on going towards the bowler, and Sam Hain's got a bit of that in him now, so Jonathan Trott's coaching rubbing off in more ways than one.
It's funny, isn't it? It's more when they're doing that. I mean, you've been out there for 100 and you're still marking your guard. It's not about taking guard, is it? It's just part of the routine that a batter has, whether it's to settle themselves. Some of them do it different ways. You can see a couple of. I think Renshaw takes 2 guards, doesn't he? Who has
yeah, a lot of batters do actually. Sort of a middle stump or an off stump.
It definitely takes off, but he finishes when he leaves the ball. He has that lightsaber that comes behind his back, but he also finishes about a yard outside off stump as well. He steps across.
So the Somerset fielders, some of them didn't even bother going into the Andy Caddick Pavilion. They're still out in the dugouts having a chat and getting ready to go again. We should let you know, take these couple of minutes we've got before Somerset come out to bowl again, to let you know of some of the exciting things we've got coming up today. Lunchtime today, we've got Behind the Wyvern, the Abu Dhabi special, the pre-season tour, which will be great to see. The WPA, thank you very much for our sponsors, WPA, their mental health videos. I've watched a few of them, they've been brilliant. Tom Lammerby, Tom Abel, Jack Leach have all done, Ollie Sales done great mental health videos on the YouTube channel. You can go back and watch them on the website or the YouTube. Really powerful, engaging content.
Yeah, they're very good, aren't they?
And we're also going to have a little treat for you. I mean, we shouldn't put ourselves down too much, but
we can't really compare, can
no.
We couldn't yesterday. I mean, Vic Marks and Pete Trago, I could listen to that. Was soothing for the soul.
We got us two, and then we got Vic Marks and Pete Trago, and as I say, Triscothic and Trago are going to come on 10 to noon today.
He's been allowed in today, isn't he, into his own brilliant.
We should also mention the great games coming up. We've got, of course, Neil Diamond concert. We've got the T20s coming up. Get on the website. You can still buy Somerset T20 tickets, but act fast. Gloucestershire's 90% sold out. Neil Diamond you can buy on there. That's going to be a cracking night. The one night of Neil. And yeah, Gloucestershire. And the Sri Lanka development game. The England Lions. South Africa game. So much going on at the Cooper Associates County Ground this summer.
So much going on today. It's going to be brilliant. We've had a brilliant day yesterday.
Yeah,
variety of different guests. We had Paul Edwards at lunchtime. That's worth a listen to. And remember, it is NHS Day today, so if you do want to donate to Love Musgrove, you can have a look at their website, www.lovemusgrove.org.uk. If you want to donate £10, you can do it very simply. Text Somerset NHS, all one word, capital letters, to 70085. Somerset NHS to 70085, and that will make a very welcome £10 donation to Love Musgrove, who do all kinds of good work. Well worth a look at their website. when you get a spare moment. I'm sure we'd very much appreciate that. They'd very much appreciate that. Scrolling across the top of your screen there. Oh, he's good, Dan, isn't he?
He's on it. Also, one last thing to mention as the players come out is if you're enjoying this on the live stream and maybe you're busy at football at the end of the football or the rugby season perhaps, or a bit of work on today, but you happen to be free from 4 o'clock this afternoon, do come in after tea. You may even see a result if you're lucky. After tea price of only £7 for adults, £5 for students and £3 for juniors. So bring your friends and family down to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Bus station and train station pretty close as well, but less traffic on a Saturday, so do come on down.
That'd be fantastic. Right, as expected then, here in front of us, the Marcus Pavilion, Craig Overton has the new ball in hand. He didn't have to wait long.
Well, he might have to wait for the heavy roller to finish. It's a bit of an obstacle. Everyone else is ready to go. But there's a bit of an obstacle on the pitch, as you can see currently. The heavy roller is still going as Alex Davies and Dom Sibley are ready to face Craig Overton. Got to make the most of his 10 minutes to make it fair. They get asked for the roller, and that's the protocols. He's going to reverse all the way off. That takes some driving, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't fancy that. Oh, no. Not going to be easy, this, for Somerset, is it? As you said, fine batting lineup. Davies, Sibley, Yates, Rhodes, Hayne, Lamb, Burgess, who before yesterday only dealt in 170s this season. Nathan McAndrew, we saw he can bat yesterday. Danny Briggs has got a first-class 100 to his name as the PA announcer lets everyone know, as if they didn't already, that Craig Overton will be opening the bowling, and there's a warm round of applause, and Alex Davies is ready to go too. Free slips in, and James Hildreth at first. Matt Renshaw at second. Looks like it could be Lewis Gregory at third. Tom Abel is there chatting to Craig Overton. So I think that's Lewis Gregory at third.
They do change around the slippers,
yeah,
actually. They do. There are 4 or 5 that can do it.
Craig would be in there, but it's very difficult. Very difficult for him.
He's not quite that quick. So you're Jack Brooks. Oh yeah, you are in this scenario.
Okay.
He's just bowled from this end. Whether he got the wicket or not, there's only one to grab. He's not bothered, is he? He's quite happy to make way for the spearhead of the attack.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it would have been they would have all been well aware of the plan.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well rehearsed, I'm sure.
It wasn't, there was no certainty it was going to unfold the way they'd hoped, but so far it has.
So we saw Alex Davies pull Jack Brooks into the retirement flats, play a couple of back foot punches through the covers quite early on yesterday. I would expect he's going to play similarly positively today.
It was a dashing 20, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, we had Aaron, the cricket connoisseur, getting very excited. It's almost as if he scored 100. He was celebrating his 20, and as he was bigging them up, we got out next ball. Sadly, he's had to go back to Birmingham before today, but I'm sure he'll be watching on the stream.
Yeah,
big shout out to the great work he's done. Enjoyed having him down here for the first couple of days.
Yeah, well worth a listen. The County Cricket Podcast. Their interviews are so in depth. Get some great guests, some wonderful guests, not just Warwickshire, but throughout all the counties.
We should clarify a few questions on the YouTube comments. That yes, the follow-on target is 200 in Test matches and 150 in county games.
Yeah.
To be able to enforce the follow-on. 200 behind, I should clarify.
Decent record, Alex Davies. His name's been mentioned in England dispatches at times. Must have been slightly odd because he joined Warwickshire from Lancashire over the summer, but and then they faced each other in the Bob Willis Trophy final, so that must have been a slightly surreal one for him.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. I watched a lot of that game. Manraj Hal was particularly impressive, making his debut.
Yes. Last Christmas. The ECB schedule it. Decent year last year. He survived the first ever decent year last year. 670 runs at 35s, 6 half centuries. Has got 100 against Somerset before, I think, for Lags. 2017 season. 2017? I think it was 2017.
Yeah, we should briefly mention he was banned for the first game of the season because of his historically offensive tweets. What made me chuckle was he tried to get on the field as a 12th man during the Surrey game, but the ban, of course, didn't allow him to do that. But he's now all clear to open the batting with Dom Sibley, who's much different technique, as we mentioned many a time. But yes, Josh Davey is going to continue, so interesting. Maybe Josh Davey fancied the first couple of overs with the old ball as a warm-up, a precursor to taking on the follow-on opening with Craig Overton. He's got that slightly bent, slightly twisted, angled run-up. Sibley was unbeaten against Essex, but no massive scores so far in the County Championship yet for the sort of, I say unorthodox, but he's gone more orthodox now with his slightly more regular technique. But he will still never lose that mid-wicket drive, the on-drive. There's a forward square leg out there already. It's odd to see deep square and deep fine leg already, but you know Dom Sibley, anything remotely like a half volley on leg stump, he loves it.
Yeah, ball straight at your peril to Dom Sibley. He's very strong there. I hope he does get another go in the England side as an opener. He'd be very interesting. There are murmuring. I think he's out of contract at the end of the summer. I did read murmurings as to whether he might not be at Edgbaston next year, but plenty of time for that to unfold.
Yeah, Surrey born, of course. Did well for Surrey before making a move up north. That's hit Alex Davies between ships, you might say. He's quite a short man, and that's hurt. Fortunately, Josh Davies got a long run up, and there's a bit of time for him to suck in some deep breaths and try and get through the pain that no physio can fix or help. Dom Sibley was the youngest double centurion in the county championship in 2013, just his third first-class match, that mammoth score against Yorkshire. I always remember him bowling his leg breaks back before his England days. A regular bowler in the county game. Alex Davies looks to be alright, and he can play that, no worries. So Hannon Derby was the first wicket to fall around the grounds in the county championship this morning. So Jimmy Anderson has also joined that party. He's got his third of the innings. Liam Dawson, who got that massive score last week. LBW to answer for 24. Hampshire Lancashire's cracking game shaping up, as we have here. And that's a play and a miss from Alex Davies. Josh Davey, I love the way he sort of jogs through. When he's bowled a good ball, he does that couple of extra steps, and he's got a real smile on his face, and very passionate with his work. And love seeing his face when he's bowled a good ball.
Leicestershire in a bit of trouble at Lords, aren't they? 4 down, still 168 behind. Can only see there being one result there. A couple of wickets for Ethan Bamber. A couple of wickets for Shaheen Shah Afridi as well.
That's a cheeky single from Alex Davies. I think he'd have been out with a Tom Lammonby direct hit. I think he'd have been gone. The 7 fielders with their hands on their heads.
You can just see the way Dom Sibley completed that run, and he just stood at the striker's end and kind of looked back at Alex Davies.
Guilty
to say, why? I think it was Davies that called through for the run to Lammonby's left hand, his stronger hand, and Sibley just looked at him as if to say, what on earth was that? That's the last thing.
He's quick, isn't he, Alex Davies? He scurries between the wickets. Maybe just fancies facing Craig Overton. He wants to keep the strike. But yeah, you're right, that's a bit dodgy. And
just see that.
Lammonby left-handed. I mean, is it as if he forgets that Lammonby's left-handed? Crucial difference that makes in the split second you need to get to the other end.
What that means, though, is he will face Craig Overton, who is going to continue with 3 slips in. Good zip through from Craig Overton. I mean, he is the standard bearer, really, isn't he, in county cricket for the last couple of years with his bowling. Been superb. Morning if you're joining us on the live stream, already over 1,000 people on watching. Great to have everyone with us, Somerset fans, Warwickshire fans, cricket fans alike.
I've got an NHS worker friend who's sat in the Somerset stand in perfect line with that crease. I'll just text him and see if he can be our VAR and tell us how out that was with the direct hit. We reckon it probably was out from up here, but
the reaction said a lot, didn't it?
Yeah.
Late shape him, Steve Davies keeping look easy as he does. Already got a couple of fifers on this ground this season. Craig Overton, consecutive mornings in that Essex game.
Yeah, career best. Superb he was, wasn't he?
I was 12 wicket. I mean, he said that in the evening, well, it was the second evening, wasn't it? He said, look, we believe, small total, but we believe in that. And he came out in the morning and picked up fifer and nearly got them over the line.
Yeah, 15 5-wicket innings in his first-class career.
His numbers over the last couple of years in particular are just sublime. Takes wickets at not much more than a dozen runs each. He's taken a lot of them.
That was his first 10-wicket match there, that haul against Essex, so it's not often he backs him up with both innings, but great to see him, and it's especially touching to see him and his brother Jamie have such a good couple of days at the same time.
Yeah, it was. It really was. Left alone outside off stump. He's very almost paternal over his brother. Craig is. The way he talked about him. It was really nice to chat to them both. Craig had his girlfriend's puppy as well, appeared on the Zoom. He's very much in love with that dog. But yeah, they bounced off each other really well. Jamie's a real cricket badger. He's very into the numbers.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
He was correcting Craig quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's like, no, hang on, actually, the game we played for North Devon, this was the score.
Yeah.
Fuller, driven really nicely as well.
Yeah, I've got a teammate from club cricket who's in a WhatsApp group with both Overton brothers, and it's meant to be Call of Duty and FIFA chat, but they do get a bit badgery in there. Don't want the old North Devon scorecards.
Right, I'm going to disappear for a little bit because we've got the first of many special guests. I'll leave you.
We're spoiled, aren't we?
I'll leave you here, Harry.
You might see if any of you guys at home can recognise the voice when it comes on, rather than me. Normally I like to intro and bring in the name. We might see if you can recognise the voice. Voice of another podcast. Podcasts are such great, wonderful things these days. Whether you're walking the dog, whether you're driving around, there's so many different cricketing podcasts. And we've got a man just joining me to my right who does like to talk about Somerset, and very well he does so, as Josh Davies still going to bowl from the River End. Sibley's beaten by that ball, just falling over forward a little bit.
Morning, Sam. Morning, everyone.
Taking Sam's spot and call me Sam. I'll take that as a good start.
Sorry, Harry.
Don't worry.
You do look very similar. I do apologise.
It's funny, I was chatting to someone, I was coaching last night, and someone said, I can't tell the difference between you and Sam. I said, really? I said, Sam's got a London twang now. He's been there for so long. But no, Ian Shepherd, great to have you with us.
Good morning. Yeah, thanks for having me. Very good that Somerset managed to polish off the Warwickshire first innings without too much fuss this morning. Now, with the weather forecast looking particularly bad tomorrow, you'd think that they're going to have to get the job done before close of play tonight.
Yeah, and if Josh Davey keeps swinging like that, then you'd have good odds on Somerset doing it. Lovely bit of swing there. So yeah, one of the finest couple of days in Somerset's season by a long way.
It has been, yeah. I was able to get up on Thursday. Unfortunately, being the last working day of the month, I was chained to my desk yesterday. But yeah, it was an absolute renaissance with the bat, wasn't it? Renshaw, Lammonby, Abel and Banton all getting runs in the top four. Renshaw was very, very special, though. Just a class above everybody else on Thursday.
Dom Sibley in his favourite mid-wicket area. Good tumbling stop by Tom Abel. Yeah, so what do you put it down to then? What do you reckon the improved Somerset batting? Is it just poor Warwickshire bowling, or?
I think Steve Kirby said yesterday that we looked to bowl a lot fuller than the Warwickshire guys, and certainly being sat side on in the Somerset stand on Thursday, that really did look to be the case. And I think as well we've got a talented batting side. We just haven't put it all together as a collective group this season yet. And if you kind of look back at the 3 games that we've lost, as Sibley just defends this one, picked up by Lammonby at extra cover. I mean, Hampshire, we didn't have another fit player who played county championship cricket. With the side that we took down to
Kirby was nearly in, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think Jason Kerr had packed his whites as well, just in case. And then you cut. So that was always going to be a difficult trip down to Southampton, and then we come here, lose by 1 wicket on a very spicy pitch. That could have gone either way. Another 10 runs either way. That could have gone our way, and then going up to the Oval, that's always a very difficult place to go. And we took Surrey very, very late on into the 4th day there. So Sibley nearly chops on there.
He's done that before, hasn't he? I seem to remember doing that for England and Warwickshire. Pretty short wide ball from Josh Davey, not one of his best balls. I mean, it has come in a little bit, and he doesn't use much footwork, and he sort of just angles the back and just throws the hands a bit.
You don't really want to. Dom Sibley's strength is clipping it off his pads through that mid-wicket area. You've got Tom Abel there at a short mid-wicket catching for that miscue, and they've got a couple of others there as a deep mid-wicket as well. But when he is outside the off stump, he doesn't really get across to it. He just kind of, as you say, wafts his bat out there. So I think that's certainly been the plan from Craig Overton this morning, is to starve him of anything off his pads. And it looks like Josh Davies following the same script.
Yeah, that's brilliantly played by Dom Sibley, but Somerset will be more than happy if Sibley's going to have his feet stuck in cement and just throw his hands outside off stump. Normally just leaves it out there.
Yeah.
Seems very un-Dom Sibley-like.
You think, especially with there being no real way that Warwickshire can conceivably win this game, it would just be bat for that draw, bat for close of play tonight. Hope you've got a few more wickets in the bag if we do manage to get some play in tomorrow. But the good news is that there is no way that Warwickshire can conceivably win this game, so that is more than likely going to bring to an end Somerset's 7-match county championship losing streak, which I'm over the moon about.
So you're here all day today?
I'll be here all day today, yeah.
Spot on. What's your favourite vantage point?
It's usually Gimlet's Hill, but unless I put a high vis on and offer to do a bit of...
They're not even there today.
A bit of labouring down there.
Saturday off.
Yeah, it's the redevelopment work. I must imagine there would have been some logistical challenges to getting it completed before the season started. But I've seen the mock-ups on the website. It looks very smart. So.
No, I must agree with you there. That was always my favourite place to sit on the benches. Come in early enough and reserve your bench seat for the day. That's a lovely shot by Alex Davies. That has rocketed away to the boundary down below us. Slightly over-pitched, too filled by Craig Overton, but he won't mind that. Alex Davies is a good white ball, destructive, quick-scoring player, and occasionally it might be similar balls, maybe just slightly back of a length there that Davies might think he can straight drive, a bit like Lewis Gregory's dismissal yesterday. If he goes through it too early, it might be bowled. So seems they've got a fair few runs to play with, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just want to get wickets. So they can try the magic balls occasionally. Stephen Trudgeon says, morning friends, painting and watching cricket. Who said men can't multitask? Well, there you go, we're always multitasking up here, always.
Just make sure you don't get any Dulux on your laptop.
Max Waller, his artistic skills now. We've always got a bit of multitasking going on up here, checking the county scores. Bit of a run fest up the road in Bristol. 103 for none, Gloucestershire. You think that's pretty good going, but when Surrey scored 603 in the first innings, they're still 500 behind.
Yeah, double 100 from Jamie Smith, unbeaten. Jordan Clark chipping in with another 100 down the order.
Some side they've got, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Jamie's playing in that game, is he?
No, Jamie Overton got rested for that one, but they've got so many bowling options. I think they have to rest and rotate. That's a boat delivery from twin brother Craig. And these the chaps who had that incredible game down here just a couple of weeks ago, Essex, they're in a bit of strife still against Northampton.
They still 8 down overnight?
8 down 115 for 8, yeah. Snater and Steckerty sticking around for a bit. Snater was really impressive with the ball. 6 for down here a couple of weeks ago, Easter weekend, and he's stopping Sanson from getting his 5 for yet. Yeah,
there's got to be no easy games in Division 1 this year, that's for sure.
No, too right. There's some cracking cricket so far. And another 150, this time for Harry Brook of Yorkshire. So runs and wickets shared around. There's been some weeks where it's been batting dominating bowling, and other weeks
Yeah.
bowling dominating batting. I say this round of fixtures is fairly shared, fairly neutral. Mike from Ilminster, Mike Unwin is shopping and watching. I guess that counts, doesn't it? The multitasking of watching Somerset.
Mike's shopping. Who's looking after the museum today?
Well, yeah, he said he's not. He's a bit to and fro. He's driving to and from Ilminster to here, and they're going to open at lunch and tea. Do go over and have a look at the museum. I was giving a bit of a plug yesterday, talking through some of the great archives, the great memorabilia, the great stories they've got in there. Particularly talking about 1930s cricketers' professional contract. That made me chuckle. Some of the things they had to do and the rules they had. But no, do go and have a look at lunch and tea, particularly. Well worth a look.
What were some of those duties then? Was it?
I think I took a picture of it actually. So there were certain restrictions that you could do and you couldn't do, and your finances were completely different. A professional cricketer must not write on any cricket matters in the press. They must be restricted to travel expenses in third-class rail carriages. And you only get sick pay for 4 weeks, so if you were to do your cruciate knee ligament and be out for out for months, and you'd be in a bit of trouble back then. This is 1940s cricket, where your weekly salary was £6.50.
£6.50. I think we can safely say that things have changed for the better.
Yeah, there's some cracking pictures of some cricket whites back in the day. I enjoy looking at the gloves they used to wear, and you think, knuckles, if you get wrapped by a short ball from Craig Overton, you wouldn't see me wanting to wear those gloves.
No, the old buckle pads as well. I'm just about old enough to remember wearing the old buckle pad before Velcro became the norm. But thinking back, they weren't very thick at all. And,
No. Technology's improved slightly since then.
Somerset very vocal in the field as always.
Yeah, it's nice. We can just hear on the effects mic down below us. Can't hear tractor driver as much this week.
Where is Tractor? I can see him down there in block 1 of the Somerset stand in the bottom right. Quite easy to pick out
his red hat.
His red hat.
And his black wide low t-shirt, isn't it?
Yeah, he's normally resident at Gimlet Hilbert, as we said before. That's a shout for LBW.
Bit high, I reckon.
Yeah, Rob
Maybe a
Bailey.
little bit leg side.
I'm not interested in that one.
Yeah, tractor driver. I wouldn't say homeless, but he's had to slightly move a few seats to his left from his usual spot. He normally gets louder as the afternoon goes on, especially when Somerset are chasing a win. He'll be loving it. Come on, Gregory. Come on, Louis. Come on, Triggs. He'll be saying, well, Triggs will be in the box soon. Not bowling anymore, but Triggs and Trez, that's not a bad swap for us too, is it?
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, we can safely say that we're slightly outclassed with the experience of those two gentlemen. Oh, sort of thickest outside edge from Dom Sibley.
So go on then, tell us how you first got into watching cricket in Somerset. What were your roots in the game?
I think, like most people, it's genetics sort of passed down from father and grandfather, and that. So it's I think they say from cricket you got to learn it from birth, or you're going to be struggling a bit. But yeah, so a West Country boy, born in Newton Abbot in Devon, and yeah, so just Somerset is the local first-class team. So really, I think my first trip to the county ground was on a school trip when I was about 13. It was against Kent, and I've still got the scorebook. Because that's caught! Yes, he's gone!
Craig Overton, cracking diving catch, diving to his left. He's got brilliant mitts with Craig Overton. We've talked about Craig James fielding from North Devon to Somerset to England. Buckets of hand, and that was a low catch, Mike. So he nearly didn't carry, but he swallowed that as Craig Overton scooped it up from right below the turf. Cracking catch, and Somerset marching on to a potential victory here inside 3 days. We might get a bit carried away with ourselves already, but 9 more balls, 9 more good pieces of cricket, and Somerset could have their first win of the season.
Absolutely, yeah. Cracking catch from Craig Overton, the big man diving low to his left, picking that up just millimetres off the turf. It, like you say, it didn't look like it was going to carry, but he just managed to dive forward enough to scoop the ball on the full. Alex Davies is gone. Warwickshire are 10 for 1. And you can't take 10 wickets unless you take 1 to start with.
Well, catches win matches, as they say, and that was a cracking catch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somerset's catching is, I wouldn't say underrated, but possibly not talked about enough. Sometimes, particularly Craig Overton, I must say, does swallow pigeons, as they say. He's just brilliantly in the slips. especially for a fast bowler. Jimmy Anderson used to fielding the slips more often mid-on, mid-off now. Thinking of quick bowlers around the game, you don't often see that many of them as a regular slipper. Third slip there. And Josh Davey, pretty good this morning.
Yeah, gone are the days of the big donkey fast bowler just stopping it with his size 14s down at fine leg. As you say, likes of Jimmy Anderson. The Overton twins. Jimmy Anderson, the Overton twins, excellent athletes.
So we have number 3 for Warwickshire. I believe it's probably going to be Rob Yates again. I wouldn't have thought they'd change the order. Yeah, Rob Yates played a glorious straight drive yesterday, straight back past the bowler, which I was mightily impressed with. He also got that wicket of Tom Abel with his first ball, the part-time spinner. He's got a real bit of work to do here. He batted really well, opening the batting before Alex Davies joined towards the end of last season. He had his breakthrough year. He's still a student at Birmingham University, so he finds time to train and work hard. He's doing an English language degree. He had 6 first-class hundreds at 22, which is pretty decent, but I mentioned yesterday he was also agreed for Man United's youth books and a pretty good tennis player. Ranked 40th in the country at age 12, so he's just a talented sportsman, is Rob Yates. That looked like an almost back of the hand from Josh Davey, which seems weird that he might have done first ball, but full and on the money, and Rob Yates can only defend that straight back to Josh Davey, and he'll get a massive, mighty round of applause as he... It's quite nice here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, isn't it? When you've bowled, you then go back. It's probably similar at most grounds, but often it seems with the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, you get your wicket and then you go down there to find leg or third man, and you get another massive round of applause. You know,
yeah, members all very appreciative down. There's a good crowd in here today. I expect it'll fill up as the day goes on, and hopefully prospects of a Somerset win get more and more likely as we chip away through this Warwickshire batting lineup.
Do join in with YouTube comments or tweet me at HarryEverett_14 and we'll try and engage with you guys watching from home. Some of you are saying your inverted commas working, or some of you even listening to the live stream while you're here in the ground today. Overton with his tail up, and I love the way when he's bowling well and he's in his pomp, he follows through 3/4 of the length, doesn't he?
Yeah.
His follow through seems to get longer the better he's bowling.
Yeah, he's definitely got his tail up. Somerset spirits will be buoyed by that early wicket. I think that was the first ball that Overton's bowled to Sibley. I think it's the first time Dom Sibley's been down that end.
Yeah, because Alex Davies stole the strike with that cheeky single where he could have been run out.
Let's see what Overton's plan is to Sibley then. He was did hang it quite wide out of off stump the first innings. Short ball just knocked into the offside.
As will often be the way with Davies and Sibley's opening partnership. 90% of the runs exactly were scored by Alex Davies. He had 9 when the first wicket fell at 10 for 1. Very different players, but that, to be fair, that works well with opening partnership, doesn't it? It complements each other.
Absolutely.
You could say Lammerby's more the defensive sort and Renshaw more the aggressive, not quite as contrasting as Sibley and Davies, but
I think as well it helps if you can almost switch roles. If one of you's just struggling maybe against a particular bowler, your partner can stay up that end and just see them off for you. And we know what a talented ball striker is. Tom Lammerby is. That innings against Gloucester in the T20 last year is one of the finest displays of ball hitting, I think.
The fall over, scoop for 4, whatever you want to call it. The shots all around the ground. Yeah, particularly enjoyed interviewing after that game. He's in great spirits, great to chat to, and well deserved. Man of the match, of course.
Oh, is that carried? Yes, Tom Abel takes the catch. Dom Sibley's gone.
He's standing his ground, but I'm pretty sure it carried. Fair play. He just spent an extra second there, and both umpires look at each other, both nod. Bailey and Wall agree it's out. Dom Sibley is gone. 4th slip, Tom Abel diving forward again to his right. Another great catch. Tom Abel, the skipper, leading where his fast bowler Craig Overton left off. This time Craig Overton the bowler, and Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble. 8 wickets for Somerset to win this match. Warwickshire still a long way behind Somerset's total to even make them bat again.
Yeah, Sibley had to play at that one, didn't he? Another catch diving forward. Do you think that's indicative this pitch might just have slowed up a bit?
I did comment yesterday, I feel like Dom Sibley is playing out in front of his pad quite a lot in this match. He doesn't look like he's waiting for the ball quite as long as when he's in form, when he was batting really well for Warwickshire and for England. He was playing under his eyes. A couple of times he's falling over, his balance is going, he's toppling over, he's toppling out of his crease. and that didn't help there, playing out in front of him, hence getting the edge. If he could wait longer, like we saw Tom Abel bat beautifully for his 70, Rachel was a slightly different type of player as an aggressive left-hander, but Sam Hain, watch the way he bats now. I feel like he will bat how Sibley should have batted, but he's very good at waiting and timing it. This is the main wicket for me. If Somerset can get Hain early, then I think they'll be confident about wrapping this up today. But Sam Hain is a really, really talented batter and will not give his wicket away, I wouldn't have thought. Him and Yates got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think you find that with most batters, when they're playing well, they're waiting for the ball, playing it under their eyes. If you look at the shot that Craig Overton played yesterday, not in a great vein of form, just really groping out in front of his front pad, really feeling for the ball, and ended up losing his middle stump. Fantastic day for Somerset so far. They've picked up 3 Warwickshire wickets, polishing off the tail before 10 past 11, and now Warwickshire 11 for 2 in their second innings after being invited to follow on.
Yeah, the Vicar of Sibley, Vicar Dibley, as Steve Spikes enjoys commenting on YouTube. He's gone, Dom Sibley. So still be 4 slips to the new man, Hain. No need for changing field, really. This is a field set for taking wickets. Whoever's coming out to bat, it could be Rahul Dravid or Sachin Tendulkar, and I think they'd still have this field for the first ball with Craig Overton charging in. They're going to get a helmet and a box. I've got quite good at learning sign language.
The semaphore, the secret semaphore of Somerset.
Which I presume would mean a short leg for Tom Banton. We did see that in force yesterday. Well defended by Sam Hain. Gordon Avery makes a fair point. It's bank holiday weekend, isn't it? Maybe Warwickshire thinking about returning home to avoid bank holiday traffic on the M5. It was pretty bad yesterday. Issues in the petrol stations around Taunton this morning. The lorry struggling to get through the traffic, and hopefully not another shortage.
I was quite fortunate to find a car parking space this morning. This
Yeah.
Firepool car park is closed for the foreseeable future. I think that's to do with the building works that are going on down there by the river.
Well played by Sam Hain into the leg side. Good field by Jack Brooks. Eager. Square leg is the ferret.
Yeah.
What an over from Craig Overton. Now Warwickshire have an idea of what being a Somerset fan has been like the last few matches, says Rooster on YouTube. Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Yep, you have my sympathy. Protective equipment is being brought on. Tom Banton is going to go in under the lid at short leg, I would suspect.
Yeah, Josh David, not really for the short ball, more for that propping up, even potentially a bat pad, that just ball on just back of a length that might prod up.
The one that just balloons up.
Yeah.
To not quite a...
We saw that bizarre dismissal, didn't we, of Will Rhodes, wasn't it? Prop one up to mid-on to Tom Lammerby.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a pull shot, just sort of got a bit big on him and he just spooned it up.
Yeah, just did him for pace a little bit, just got a bit big on him. It wasn't, yeah, just almost tried to, well, he tried to pull it. It wasn't an orthodox pull hook shot by any stretch of the imagination. Good running catch by Tom Lammerby for that one as well.
So, Tom Banton is having a sit down in the dugouts while he puts his pads on, and that's Casey Aldridge, by my reckoning, who's coming at point to do a bit of fielding. Fair play to Casey Aldridge in just a t-shirt, other than the bowler. Everyone else is jumping up. Steve Davies with his long sleeve, of course.
Doesn't like a jumper, Casey Aldridge.
No, his 80-odd in the twos the other day at Vale, he was batting on his t-shirt.
Remember when he was first breaking into the senior squad in the friendlies last year? It was playing in March, and there's a picture of them in the slip cord, and the first 3 slips are fully jumpered up, short sleeve and long sleeve on the top, and then Casey Aldridge is stood there at gully in just his short sleeves. So he obviously doesn't feel the cold as young Casey.
No, good to see him get his 80-odd with Rolf van der Merwe scoring 100 in the second team win at Nottinghamshire on the live stream just on Thursday. Only 5 overs left. It got a bit close in the end, but they did get over the line.
They did. Marchant de Lange picked up a few as well. You wouldn't fancy coming out of club cricket, maybe just to play a second 11 game, rocking up and facing Big March and chucking some rockets down at you, would you?
My teammate from club cricket was wicket-keeping to him and saying they were coming through like lightning. Yeah, stood a fair way back, because that's a beauty from Josh Davey. Bit of work for Tony Frost, Jonathan Trott, Mark Robinson et al., or the Warwickshire coaching staff. They've done pretty well. I mean, having won the title last season, shouldn't be too critical, but a bit of work to do based on this performance.
Yeah, definitely. But just going back to the second level game, it's good that young players like Casey Aldridge do have that extra string to their bow as well. Because I think you would if you're scoring runs in the second, you batted very well down at the Aegeus Bowl in that first game to get 39-40 not out. Second innings just gives you that extra edge potentially when it comes when a place becomes available in the first 11.
Yeah, it's brilliant that Somerset are endeavouring to provide a live stream for all the home second team games this year. Got people watching from all over the country. I got that friend from Costa Rica who's going to try and get a picture with all the fans around the YouTube live stream. Got another friend in New Zealand who's late at night over there watching in. Yes, we did force a follow on 99 Brian on the YouTube comments. Somerset forced a follow on. Josh Davies got a hand and parry to the non-striker's end, but Hayner's well in his crease. So only the 3 slips of Josh Davey. There were 4 to Craig Overton. I guess Overton a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit more nip off the surface. Casey Coldridge, says Mr. Couch on the YouTube comment. He was actually not cold. Well, I presume he's not cold, he was just very brave. Yeah, in front of the fire in New Zealand, it's like different to the warm Taunton Cooper Associates County ground.
So what would the temperature be like in New Zealand now? What season were they? And they'd be
just
well,
finished. The Plunket Shield finished
winter,
last week, so just starting the. Yeah, it's almost opposite. So they'll be just going into the winter there. I remember the first couple of months when I was playing out there, I found it surprisingly cold. New Zealand and Australia you don't think it ever gets cold, but it does. The first couple of weeks of the season down under is still pretty chilly. I packed one jumper for the year and thought, oh yeah, I better borrow another one actually.
Tom Banton's still not going in under the lid. It looks like he's just going to pop that one over the boundary.
All that effort to put the gear on. Still 4 slips, Craig Overton. So we are yet to see Lewis Gregory or Jack Brooks in this innings. Brooks did bowl in the brief 9-minute period to wrap up the Warwickshire first innings. Good cricket from Sam Hain. He's looking for 2 here. Really sprinted the first one hard. Yeah, very good running from Sam Hain. Credit where credit's due. Warwickshire going to keep the strike ticking over, not shying away from facing England opener Craig Overton.
But it's fantastic that the live streams are being watched all around the world. It's something. It's just incredible how it's all taken off the last 2 or 3 years, mainly prompted by COVID and the fact that the fans weren't able to get into the ground. So there was a demand for it. But I think virtually every county now has got a proper live stream set up, almost broadcast quality.
Yeah, you make a good point. I was reading last night about the National Counties Championship as well. That's a beautiful Craig Overton.
Really well done, Craig.
Formerly called the minor counties, now rebranded as the national counties, and they're even going to televise a lot of those games on the live stream. You can watch school cricket games now. A lot of the private schools have YouTube streams. A lot of clubs have little CCTV cameras on the pavilions. But yeah, they're trying to get national counties and Somerset, not just Somerset, a lot of 2s trying to get it coverage, and it's brilliant. You can triple screen. You know, you can be up here watching Somerset whilst also giving an eye on the 2s or the club games, whatever. Obviously, being a Saturday, there'll be plenty of games on this afternoon.
All technology just gets mature, and then it gets more and more affordable.
Yeah, it's free, isn't it, to watch? But get some cheap cameras in, I know.
Exactly.
Dan Cooper was telling me about setting up a camera at Cornwood, on the edge of Dartmoor, Devon. They got a good little setup down there.
Yeah. Played at Cornwall many times. Lovely ground.
The big old tree, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it still painted orange?
Pink, more
Pink.
I'd say now. It's probably changed with the weathering of these. Yeah, my best ever bowling figures down there, so I always fondly remember that. There's plenty of cameras around for the Somerset live stream, though. Pretty unrivaled with the different angles we get now.
Absolutely.
Really enjoyed it. Sam and I did our pre-match chat about the game situation, and nice to be on the pitch with the great camera assistance as Rob Yates is forward and defending. Yeah, we should say a big thanks to Henry Welch and Andrew Holmes who've come on this year to help with the cameras and the live stream assistance as their official title. Come on over, as we can hear Tractor Driver now. He's coming into voice. He'll get excited. He's sniffing blood here. Sniffing a first Somerset County Championship win of the season. In fact, a first win in 8 games, having lost their 7 county championship matches prior to this, Somerset. This last happened in 1960.
Trying to remember. I was trying to think to myself last night. What was our last win? Was it Middlesex here?
Or was it back in August? Wasn't it? Before the change up.
We drew at the Oval, didn't we?
Yes.
And then that was the last of the group games. Well, was it Middlesex or was it Hampshire down at the Ageas Bowl? I'm sure somebody will let us know on the YouTube stream. I was determined not to look it up. I was going to remember exactly which one it was.
So I'm just distracted. We've got the exciting guest lurking at the back of the box. Us two are going to make way. We'll do a double substitution. Thank you very much to Ian Shepherd for joining us briefly this morning.
No worries at all. Thanks for having me. I think we're going to hand over to two gentlemen with a slightly better reputation than ourselves.
Well, the man whose pavilion we're in, and Pete Trigger, of course, who we had with us yesterday, will leave you in their very capable hands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pete Trigo here. Cricketing records maybe, reputation I'm not so sure, for me in particular, but delighted to welcome old skipper of mine, Somerset legend, sat in his own pavilion, Marcus Trescothick. Welcome.
Thank you, Peter.
This is the sort of cricket we want to see, isn't it, from Somerset?
Let me point out it's 2 minutes to 12, so it's still morning.
Wow. Telling me off. There's a shock. Straight back into captaincy player relationship, I see. If you want to play it like that.
Yeah.
No, it's great to see Warwickshire 15 for 2. Beautiful couple of outside edges to bring the first 2 wickets of Warwickshire's second innings. Great decision. Do you think there was any possibility of not enforcing this follow-on bang?
Yeah, I think there was. I think you're always trying to assess it, and more often than not these days you don't really want to enforce it.
On the basis of workload for the bowlers, and the sun is out, it's perfect batting conditions, even though Warwickshire are 15 for 2. It's going to be a real tough day for the boys today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. You need the bowlers fresh. That's one of the key bits to it. The fresher they are coming in with a new ball, and the more fatigued Warwickshire would have been if you'd have put them back in. But the weather, if you're looking at the weather, you're trying to predict what's going to happen. It doesn't look a great forecast tomorrow, so it's understandable. I think we would have done the same thing. But you're still making those judgments and looking at weighing up all the options.
I think that decision, the positive decision, has been rewarded with those 2 early wickets of Al Davis, and in particular Dom Sibley, who we all know, if you're fans of English cricket, that guy can bat for a month without playing a bad shot. So great to get him back in the shed, isn't it, Marcus?
It is, yeah. He was in great form during pre-season. He's been scoring runs quite heavily, but hasn't converted that into the county championship so far this season. I'm sure he will at some point. I know he's been working hard at his game and evolving, and obviously putting himself back in contention for the England team.
As Josh Davey runs into ball from the river end to Yates, who plays an uppish drive. It's well fielded mid-off by the diving athletic Lewis Gregory.
I did have to laugh yesterday, Peter. I was cutting the grass at home, listening to the live stream, and how much you were rinsing Josh Davey when he fell over.
Oh mate, I saw it from up here. Everyone was really concerned in the press box, and I said, what a big fairy. He's definitely milking that one. And within 2 minutes, he was like Bruno Fernandes. He was up running around, charging into bowl within a couple of minutes.
He did twist his ankle and he landed, if you watch it.
I should have sent him down a Toy Story little plaster for his boo-boo. No, I like teasing Josh Davey. He's an unbelievable performer. He came on the staff when we were around, Marcus. Couple of performances, but never quite managed to cement a spot. He's one of the first names on the team sheet now with his skill level, isn't he?
Yeah, he has. He missed a bit of pre-season with I think an injury of some kind. I can't remember what it was. Was it shoulder injury or something?
Broken nail?
Yeah, potentially. But, I think once you see him performing with this, especially when the ball's new and the seam's hard, he challenges the edge all the time.
Yeah, I described him as he's in the Pete Siddle mould, isn't he? He's a line bowler, and you know when he stands the seam up well, he gets a little bit of shape, but it's more the nip back in particular to the right hander that gets. He has a knack of seaming the ball even on a docile pitch, doesn't he? Especially like you say with a new ball. So very challenging, really hard to sort of line him up. I can remember facing him and Timmy Grunewald in the nets, and I just used to end up with a black and blue inner thigh. They just kept on having that knack of nipping it back at a right-hander.
And that's one of his major deliveries, isn't it? That sort of the ball where the seam's wobbling down, whether it's intentional or not, I don't know. Because obviously we appreciate the wobble seam delivery nowadays is far more used than it used to be when we used to play, but he's very dangerous.
Certainly is, as Craig Overton charged into bowl. Great sight for any Somerset fan. Craigo, in the games that I've watched so far, he's putting in an enormous shift for the county that he loves playing for. He's got an enormous wicket haul already, and it's already got a scalp this morning, so he's in great form. He'll be a big player today if Somerset are going to get across the line.
Is this your first stint on commentary today?
Does it sound like it's my first stint on commentary? It's my first today.
Today, yeah.
Not ever.
No, absolutely. Of course not.
Oh, I was saving myself for you, Marcus.
But I'm just wondering whether we could get the camera on your attire today.
We could. I'm happy to stand up and do a twirl. I'm loud and proud with my attire bang, as you know. It was always a common theme in the dressing room: is what the hell is he going to wear now, isn't it? So I'm always happy to embrace that. You know, not everyone can pull off. Not everyone can pull off the old Taunton School
no.
gilet that you're. There we go. I'll do a little twirl. There we go. Little pink chinos.
Beautiful number.
There we go. Pastels.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very nice.
Thank you, Marcus.
I thought you might have your the pink Somerset top on. The NHS one.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a rainbow of sorts, I suppose, what I'm wearing today. But they didn't have one of the NHS tops in extra medium, so I unfortunately couldn't vibe that today. But things are looking up. So, Marcus, I don't know. I'm assuming, you know, hearing that you're doing the gardening while listening to the live stream, you're obviously keeping a very keen eye on Somerset's performance. Let's have a little reflect on, you know, as we're into game 4 now. This game in particular is going really well. This is the Somerset we like to see. Obviously, the first 3 games didn't go to plan. From your observations, you know, knowing the lads, knowing the group, what were your thoughts on how the first 3 games went? Obviously, it didn't go well, but
yeah,
is there anything that you saw that you know has changed in particular for this game?
Well, the major key is the volume of runs that the team has got, isn't it? That's where we've been lacking, I think, in the time that you're just not getting the volume of runs that you need to get ahead of games. In the last 2 games, it's been different. Tom Abel getting runs last week, Tom Banton getting 50. Yeah,
he's been a real positive, actually. You know, much reported, he turned down the IPL and various other franchise opportunities to focus on his red ball cricket. And to be honest, when I read that, I wasn't really sure that was the greatest, you know, decision, because, you know, Bance at times has probably not shown a huge amount of application in terms of, you know, trying to improve his red ball cricket, but it's great to see him come back. You know, technically he looks like he's evolving, and not only that, he visibly is trying to grind out and battle through to a score, and his games back after his broken finger have yielded a couple of 50s and really important ones in challenging times. So great to see, and I think it's a great sign for 4-day cricket on the whole that someone like Tom Banton, with all those opportunities he gets, is trying to focus his mind and improve himself as a 3-format player instead of just white ball, as we hear so often.
Yeah, well, obviously we're seeing a change in the bowling here. Jack Brooks is coming on from the river end, replacing Josh Davey. But I think, you know, look, if you don't get runs on the board, you can't apply pressure to the batting, you know, to the opposition. And we know that Somerset's strength is in their bowling. Obviously, you've got 3 internationals currently in this team, and obviously if you know, Peter Siddle's also playing as well, you've got a wealth of experience and knowledge of bowling teams out. So you've got to get the runs on the board, and that's where they've been lacking. And that's the difference. You've seen players stand up in the last 2 games, get, you know, 2 players have now got hundreds. So it makes a big difference when you get that scoreboard pressure, and the opposition spend 130, 140 overs in the field. It's hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, especially for we reflected on it yesterday. Dom Sibley, you could tell when Somerset's innings was starting to close out, and then there was that brilliant partnership between Leach and Brooksy, who's running into bowl now to Sam Hayne, who forces one out into the offside to Tom Abel, the energetic and rapid across the field Tom Abel, as he always is. You could tell that he'd switched off a little bit in the field. His mind had clicked over to his batting role, and that is what you field for 120, 130, 140 overs. That little bit of heaviness in the feet, the legs, the mind's a little bit fatigued. It's certainly the way to play four-day cricket. You've got to grind teams down, haven't you?
Well, on good pitches like this, which is exactly what we want to keep producing for the betterment of the players. This is a quality pitch where good players can do well. But if the only real way is to sort of apply pressure to the opposition by keeping them in the field. The scoreboard pressure, the mental fatigue that you need to get really does make a difference. It's unseen. You can't tell the difference.
I suppose it was getting to a stage where personnel changes was going to have to be the order of the day, because we do play a game that's based on numbers, statistics, as Robbo used to say back in the day. N columns, lad. It's all about your runs and your wickets. Persevering with batters, it's something that you want to do. You want to put trust in batsmen to give them the confidence to go out and score and not feel like they've got a guillotine over their head every time they step out. But persevering with guys, averaging in the low 20s, that's not the standards of a first-class batsman.
No, appreciated, but it also works with what pressure has been applied by the players on the outside. The guys in the second team.
Well, that was my
are they
leading
backing
question.
up the numbers?
I know you obviously played up to recent with, George Bartlett, Will Smeed in particular, who I believe you put on a massive partnership in the second team with. I'm sure you've done work with these lads. Again, you do need that pressure from below to really motivate the first team players. And where do you see that coming from? What are the names that you say that are in the Somerset squad at the moment that are going to really apply pressure to? And you want pressure, even the greats of the club, James Hildreth. You want those guys to feel a little bit of pressure underneath them.
Well, the guys currently in the second team who are trying to force their way in, Lewis Goldsworthy, I know he got 150 last week. George Bartlett, as you said, Will Smeed. These are the guys who are, currently in the second team and trying to apply that pressure. And that takes a little bit of time. You've got to give them a few games, and they've got to show the results that you need to show. Otherwise, why should they be picked on scoring a 70 or an 80 or showing signs of form when, stepping up into this game, into the first-class game, it's going to be tougher than playing second-team cricket. Exactly the same as with international cricket. For these guys to force their way into international teams, you've got to get a massive amount of runs in first-class
Like Dom
cricket.
Sibley did a couple of years ago. He scored a volume of runs that you just couldn't ignore. Nick Compton back in the day for Somerset had an enormous start to the season, had to be picked. And yeah, you're exactly right. I had a good conversation with Paul Farbrace, the Warwickshire director of cricket, yesterday, and we were talking about all those things, and he mentioned about the power of the senior player and all that kind of stuff. And as that conversation evolved, he said exactly the same thing. The lads in the second team, are we in an era where there's, you sign your contract, you're expected, or there's an entitlement to be picked at some stage in the first team? And his mind is no. I think he had a really interesting conversation with Dom Sibley a few years ago, who wasn't in the first team. What do I need to do to get picked? Well, it's about getting 200 in the second 11, because let's face it, 100 in the second team, you could probably equate that to about 40 in the first team, can't you, really, realistically? So it's about volume of runs, but again, I think to have a high-performing first division club, you've got to have 15, 18 players all playing well, don't you, to drive each other. Healthy competition. As Lewis comes in to bowl.
Yeah,
good line of length.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? We know that you need that depth of quality in there. And more in the first-class game, you've got to bring the youngsters through, so they've got to have that opportunity in the seconds to learn their trade, but also perform well enough to, to put the guys in the first team under pressure.
Lots of talent, lots of distractions. Marcus, obviously, Tom Banton made the decision to work on his 4-day cricket, but Will Smead, he's touted all over the world now for franchise opportunities. It must be difficult for young players that really enjoy, there's no doubt about it. We loved playing white ball cricket, didn't we? But we still had a massive passion for the 4-day game. Do you see that continuing?
Yeah, I do. Speaking to a number of younger players, they still have the hunger to want to improve their style of play and their techniques and their methods, because they know that the greatest test is the longest form. Yes, there's money to be made in these short form competitions, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that for the players wanting to go out and try and earn that right to play in those competitions. But there's more to the game than just playing T20 cricket. And don't get me wrong, if they want to go down that road and just be a white form player, then I don't really have a problem with it. But I think you can improve your white ball cricket by playing 4-day cricket, and vice versa. I think learning technique and understanding of batting for long periods of time will help you when you play in 50-over games or T20 games around the world.
Exactly right. You even look at the arguably one of the best T20 batters of all time, Chris Gale. His record is phenomenal, but the guy's got a Test match triple 100 and averages 40 in that format. He was a superstar in all the formats. So A.B. de Villiers, Virat Kohli, the list goes on. The guys that really have a longevity of performance in T20, because let's face it, if you can probably hit medium paces around and be a great white ball specialist, but when you've coming up against a Rabada or a Dale Sain a few years ago bowling 90 odd miles an hour, your 4-day technique gets you through those periods. There's not many players who just go in swish in the willow who are going to survive against that extreme pace, or a Rashid Khan or a Sunil Narain. Those sort of elite players will find you out, I think. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think a 4-day base of technique and then expanded into the 1-day game is definitely the way to go. Probably one of the guys in world cricket that has gone the other way, or went the other way, was Warner. Warner was very much white ball, and now he's now a very fine Test match batsman. So he started in limited overs cricket and put in the hard yards, as we hope Tom Banton will do, as Warwickshire reach 19 for 2.
Will Smead the same. Obviously, he's played these competitions around the world, hasn't he? But it'd be interesting to watch. I think we're into a little bit of a phase of the world cricket that it's a little bit unknown, because we've not really been there before. So seeing how these players evolve and adapt and make their way into various games and hopefully into international cricket through different avenues.
I'd be surprised if the top run scorers in the 100 ball or the NatWest Blasts aren't the same players that are at the top of the batting charts in 4-day cricket as well. I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case. Form is form, and hitting the cricket ball is still hitting the cricket ball, even though maybe in slightly different areas, ramps and various different shots like that. So Marcus, your position with England, what is the official title? I'm sure it has a very swanky title. Batting consultant, is it something like that?
I'm elite batting coach.
Elite batting coach.
Yeah.
Elite batting coach. What does that entail? Just describe to our listeners what you're doing on your day-to-day now. You're a much loved player, a legend of the club. I'm sure our listeners would love to know what you're up to.
So I am watching a lot of cricket at the moment, via either being here and watching today's cricket, or online whenever I can see it. We have certain ways of watching all the cricket around the country. Sit there with your iPad and just look at how people are scoring, how they're batting, watching their techniques, how their methods are holding up, how they're getting out, all these different things. To be able to then, scouting or reporting and, keeping an eye on seeing how their improvements are matching up into the game.
So am I right in saying that you probably have a directive of certain players you want to watch, and then you might see someone that you weren't necessarily going to watch that catches your eye?
Yeah, kind of. I think we all know, if you looked around the county, you could pick out the key players and key batters, from my point of view, that would be in the frame, if you like. There's a long list that's created, and those batters are scouted and watched over a long period of time. Yeah.
Message to all those batters out there: you are being watched.
Yeah, and the second part to that, also part of my job, is then the guys who are currently in the team at the moment. So the guys that we were in the West Indies with, so obviously we did the Caribbean trip for the 3 Test matches there. So those sort of guys, when we're looking or getting close to the start of the summer Test matches in early June, over the next few weeks we will be going around to work with those guys and spend time at their practices with their counties, or individually if we need to. So, you're making contact with these boys and regularly over the week's training and practicing that they're doing, and then you're still seeing them to get volume of hits into them. That they're still trying to improve on certain things.
Yeah, I know Joe Root a couple of maybe last season at some stage but just before a Test series, came to Trent Bridge and had a couple of sessions with Pete Moores, and I think it was well reported Alistair Cook went off working with different coaches. And is that kind of accepted as part of the England setup, that batters have the right to choose, or is it right Marcus is working with you and that?
No, very much have the right to choose. If they feel they need to work with somebody and they have a rapport and understand that person understands their game, then very much they can do it. What might happen if that would be the case is that I might go along in there and watch and just listen, so that potentially when we're in the Test environment or in an international game, if that's what they really hold on to, the information that person is imparting, I could then maybe deliver some of the same messages to get the desired outcome.
Exactly right, as Lewis Gregory hits a beautiful length there to Sam Hain. Lovely bit of kiss off of the surface through to Steve Davis. And we certainly hope, as Somerset fans, Tom Abel in particular is one of the ones to watch. Had a tricky start to the season, but has come back really well with a big 100, a 50, and followed up in this game with another 70. Certainly a fine player, and one of the modern cricketers that could very much be a 3-format player.
Yeah, I'm more amazed how his game in white ball cricket has evolved in the last few years.
Yeah, I think there was, certainly when the three of us were on the staff together, you didn't really see how he could play 2020 cricket. He didn't really have a lot of power. And then he came in for a couple of games and he started scoring more on touch, didn't he? Like the ramps and sweeps and reverse sweeps. And then all of a sudden, as the winters, went on, he was putting in so much work. He's a strong boy, started hitting over extra cover for 6, down the ground for 6, and all of a sudden just expanded his game, didn't he?
Yeah, when you see him hit those balls over extra, he plays that probably as good as anybody in the country. His ability to hit straight bat shots over extra, over mid-off, and obviously then his scooping and his sweeping and all these different shots that's in the game nowadays, he's mastered those also. But one thing he did have that both of us never had was that ability to run between the wickets.
or lack of desire to run between the wickets too much, might be the point.
So his athleticism that is really a major part of that.
In our defence, Bang, we were quite good at clearing the ropes. We didn't need to do too much running. Yeah. Batting at the top, batting in the middle. Your 2s and 3s are important, certainly in the modern form. I've been doing a bit of commentary on the IPL, and I noticed there was one game with Aidan Markram batting, and it was just amazing. Every sort of shot that he didn't time, he seemed to make it into a 2 because of how good he was between the wickets. Then he gets the boundary, and his team are going at 12 and over all the time. I mean, it really, the modern game is just evolving almost day by day. Really is.
It's not fair, is it?
No.
To be able to run between the wickets like that and whack it out the ground is, that's what everybody desires, isn't it? But
well, I will say, Bang, you were 10 times the player I was, but I definitely had a yard on you across the ground. I'm not having that.
Hey, me, you, and Hildy were all the same. Just old and.
Yeah, we all get old, don't we? It's such a shame. Well, so coming back to the ground today, do you get? I've been back for the last few games, and I I've still got that semi-urge to want to be out there with the boys doing battle. Do you still get that?
No.
No.
Absolutely no interest in playing anymore.
Any level of cricket?
No.
Charity cricket?
Not if I can help it.
Yeah.
I'm so heavily involved with what the game is, with my job, and I'm here loads. You might not see me, but I'll be sat in a box, or I'll be sat in the stands, and I'll be watching certain players. If I'm not working, then I'll also come down and just spend the afternoon just enjoying watching the cricket. So, I'm involved with the game so much that I really haven't thought about having a bat and wanting to carry on do it. It's just like I'm over that. I've played long enough. I'm done with that now.
I think I'm pretty close to that. I mean, I played for 23 years. Yourself, 27 years, whatever it was. I mean, and the volumes of cricket we played as well. I mean, it really is genuinely thousands of games. So yeah, you kind of do burn out, I suppose, but it's much better. I'll tell you what, I have noticed since working in cricket on the media side of things is I used to be such a better batter. I'm so good now.
I don't think
I've ever played a bad shot.
That's just part and parcel of the moving into the media, isn't it? That's the beauty of it.
There's Jack Brooks at the top of his mark, the headband warrior. Love watching Brooksy bowl, very highly skilled. Economy of run-up, hits great areas and picks up some valuable wickets for the club. Really good signing, Brooksy, bringing him down from up north. Settled in brilliantly. Great character to have around, and it's at that stage now where the bowlers, the fielders, will be begging for that third wicket just to give a little bit of a spark to this bowling innings. Warwickshire moved on to 21 for 2 off of 15 overs. Jack Brooks halfway through his third over, has not conceded a run yet.
Get into that. Oh, that's gone straight up. Josh Davies underneath it. And gone.
Lovely bowling there from Jack Brooks. That is going to be a head scratcher. That's going to be a very quiet dressing room to walk back. He stepped back, and I could only just describe that as a complete hack. In the context of the game, coach and captain are not going to be very happy with their opening batsman, who's gone out trying to save a game, caught mid-on. All the better. We called for it. And it's happened. 21 for 3. Somerset on the charge here. And Director of Cricket Andy Hurry is striding out with the drinks bottles. What a magnificent sight that is. He does the accounts, he does the hirings, he does the firings, and now he's running the hydration onto the pitch. What a man. What a club man Andy Hurry is. It was great working with Sarge, wasn't it, Trez?
Yeah, very good. Obviously, very detailed, very structured in what he did. Obviously, he had a few years as head coach, or he's good. We had a good relationship working together, trying to drive the team forward. And then in the role that he's in now with Director of Cricket, he's very, very good at that.
Did not expect to see him running onto the pitch there with the drinks.
I'm guessing one of the lads has nipped off for a comfort break or something like that. But
he's above and beyond the call of duty. Fair play to you, Sarge. I hosted the members Q&A last night in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion with Sarge and Gordon Hollins, the CEO. That was quite an experience. I had on my notes that one of the burning questions was the 2021 Somerset Almanac going to be printed into a hard copy? So obviously absolutely crucial bits of information there. There were a few spaces on the bookshelves empty for a couple of members, and one of the real burning questions was the Somerset faithful are very motivated to show to the ECB that 4-day cricket will be watched here at Somerset no matter what time of the year, but as they're getting on a little bit, can they supply soup in April? And we have decided, and Gordon rightly so has committed to not only offering teas and coffees here at the Cooper Associates County Ground Taunton, teas and coffees, we are going to have soup, but was undecided if mushroom will be on the menu. So a really informative Q&A from the members in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. We had a lot of fun, some good questions, but some
we
you think maybe aren't a priority.
I think you're being quite politically correct there with that answer. Normally, I think in the change room you might answer that in a slightly different way.
Potentially, but you know, I've got my my media filter in, It's working on overdrive at the moment.
I'd really encourage you to take that filter off just for a period of time and just let it go.
Marcus, no. You are elite specialist batting coach for England.
Not specialist, just elite.
Elite. You're elite batting coach from England, and I am budding media commentator. I think I need to keep some views quite private. It was good actually. It was nice to be around. You know what? This is the great thing about coming back to Somerset. So many familiar faces. We both played for the club for a long time, and you get embraced and congratulated. It's a nice feel, isn't it? It's a really, really good club to play for. And to be fair, I know I was a little bit of a tease there about the soup and the almanac from 2021, but that's the passion that the people in Somerset show for this club. They are detailed. They love those little idiosyncrasies that you don't get. You can't imagine the Manchester United or Arsenal CEO having to answer questions about soup, can you?
He'd be in a far more difficult position, I would imagine.
That's the great thing about county cricket. It springs up problems that you never thought were problems. There's Lewis Gregory at the top of his mark, twiddling the ball in the air, looking for that seam to be stood up. Ball looks actually very, very shiny and in great condition from probably about 40, 50 metres away here. Even I can see the gold lettering of the Duke ball still shining. Still a bit of swing to be had there. 21-4-3 off 16 overs. Somerset with their tails up, searching for these final 7 wickets. And finally get the 2022 season underway. And make that 2022 almanac much worth purchasing in hard copy. Have you got one, Marcus?
Not yet, no, not yet. I'm sure I will purchase one at some point.
Do you remember back in the day when you signed your first contract, and I can remember I was buzzing that I was in the Who's Who book. First time I was ever in a book. You must have. You get sent them, don't you? And I think for about 4 or 5 years I kept them. And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, not one of these books again. And you get asked to sign so many of them, don't you?
Well, collectors like to just try and get every autograph or every person to sign their picture within the book, and you use so much of them around the county grounds nowadays. And some people turn up with 10 of these books and wanting them signed, so which is generally no problem.
It's never a problem. Must have got quite challenging at times, getting naught in a test match and then having 35,000 signatures to sign must be quite tedious at times, but always nice that people care. We're like human Pokemon, aren't we, really? You got to collect them all.
I never forget that time at Trent Bridge when Pokemon was very popular and you were all over it at the moment.
Oh, I can remember. That was brilliant, wasn't it?
I think we'd been fielding and you'd suddenly turned on your phone at lunchtime and there's one out there. There's one out there, I've got to go and get him. So you're then wandering around the outfield on your own with no one else about trying to find this Pokemon.
Just to give context to our listeners, there was a game on your phone, on your iPhone or whatever phone you have, called Pokemon Go, where you used to get alerts if there was a rare Pokemon in your area, and my Pokemon flashed up at lunchtime and showed that around about mid-on there was a gnarly or whatever it was called, and I had to go out there and get it, and all the lads were like, what the hell are you? I think they were even videoing me out there, and I was walking around trying to flick my imaginary Pokemon balls at my gnarly. I think I got it.
See, these are the sort of stories that should be told on this sort of platform.
Yeah, well, that's elite sport in cricket, isn't it? I just bowled a 10-over spell. I should be recovering, ice bathing and protein shaking, and I was out collecting me Pokemon. So,
can you imagine one of the Bristol City footballers coming out at half-time, walking around the ground, trying to find his
really
Pokemon?
Can't. But that's the really unique thing about being a professional cricketer. I think, is it fair to say, Marcus, that it would be impossible to survive emotionally a county season without some level of hobby?
I don't think that's the unique thing about county cricket. I think that's the unique thing about you.
Come on, every cricketer I know has got some sort of hobby. Because the amount of times we spend, especially yourself, who's played a lot of international cricket, I think someone came out with a number of days per year you spend in hotels, and whether it be, I suppose, now with the streaming services, you can watch a lot of movies and stuff. But I know a lot of the lads play cards or certain games, and some people take PlayStations and Xboxes around just to keep themselves occupied. I know Alex Hales takes a dartboard with him everywhere he goes. I mean, it'd be a long, long year without a hobby. Mine that year was Pokemon.
There must be something better to talk about. What time are Love Musgrove coming on? Are they on soon?
Let's talk about golf. Marcus, how's your golf?
I haven't played enough. I'm
we'll have to get a
trying
game
again.
soon.
I think we're playing on next couple of days.
Well, Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We've got a game, hopefully, if the weather's okay and it recovers after tomorrow.
Yeah, the boys will be fine. They'll have hopefully a day off. I've got a PGA tournament at Camberwell Park on Tuesday, so it'd be nice to have a knock on Monday to get my swing loosened up after a couple of days in this chair. And more importantly, the burning question: can Somerset take these next 7 wickets today and give the lads a much-earned celebratory time in the dressing room and a day off? 22 for 3. Somerset have played this game perfectly so far, amassing 458 in the first innings and bowling Warwickshire out for 209, enforcing the follow-on. And those 3 early wickets, for just 22 runs, leave Warwickshire in a whole heap of strife.
One more wicket before lunch would be nice, wouldn't it? Going at 4 down, it'd be a real good position.
It certainly would. It certainly would. Jack Brooks bowling from the river end. He's got that sort of Botham-esque wicket. Not a great delivery, but a terrible shot, top-edged to mid-on. Has really sort of got the ball rolling, because that 3rd wicket partnership was starting to sort of grind out a little bit, wasn't it? Sam Haynes, a tricky customer to get out, isn't he? We've always found him hard to get out.
Yeah, I think on a good pitch as well, he does get across the ball. So you always feel like the pad's in play. You can feel like you can get him LBW. I wouldn't mind seeing them, especially from this end, which I should say just Gothic Pavilion end. I'd like to see them use a few short balls, got a bigger boundary that they could potentially test him, and then he might not get into the full ball quite as much.
Did that feel weird calling the building your building?
Very strange.
Fair play. So you are still humble and human. That's nice to know. Ladies and gents, he's not got too big for his boots. He's still good old Marcus.
There was a rumour knocking around over the last couple of days I wasn't allowed into the building, but I have to say it wasn't true. I was here working on the first couple of days, and I needed to get into one of the boxes at the front, and they were all locked.
Do you not get a key?
No, I get you get your honorary life membership.
Do you get one of those?
Yeah, every ex-player gets one that they like anyway.
Oh, yeah, that they like. It must be what they like. 540 odd appearances for the club. I don't even have the membership. What about that?
It wasn't true. I was allowed in.
That's good. As Will Rhodes clips that off his legs, Jack Brooks just straying, searching for the LBW, clipped off the pads nicely to the long leg boundary for 4. I suppose runs aren't really a massive problem. It's okay for Brooksy to go searching for that LBW, but I've always found Will Rhodes to be more of a candidate of edging the ball. So hopefully that was just a set-up delivery, and this one will be angling across the Warwickshire captain.
Would you go over or around, would you say?
I like the natural angle across to Rhoda. I've played a bit of cricket against him and studied him. He seems very comfortable. Jim Troughton, he always looked like you'd get him LBW, but he never missed it, did he? And he'd score a lot of runs. As soon as you started going across him, I think a healthy ratio of more across, and maybe every 10 balls, have a speculative little search for the front pad. But I would say that statistically, I'd be surprised if the outer edge wasn't Will Rhodes' downfall. Very good player. It's probably one that didn't sort of shine out as an amazing like player at county level, but then over the last few years he's got a decent
he's not too old either. He's only 26, I think, something like that. So he's still in with a shout. And
really good volume of runs. Obviously well respected captain. I know that he used to bowl a lot, and he had quite an action where he leant away quite a long way, and I think he had some lower back issues. I wouldn't call him a reluctant bowler, but he doesn't bowl as much anymore. and he's started to score some big runs for Warwickshire. So it's always nice, you know, we all play against each other and want to compete, but you know, when lads that you know are good lads have a bit of success when you're not playing against them, it's nice to see certain people get a few, and Roder's definitely one of those. But hopefully not today. Sam Hain as well. Interesting one, Sam Hain. He's talked about an awful lot, Marcus. You know, he's got, I believe, the highest list day average in world cricket not to be playing for his country. Can you explain that one? I'm sure there's some Bears fans tuning in that would like that question answered. So over to you, Sunshine.
Nothing to do with me, that one. I'm not on selection. I just try and get the players ready. That's all I try and do. But he has done really well in white ball cricket in the last few years. And also his 4-day cricket is starting to come up to the level that we'd seen when he first sort of came into the team for Warwickshire going back a few years. But yeah, he's going to be prolific. There's no doubt about it. He had an opportunity, you know, with some Lions cricket, and he was in one of the squads. I think when we had the Ireland ODI series, he was involved with that. When COVID times, when we were playing, you know, warm-up games were England versus England, and he was involved in, you know, some of those sort of games and preparation times.
So the message would be just to keep scoring runs.
That's all you can do, isn't it?
Because I can remember us teasing him when he first came onto the scene. I think we speculated that Jonathan Trott had been cloned in the dressing room, because they batted almost. He even marked his guard famously like Jonathan Trott, didn't he? Which irritated every bowler on the county circuit. As Lewis bowls an absolute beauty to watch. Captain Will Rhodes just missing the outer edge. I've watched a few spells from Lewis. He is due a hatful. He's bowled so much better than his wicket return. Really impressed with how Lewis is going about his business. He's always very consistent, but he's been dreadfully unlucky. And Peter Siddle, up until the last game where he got his wicket haul at the Oval, both him and Lewis Gregory have bowled really, really well without a great deal of luck. So hopefully today is the day for Lewis as he steams in again and bowls a great area well left, and that's half a stump away from being good night Irene. So in your position as elite batting coach, do you have, I know you don't select, so there's no accountability there. So well played, you batted that one back nicely, but you know, you see someone, you look at the numbers, do you have a, well, come on guys, you really need to consider Tom Abel or Sam Hain or whoever it may be. Do you have those conversations? Is it quite is there a lot of communication between the coaches and selectors and captain of the England setup?
Yeah, we talk with various people within the setup. Obviously, you've got there's scouts, you know, at most games around the country, dotted around watching, and then we have the areas then that we would feed into. James Taylor is head scout, so he then feeds back into sort of like performance director and then into head coach and these sort of people. And we will have maybe a period of time before the selections meetings, maybe the week before, that where we would have our input into the certain players that they'd be discussing. And that's how we can give our feedback at that point. But there's scouting forms that are fielding, and there's information that's collated from all these guys watching the cricket, and we sort of put that together for the scouts to then. For the selectors to, make their informed judgments on what they think.
So it sounds like you've created a system where no one person can be blamed, which is ideal, really, isn't it?
It's starting to sound like somebody from a newspaper or from Sky or somewhere like that.
Certainly not. We all want the England team to be doing well and back to the top of the tree, which is our motivation and the motivation of every single one of the players playing out here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Warwickshire 30 for 3. Can we pick up, as Marcus says, that 4th wicket before the lunch interval? Jack Brooks running into bowl to Sam Hain, who leaves well alone. There's a nice amount of noise through the effects mic. Somerset, rightly so, still quite buoyant.
Must be time for a changeover.
You're bored of me, Marcus?
Well,
You want me to go, or do you want to go?
Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you.
Yeah, well, we'll have to. I'm sure we can get you out around the grounds, get some sun on those pale legs of yours.
Yeah, I've got to do a presentation at lunchtime, so before I go up to school to coach for the afternoon and see the boys and girls playing in their respective games.
Well, it's been great talking to you, Marcus, and thank you for letting me into your pavilion. If you could have a little chat to the club and get my membership sorted out, that would be great. I certainly don't have the clout here. As Jack Brooks turns, sweatband adorned.
You have the
Jack
power
Brooks.
of the media now to be able to put them under pressure.
Wow.
All your followers on social media.
It's a big platform.
I did hear you released your Instagram handle and all these things over the last few days.
Well, it's the modern way, isn't it? I'm a millennial. You got to be out there. Social media is the power that be. It runs the world. You look at the influence Big Don Trump had on Twitter, who's now banned. It's actually I'm campaigning to get him back. It's who's my guilty pleasure, listening to the ramblings of Don.
Careful where you go with this.
Now we've got our very own Boris Johnson to mock and laugh at now, so it's ideal, isn't it? So the world of the media is very, very different these days. The written word is out the window, and digital social media is the way forward. I know you're more of a voyeur on Instagram. You're not much of a poster, but I know you're on there just lurking and watching, aren't you?
Just sort of keep in touch with it, see what's happening. Don't like letting people too much know what I'm up to, but or putting my views out there to be shot down.
Well, what are your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? My Twitter handle is @Triggs140. Is Marcus a voyeur for a reason, or has he got something to hide? Answers on a postcard. As we thank Marcus for his time today.
Always a pleasure, Peter.
Always good to see you, my friend, and welcome back. Like I said, thanks for letting me in your building. It was great playing with you, and I'm sure you'll be up soon.
No doubt. See you again.
Cheers, buddy. Warwickshire moving on to 30 for 3 now. 20 overs gone. Some itchy feet out there. Desperate to get these next few wickets. A little bit of momentum to make that lunch taste a little bit nicer. That dessert that they always serve here. Bananas with a bit of custard. A little bit of drizzled honey. I know that was a favourite. All the bowlers used to smash into that. Well, they were in the middle of a 20-over spell as Lewis runs into bowl to Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes, who defends watchfully to mid-wicket. Replacing Marcus is someone who will probably answer questions a little bit more honestly. Sam, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Peter. I love that you signed off by calling him a voyeur, or suggesting that the general public, should make their decision on Marcus. I don't think I'm really an adequate replacement, though.
I think the context behind that is, being an international player, you do elevate yourself to a whole new level of fame. So, rightly so, I think you've got to be a little bit more circumspect and private about your life. Whereas I much enjoy sharing what I'm doing with people who are interested, and family and friends and supporters of the club. My interests in cars and golf and various bits and bobs. Very much an open book, me, mate.
You're a busy man as well, running to catch trains at Paddington.
Oh, awesome, mate. That was such a panic. Such a panic.
You'd have had sweat patches underneath that nice shirt you're wearing, wouldn't you?
No, I don't sweat. I'm like I'm Prince Andrew. I don't sweat.
You and Sir Alistair Cook.
No. It was. You know what? I always get to the Oval and I'm always in a bit of a flap. And Dan Norcross said, "Are you okay? You look a bit panicked." I was like, just as soon as I get into London, coming from the southwest, Weston-super-Mare, I drive past Burnham to get onto the M5, and I think my idea of traffic is a couple of cows going from field to milking shed. London is an incredibly hectic and fast-paced part of the world, and very intimidating. And I got off I was on the getting into Oxford Circus, up the Bakerloo line, into Paddington. My watch had just ticked over to 7:30.
Yeah.
7:32, my train was leaving Paddington Station back to the West Country, and there's an enormous flight of stairs that I was taking 3 steps at a time. Like I said, I haven't done a pre-season this year, so my fitness level isn't great. I got to the top, nearly passed out, and I made my train literally on the button. Very, very stressed out.
I don't believe that you may not have done a pre-season for your Trigo, but I suspect you're still a pretty fit man. No excuses. You made the train.
Just about. As someone on the social media rightly said, they were going to say hello apparently, but they didn't want to stop me in full flow. That was quite a day.
Maybe.
So Sam, your thoughts on the day's play today? I think couldn't have gone a lot better really. 4 wickets. We have taken 4 wickets in this session. Finished off Warwickshire for 209, and then 3 wickets. In particular, the real key wicket of Dom Sibley, who could be a thorn in the side on a pitch like this. But to have him out already, it's not bad, is it?
Perfection, really. That's what they want. That wicket in the first couple of overs, saving Craig for the new ball in the second innings. I mean, that could have backfired if they'd have been out there 10, 15 overs without your main strike bowler. But that's the beauty of the depth Somerset have got in their bowling attack. And yeah, I was listening to you, Marcus, well, very keenly. But Rob Yates' shot at this stage in the game, I can't imagine he's still probably sat in a very quiet corner, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I think I'm not being funny. There were, I mean, I got out in some pretty rogue fashion, but if I would have got out of that in the context of the game, I'm not sure I would have wanted to come and face the captain, Justin Langer.
No.
I think that would have been quite an interesting conversation.
I think you might have walked in the other direction and straight out of the gates and on the train back to Weston-super-Mare had you done that.
Quite possibly, as Jack Leach is brought into the attack, much to the warm applause of the Cooper Associates County Ground Taunton faithful. Everyone loves seeing the nut come on to bowl.
Came on to bowl yesterday, took a wicket in his first over as well. And Pete Trigo is going to remove the headphones gracefully for 10 minutes before lunch. He's looking brilliant, and we're going to have a very special guest. Zoe Steer from Love Musgrove is going to join us on the live stream as Jack Leach goes through his action. A few overs of spin just before lunch. Got about 10, 12 minutes to go. Steve Davies up to the stumps. One slip in. Leach with just a one slip in. Bowling at Sam Hain, who made half century in the first innings. He's still there. A lot depends on him if Warwickshire are to have any chance of saving this game. And Zoe, hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you enjoying your, well, you're not in the sunshine now, you're inside, but have you enjoyed your morning in the sunshine?
It's been lovely.
First time here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, or are you a regular?
No, we've had some rural visits here, some celebrations, along with Marcus in attendance and some of the other players.
And Marcus is what's perfect. You've steered us perfectly into, because Marcus is a patron, isn't he?
Is.
Of Love Musgrove.
He is.
Of which you are head of fundraising, I believe.
I am indeed.
And you've been raising plenty of funds, haven't you? Tell us a little bit about it.
So this year we're celebrating our 25 years of charitable funds. So in 20 years we've raised a lot of money. And this year we're raising money for our 25th anniversary, which is about 15 projects across the trust. So we've got stroke dementia at Willerton, South Petherton, lots of equipment at Musgrove, dementia boxes, music therapy across the trust. So lots of different things that people can kind of get engaged with. And over the years we've been extremely grateful for everyone who's fundraised for us, donated, from groups and organisations. And we've got really close ties with you guys here as well.
Nice to see those shirts out there this morning.
I know. I'm desperate to get my hands on one.
They haven't had one yet.
No, nobody's offered me one.
That's good. It's good. I like this. It's a good thing we do that. If there's something we want, we just say it live on air. And it's like you put people under pressure,
if anyone wants to give me their shirt, that's absolutely fine. I can wear it around the hospital. I will make good use of it.
And there's a young lad who designed it a couple of years ago,
Yes,
didn't he? Won a
I
competition.
think just before pandemic hit.
Yes.
And I think, like you said, they kind of went like hotcakes, didn't they? So I didn't get my hands on one. So if anyone has one they'd like to give me.
He was 12 years old, Tom Clark. So
Yes.
I think he's a couple of years older now, obviously. That's how time works. So I think the shirt may be a bit snug on him now because he had it as a 12-year-old.
Yes.
So now for the new photos,
Yes.
right, he needs a new one. But didn't it look absolutely brilliant? So these 15 projects, what kind of stuff have you got?
So
going
we've
on?
got dementia boxes. We want to put 17 clinical sites.
Yeah.
We've got music therapy that we want to do across the trust. We've got equipment that we need for stroke rehabilitation in Willerton and South Petherton. We've got a research project taking place about hypnosis after surgery.
Oh, interesting.
So we've got a really wide variety and breadth of projects that people can get involved in. We're funding gardens across the trust for wellbeing for staff, patients and carers. And this kind of day is brilliant to say thank you to the staff who've done amazing things in the last couple of years and continue to do fabulous things for our patients.
What they really do is Craig Overton comes back into the attack. Yeah, as you're saying, the shirt was designed pre-pandemic, but I mean the last couple of years in particular, I mean, the NHS has been wonderful for very many years now, but the last couple of years must have put a particular strain.
Put a strain
on the staff as well, on their well-being.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that we really focus on now to make sure that they get the kind of help and support and welfare and well-being that they rightly deserve, and they still do absolutely incredible stuff for patients and all across our kind of community sites as well, not just at Musgrove.
Well, they're the kind of people you tend to find that go above and beyond, don't they? There's their job description and then there's the job they actually do.
I know. We've recently done a kind of just because where staff nominated other staff to have an Easter egg, and they went into raffle, and the kind of comments that staff made for other staff colleagues, for them to kind of have an Easter egg was a really kind of lovely thing to do as well.
Will Rhodes get right in behind that one. Work for the skipper here to do now. If you just look at the top of your screen, rolling across, you can donate to Love Musgrove. You just need to text Somerset NHS to 70085. It's got our very own version of Comic Relief. We'll get a bit of a totaliser later on.
Exactly, and you know, it's amazing that, you know, people who want to kind of donate or get involved, take on a challenge. We've got 9 skydivers today taken to the air at Dunkeswell to raise money for us.
Oh wow, they're not going to dive. They're not going to end up finishing. We could
No,
have done that. They could have finished here at tea time.
They could have done, couldn't they? But hopefully not. Hopefully they'll be kind of, you know, jumping and landing safely.
Yes, it would have gone a little bit wrong if they've done that. Right, I'm doing it right now. I'm putting in on my phone, Somerset NHS. No time like the present. Please do, if you can spare the money. Zoe's been telling you about all those wonderful projects.
And we've had 1,400 tickets today, or for NHS staff. So it's wonderful that, you know, friends and family can come along and watch a brilliant game of cricket.
Well, they've certainly picked the right day as Will Rhodes picks up a boundary down the ground. Tom Lammonby chasing that one, but in vain. Checked on drive just a little bit. A rare over pitch ball from Craig Overton. Put away nicely. There we go. I've sent my text message.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm in. Yeah. What did you say? 1,400 in today?
Yeah, well, Dan said 1,400 tickets for NHS staff, which is pretty amazing and a lovely thing for you guys to, you know, to offer as a thank you for, you know, all the kind of great work that they've done, and to enjoy it with their family and friends as well. End
of the over there. Warwickshire 38 for free. I'm going to kind of tap into music therapy a little bit, because I mean that's a wonderful thing, and there's a few cricket links as well. Jimmy Anderson, one of England's greats, if not the greatest bowler, he does a lot of work with Nordoff Robbins, a charity I think they are as well. But so the music therapy, how does that work?
So it's with Art for Life, who kind of do all the kind of nice portraits and arts across the trust, and they work with a company who kind of go into different wards and departments to kind of do music therapy, and it's particularly good for those people who've got dementia, because actually with music it accesses different parts of the brain. Although they can't necessarily remember other things, they can sing.
Yeah.
and kind of that it brings that alive for them. So it's a really important kind of thing to connect all our patients to music and help them. So that's one kind of thing that is really great for us, and we haven't been able to do it pre-pandemic.
No, and so my grandma passed away during the pandemic, and she had dementia for many years, and it was difficult to get a conversation. She didn't know who we were, but put a song on and bang, straight back into it.
Yeah.
And I think it must have been brilliant for her because she lit up, and I know my mum and my uncle really loved it as well because they just got a bit of mum back just for those 5 minutes or so.
It kind of stimulates that part of the brain that kind of just connects them instantly back to kind of music.
Yes.
And it's an amazing thing to see.
Likewise, an amazing thing to see is Jack Leach with ball in hand here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We like to see that, and we can see the number scrolling across. Let's text Somerset NHS to 70085. Pushed off the back foot by Hayne. Now pick up a single, and it's a whole wide range of things. So there was some research you talked about as well. Hypnosis after surgery, did you say?
Yeah, it's led by a sister on I think Hestercombe ward about after certain surgery about whether hypnosis helps rather than I guess the traditional kind of medication. So that's a really exciting thing for us, and all of the projects are on our website, which is lovemusgrove.org.uk, so people can look at all the different projects that we've got. So we want to fund our amazing volunteers in the trust with polo shirts, because at the moment they just wear a lanyard.
Yeah.
So for them to be easily recognisable, and they help patients across the trust to find where they need to go, which is a bit difficult at the moment with all the building works.
Yes, yes, it is. You need people there to kind of guide. It's almost like air traffic control, isn't it? You need sometimes.
It is, definitely. So they do a brilliant job to kind of help people across the trust to get them to where they need to go. So supporting our volunteers is really important.
End of another Jack Leach over. 39 for free. Warwickshire volunteers. Are you in the market? Are you looking for volunteers? Can people get involved?
Yeah, if people want to volunteer, we have all kind of different things that we can get involved in. So if anybody wants to volunteer, they can contact us on our website page, and we'll gladly get in contact with them.
I presume there's a range of different things people can help you with?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of Charity of the Year relationships locally, so we'll be doing some collections there. So we're always looking for people who can, even give us a couple of hours, really. It's really important for us to have that awareness. And, we are really lucky that we have really great community ties in locally with lots of kind of groups and associations, and obviously you guys. So we are incredibly lucky, but we're always looking for volunteers to kind of help us.
Oh, I know that the Somerset players, or everyone at the club, the staff and players, are very proud to be associated as well. They looked fine out there this morning in their morning game of football.
Absolutely, and I think Christmas 2 years ago they did some pig racing for us.
Yeah, nice. Okay, hang on. Please do.
Not real pigs.
Expand.
I think it was those mechanical little.
I see.
Pigs, and so they raised lots of money from that. So we are grateful for everything that the cricket club do and for their support. So we've had some interesting fundraising from you guys.
And there's no finer man to be the patron either.
Exactly.
Sat in his pavilion,
exactly.
To which we discovered on the live stream he hasn't got keys to his own pavilion, but he is allowed in.
I know. Yes. No, Marcus has been a fantastic supporter for us, and he's kind of opened our Christmas lights and done other things, hosted a royal visit with the Countess of Wessex here for us back a couple of years ago, when we were fundraising for our third MRI, which was £1 million, which was a fantastic achievement born through all the donations from the community as well. So
yeah, those medical science is wonderful, but it doesn't come cheap, so that's why the money is so important, isn't it?
Bits of equipment certainly don't come cheap.
No, but you did a fantastic job. Is it 20 million you said they've
20 million, 25 years we've raised.
That's a serious
which is
effort.
a staggering amount. It allows us to do all sorts of things. We get lots of legacies as well, so it helps us to develop our paediatric assessment unit to help kind of not keep as many children in with us. So lots of kind of developments and legacies are a brilliant thing for us to do, things that we wouldn't normally be able to do.
Turned around the corner there by Sam Hain, who pick up a boundary. It sounds like so there's a lot of focus as well on the aftercare then.
Yes. Yeah, so we've just completed, we raised 100,000 to refurb our maternity unit. So that was some high dependency bays and other things to improve kind of care for mums and babies.
Sounds fantastic. As Craig Overton is half interested, perhaps there was a bit of bat and a bit of pad. Overton was thinking it was pad first. He's now asking the question, I'm sure very politely, of Sam Hain. No interest from the umpires, and Warwickshire pick up a single. So you're based in Taunton? Is it based at Musgrove?
Yes. Yeah, so we're based in the old building.
Yes, I did a summer on NHS bank stuff. I was in the IT department, which is funny because I know nothing about IT. But yes, so I could just about find my way around by the end.
So we're opposite the door to IT.
Okay, there you go. Well, it was a porter cabin when I was. Yeah, it was an outbuilding at the back.
Oh, they've all gone now.
Oh, have they?
They've got a brand new building there.
Oh, beautiful. There we go. Well, speaking of beauty, this morning from a Somerset perspective has been a thing of beauty. So Steer, I know you've got to rush down. You and Mark, you're going to meet Marcus, aren't you, for a bit of a presentation on the pitch? Is that right?
With a signed shirt.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I hope you get your shirt as well.
Yeah, anybody wants to give me a shirt, that's absolutely fine.
Excellent. Well, Zoe's got her Love Musgrove t-shirt on, so she wants a new one
to
add to that.
I do.
Well, Zoe, thank you so much.
No, thank you ever so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome anytime. Wonderful work. And just remember, easy as that, on the screen, you can donate £10 by texting Somerset NHS to 70085. I've just done it, and I would urge you to do so too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you to everyone who's been tuning in on the live stream. What a treat. We had Vic Marks and Pete Trigo yesterday, and this morning we had Pete Trigo and Marcus Draskovic. I mean, we could sit and listen to them for hours and hours. And Somerset are in a very commanding position here at lunch. Warwickshire trail by 204 runs. They've got 7 second innings wickets remaining. Current partnership is worth 24. Sam Hain and Will Rhodes are the not-out batters. Alex Davies, Dom Sibley and Rob Yates all falling cheaply. A wicket apiece for Davey, Overton and Brooks. 2 in the day for Davey, who opened the bowling this morning. It just took Somerset just 13 balls to get that final Warwickshire wicket. They were 9 down overnight. So far, it's been pretty much practically perfect, as I think Mary Poppins might well have sung one day. We're going to take a break. Thank you very much to WPA Health Insurance for their sponsoring of this live stream. Enjoy your lunch, and we will speak to you or hear from you. Enjoy getting your comments, your engagements on social media in about 40 minutes' time.
Welcome to Behind the Wyvern, Abu Dhabi edition. Andy Hurry here, getting ready to go. Currently 5:30 in the morning, just packing the bus up and yeah, off to the airport. Let's go and have a look at what's going on after the bus. We're at Alpha Rita here. Oh, the camera's gone upside. Hey, well, here we go. How are you feeling, Jack?
Wide awake, mate. Me.
Early morning start.
Getting great conversation out of Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, look at him. Just arrived in Heathrow. Wait, I'll flip the camera here. Hang on. We got Neil here, ready with his football.
Ready to go?
Cricket only. Where's Banton? Because we're not carrying his bags.
There's no way.
Tell you what we love to see is, Thomas Banton, economy. Just touched down in Abu Dhabi. Neil, just sit down and relax.
I know, but I want to get out there and do stuff.
Day one in Abu Dhabi. Late night last night. Got in about 1 AM I think. Everyone had to have a bit of food, and then yeah, now we've just had breakfast. We've got a little recovery session. Just getting the flight out of the legs. Mid-gym session, and we've just found out it's the skipper's birthday.
I'm an old man today, 28.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good, mate. It's good to be out here with the boys. Where else would you rather spend your birthday?
Got training, day one.
Good morning.
We're just getting on the bus. Tango's right here.
I have factor 1,000 on.
Hiding from the sun. Not used to this in Somerset, are we?
When I rang you, you're like, I'm bringing out a bottle. I've got you a water bottle. I haven't got you a protein shake. Yeah, we can chat about a shaker. I've got a shaker for you on the ground, I don't have one for you.
Alright, Lambo, what did you do at training today?
Today was a light training session, I think. Well, it's
Just getting into it, weren't we?
Yeah, getting into it. I think the boys are very excited to be outdoors, training on grass again. So a little warm up with Tratty. And then we had a bit of bowlers v batters in the decent nets, very English nets actually, in Abu Dhabi. Did
you say?
Then, we had a bit of a filming session to finish, so
yeah.
all in all.
Here we go. Day off activities. Currently with the Goose and Mr. Gregory off into the water's greatest playground, apparently. We're in, finally. Waller's negotiated shares in Yas Water World, apparently, so...
Heading off to our private cabana.
Yeah.
Lovely day for it.
Ooh.
Nice activity to do on a day off, isn't it?
Neil, did you have a fun day at the water park?
Yes, so we've been at the water park all day, done lots and lots of rides, and I felt like a little kid again. It was great.
Had a great fun day with everyone, all my friends. Some great rides.
What was your favourite ride?
Favourite ride was the one where you go and just went down.
The floor went beneath you?
Yep.
That was very scary. Very scary. First games of the tour today. We are playing Essex in 2 T20s. They're the only other team that are out here, so they're staying in the same hotel as us. So we've got the T20 starting at 2:30 in the height of the heat. So we have to make sure the boys are well hydrated, and we've got an evening game after that. So yeah, I'll try and keep you updated.
What time's warm up?
5 minutes before the game.
Smoothie.
I think it's about building our skills as we move through pre-season. Alright, so today's about enjoying it, and again with the intent to execute your skills to the best of your ability. If it doesn't go to plan, stick to the plan. Alright, so if we're hitting high and we're trying to hit straight early on in that power play and we miss, we don't go to slow balls, we don't mess around, we go back to actually, right, what skill are we looking to develop that we did from the end of the campaign last year? Alright, we just work through that. We get the opportunity to adapt through the middle. We've seen this surface, or we've seen surfaces in this square. So it'll be interesting to see what our thinking's like as we go through that middle phase. And then the last 4 overs, we're shutting it down, we're just hitting the hole. So Brooksy and Green have got that responsibility in this game. Let's go.
Okay, boys, hit a bandage, please.
Let's go, let's go! Let's go, let's go! Let's go!
Talk
about the day.
Yeah, how are you?
Very good. So we're here at Abu Dhabi Cricket Complex, I'd call it. What's the time? It's about just after 2 p.m.
Yeah.
One has just gone up to 2, and we've got T20 against Essex. It's first game of the day. We've got one this evening under lights.
And what's your assessment of the ground?
It's probably the hottest day I've ever been a part of.
Lammers, what's your assessment of the innings so far?
I think we've batted really well.
First time out?
First time out, yeah. We had one T20 practice session, so I think the boys have come out and played pretty well.
So we're now in between innings, and we have just posted 194 as the first score of the season, which is pretty good, I'd say. Wicket looks fairly good, a little bit tennis bally, a little bit of a breeze, but other than that, no complaints. Ned Leonard into bowl, back of a length, just rushed him, and pass it back to the bowler. Happy with that?
It's a good over.
Ooh. Well, we've got the tunes playing. Another wicket for El Farito. Been a great start, actually. I wonder if you can see the scoreboard from here. 13 for 3. This is the exclusive Behind the Wyvern live stream with Matthew Drakeley. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. First game complete. We've done a good number on them. I think we bowled out for 140, so lovely little performance. Lovely have a little tune. Just here with the man of the hour. How was it out there, Ferret? 5 wickets?
Private space.
Happy with that? Complete
Do
bowl?
about the paparazzi chasing me around, mate.
First game of the season, you complete it?
I'm ready, mate. I'm ready.
Always ready.
I'm ready!
So Somerset's very own Josh Davey. Oh. I was going to ask you a question, but... Right, take 2.
Take what?
Take 2.
Take 3?
Could we have take 3? First innings just gone. Sorry, shouting over the music. We've just restricted them to 138. Serious performance from the lads again. Hopefully we'll go out and chase it under the lights. We got this guy bringing the vibes all night. Yeah. Day done. Ferret's got a hat full. Everyone's very happy. Sango's happy.
Very happy. Very happy.
Head coach is happy.
I think for our first run out of competitive cricket obviously for a long time, it was superb. Just from a composure point of view, we talked before the game about execution, and actually if we weren't quite at the races it didn't matter, but the way we grew through that game collectively, the behaviours that we've adopted over a number of years started to come to the fore.
This is where the world famous biceps are made. It's hard work in the gym. Over and out. Lou's just woken up. How you feeling, Lou?
A little bit stiff and sore, old boy. Getting a diary light in me. It was very hot yesterday. Doing the right things, you know.
Yeah, professional, you.
Tried to be, mate. Tried to be. Out with all my sweets, love them.
Yeah, here we are, another beautiful day in Abu Dhabi. We had a day off yesterday. All the lads just mostly relaxing, just resting up after 2 T20s, and we are back ready for some red ball cricket today. A one-day red ball game, 45 overs each side. Oh, we've got Neil at the wheel again today.
Hello.
So he's just tossed up.
What's going on?
And we've lost the toss, but I'm not surprised because he's called Lamp.
Well, yeah, so it's a dirham coin. It was rather confusing to me. And the umpire was trying to explain how the lamp was tails and it looked like Arabic scripture was heads or something. So I just
called lamp.
Went for the one that I remembered, which was lamp. Unfortunately, I landed on the Arabic scripture.
One job, mate.
Yeah. I'm copping a lot of abuse from the boys already.
From a format point of view, I think it's really important. We look at it almost as an elongated session. It's 4-day cricket. It's not a one-day game. It's not about trying to set the game up. I want us to transfer what we've done in the winter. So we've got an opportunity to bat first, and we want to earn the right to score runs. If we are 40 for naught after 45 overs, so be it. And then we will then bowl field for 45 overs.
Right, it's Tang, so what we got on your chest here?
Well, the lads reckon I'm oversized baggage at the minute. I'm not quite sure. I think it's the buffet.
Heavy goods.
Heavy goods. So at the moment, I'm thinking about, you know, having to shed a few pounds inside the next week, otherwise I might not be landing on the plane.
Oh, good nick that.
And in the depths of Abu Dhabi, we see the lesser spotted slug playing with a ferret. Unusual, but not impossible. Beautiful.
It's these two clowns.
Finisher in you, have you? Go low, eh? Nose out.
So we are back at the Sheikh Zayed Cricket Complex for the last time. We got a 2-day game against Essex again, and we fly home tomorrow night. So yeah, got another belting wicket for the boys. And they're just playing some football to warm up. Just update. It's just after tea on day 1. It's been a great red ball joust. I'll show you the scoreboard. 191 for 70 overs. We got 3 2-hour sessions each day, so we'll bat for all day today, and then they're going to bat all day tomorrow. Alright, day 2 of the final game of our tour. We had a nice batting day yesterday, posted 257 for the day, just batted 90 overs. Abe's not out at the end, 66 not out I think, batted lovely. Very patient innings. We are now bowling, and we've got Casey Aldridge into Sir Alistair Cook. Just got in 90 overs in the field. Sorry I haven't got any footage, but we've got some tired boys. Steve's done all day. Bonnie.
I think the last 2 days has been phenomenal. I don't think we're going to get any more out of this trip, but our approach, we've talked about attitude a lot, but the way we've equipped ourselves over the last 2 days is outstanding. And again, I appreciate we're building towards that first game, and genuinely I can't be, I guess, prouder or more pleased with how we've approached this trip. I think we've got the balance right. We talked about when we were on, we were going to work hard, and then when we're not, we'll enjoy our downtime, do the right things. So I want to congratulate you all on that, and I'll learn to speak at some stage.
Alright, 11 o'clock at night, just on the way to the airport. We've stashing the bus. Lots of kit. Goodbye, Marriott Al Forsan. Thanks for having us.
أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. أهلا بكم في تسجيل توقيت المحلي إلى 7:05 صباحا. من أجل سلامتكم نرجو منكم البقاء جالسين في مقاعدكم وإبقاء أحزمة المقاعد.
Finally back in a very sunny Somerset. I think it was a great trip all round. The group got a lot from it, and we're all very excited to now kick on into some pre-season friendlies in English conditions. So thanks for watching, and yeah, we'll see you soon.
parents will know that you can't just put a hyperactive child in bed, switch out the light and expect them to sleep. It just doesn't work like that. You need to ease them into it. But as adults, many of us run our lives at 100 miles an hour, only to turn out the light and find our minds still running on overdrive. A wind-down routine consists of 3 or 4 familiar activities which you do before bed that help you feel safe, calm and content. Over time, your brain learns to recognise these cues, which can help to lower stress levels and promote a more restful sleep. Include something you enjoy, such as quality time with your loved ones, crafts, listening to music, journaling, relaxation exercises, or simply reading a book. Even on a low light mode, your phone is the same tool you use to check the news, social media, and work emails. And these distractions may keep the brain in high alert mode, so I'd leave your phone out of the wind down routine. If a bedtime routine is new for you, set a reminder to wind down and switch off 30 to 60 minutes before lights out. Thanks for listening and sleep well.
There really is a wow factor here at King's, and every child has opportunities to find out their passions and interests that they didn't even know they had. Whether you are sporty or musical or into drama, the facilities on offer across the schools are incredible. We have a specialist cricket centre, a new golf facility, sparkling cookery schools, modern DT centres. There really is space to do it all.
Bradford's is here for the trades and DIYers turning gardens from this to this spring. Come to us for decking, sleepers, topsoil, paving, for the little jobs, the big jobs, to save yourself a few quid jobs. We're here for Kelly and Dan rolling up their sleeves, for Dave and the lads getting it done. But we're not for Kevin. He should probably go somewhere else. It's about trade quality, expert advice and awesome deals in branch and online. For building supplies, choose Bradford's.
lunch. Yorkshire 486 for 6 in reply to Kent's 291. Yorkshire now lead by 195. At Bristol. And now 322 for 8, so Worcestershire have a 215 run lead. At Derby, replying to the home side's 368, Glamorgan are 339 for 6 at lunch. They trail by just 29. Sussex are 490 for 5 in reply to Durham's 223, so a good lead for Sussex of 267 with 5 first innings wickets remaining. And finally to Lords, Middlesex 370, Leicestershire 149 and 130. Available by logging on to your online account, where the guest passes can be found under the section called Advantage. Guest passes can be redeemed up until 1 hour before gates open on a match day. If you're interested in football, the latest score, the half-time score indeed from the Premier League is Newcastle 0, Liverpool 1. Please welcome back our umpires, Rob Bailey and Alex Wolf. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Somerset are led back out after lunch by Captain Tom Abel. Warwickshire resume up to until 45 for 3. Returning batsman Will Rhodes on 13 and Sam Hain on 19. Warwickshire currently trail by 204.
Welcome back here to the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton, live stream supported by WPA Health Insurance for session number 2, day number 3. Warwickshire 45 for 3, miles behind the game, and a rampaging Somerset looking to take a few more wickets this session. I'm joined this afternoon by CEO Gordon Hollins. Welcome, Gordon. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks very much.
Excellent. We had a good catch-up yesterday. The members forum in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. I thought you spoke marvellously, very passionately about the club and the club's future, the future of cricket in general. Things are in pretty good shape, and especially when the lads are performing on the field.
Makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Everything tastes better. Tea tastes better, the coffee and the biscuits and you name it. It's all feels an awful lot better, especially when the sun's shining. It's great.
It certainly does. It certainly does. Not many better sights in English county cricket than a sunny Taunton. Jack Brooks has been the man chosen by Captain Tom Abel to start proceedings, warming up in his infamous headband, wearing the number 70 shirt, bowling from the River End to watch Captain Will Rhodes. Gordon, yeah, it was great to see so many members turn out for the members forum yesterday as Brooksy bowls an immaculate line of length left at first ball. Great turnout from the members as always here, very passionate about the club. Some issues more pressing than others. Some announcements, some really exciting potential stories for the future of the club, in particular the new chairman in waiting, I believe.
Yeah, Sir Michael Barber, who the nominations committee. Good line he's bowling, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't miss too many. Jack Brooks, great start.
So Sir Michael Barber was identified by a nominations committee under a new governance arrangements, and he's a fascinating character with an amazing pedigree. I think we're incredibly lucky to have found him. He lives in North Devon, a real passion for the southwest, which is tremendous. I'll just let Jack bowl this. Yeah. Yeah, tremendous passion for sport. He helped Gareth Southgate develop his World Cup strategy in 2018.
Did he have any input into Gareth Southgate's attire, the famous waistcoats or anything like that?
Yeah,
Can we see Jason Kerr wearing a waistcoat on the side?
I don't know he could take credit for that, but he did. He had a fascinating story about how they prepared for penalty kicks, but that's for another day. But what Michael's pedigree is, he's from education originally. He worked in government and still has a company that advises governments around the world on how to become more efficient. And he wanted to contribute something to the southwest. He's got a queue of people who want his services, but he really's got a passion for this place. He's actually here today, and if the members choose to formally elect him on the 22nd of June at the AGM, then he will be our new chair, which is tremendous.
Excellent. Are there any pressing engagements that he will attend to straight away that his expertise will lend a hand to?
Well, certainly, yeah, absolutely. Development of the strategy for cricket in this county is one that's really his sweet spot. That's what he does. That's his bread and butter. So we'd be daft not to use his expertise in that area. Obviously some huge discussions going on with ECB and our other county colleagues about the future of the game, and Andrew Strauss's high performance review, which will be fascinating, and he'll play a part in that, I am sure.
As Jack Brooks swings one away, a little bit too full. Sam Hain leaning forward and punching it through extra cover for 2 runs. Well fielded by Tom Lammerby, sliding, spinning round and throwing into Steve Davis. That completes the first over of the middle session. Warwickshire move on to 48 for 3. Following on from their first innings total of 209, a long way behind the game. Somerset looking for these 7 wickets. Runs, relatively irrelevant. It's all about those wickets. And Tom Abel turns to Josh Davey. A change of ends from his morning spell, coming on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Really excited to see how Josh Davey will go. As I mentioned yesterday, he had that nasty tumble. I've been calling him the survivor. Nice to see his toenail has survived, and he's still fit enough to keep trucking in for Somerset. Hopefully he can pick up another wicket as soon as possible. 5 overs, 1 for 4 currently. Very miserly. Hopefully there's a couple of magic balls in there. Yeah, it certainly does. Everything does sort of smell and taste a little bit different and better when the team are performing. Gordon, I'm sure you noticed that as CEO. You know, things that are out of your control on the field suddenly become your fault, and the seats aren't as comfortable and the food isn't as warm as it should be, etc., etc., etc. But on a good day, when the fans here are watching the team pushing for a victory, everything seems to be quite harmonious.
It does, doesn't it? And there's such a passion for the club, isn't there? It's just, I mean, I've been here 2 years, and it's the thing that struck me more than anything is just the passion and how much care there is for this great club, and that's tremendous. That really is tremendous. And when people care more, the good times are higher and the bad times are lower. So, and that's just the way of the world, and we just keep moving forward. That's the trick.
Certainly is. As Josh Davey runs into bowl to Sam Hain. Sam Hain, in a quite trademark style, steps down the wicket, getting himself outside the line. That'll be a challenge for Josh Davey today to try and pin him back in this crease, stop him moving. Yeah, it certainly is an interesting one. The passion for the club is high. I was chatting yesterday to Vic Marks. He said that even in a period where they lost a lot of games, the support from the crowd is unwavering.
Yeah.
There's a lot of support for the players. I suppose the officers of the club get the flack, not necessarily the players, who are always well received, no matter if you win or lose. Generally down here in Somerset, Josh Davey coming in again, who's tried to peg Sam Hain back there with a bouncer that he evades through to Steve Davis. 49 for 3.
Yeah, we tend to get more feedback during lean periods than we do when we are going well.
Is that is feedback the polite word for moan? I think that's the modern word for someone moaning at me. But what struck me yesterday in the Q&A is you have a perception of what people will hold a high value for, and I remember Justin Langer always used to say, take care of the little things, and because little things are big things.
Yeah.
And some of the issues that the members come up with, you don't realise that, like for instance the soup in April and things that you would potentially put into quite a trivial category, but it does add to the experience. And that is, we are in the entertainment industry. We want people to be comfortable, people to be happy.
Yeah.
The almanac being printed in a hard copy.
Yeah.
As I mentioned to Marcus earlier, there's so many different things for you as CEO and the employed staff here at the club have to deal with from a day-to-day basis. It really is quite a mission.
Well, when you think about the cricket industry, if you like, and the expectations of professional cricket clubs now are very high. If you look at our obligations around inclusivity is the most recent one over the winter, safeguarding, health and safety, customer experience expectations, on the field cricket. The expectations are almost like a FTSE 100 company, and actually the economics are vastly different from that. We're a 9 million business at the end of the day.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't so long back where, from a dining experience, for instance, you come to a sports ground, you might get a pie and a pint or something like that, but now you're expected to produce restaurant quality food, the hospitality, everything that goes in and around that, and still run a club, you know, to be successful on the field, which is without doubt the most important thing. But so many different facets of the entertainment industry, you know, stretching the resources of what was a small club, but now such a big entity.
Big entity with very limited resources. I think that's the thing to remember, is that we need to run very, very hard to deliver what we have to deliver, and it's the club's reliant on very few people.
Is that a decision that's made, if I may ask, you know,
Financial.
you prioritise certain things over others?
You have to. I mean, we're a £9 million business, and nothing's getting cheaper, that's for sure. Inflation is rampant. The costs of cricket, the playing costs are going up all the time because that's just the way of the world. You're seeing the emergence of... I'll let Jack come in here.
Paul Brooks here, good line again to Will Rose, challenging him.
The emergence of domestic T20 competitions around the world has meant, you know, that has contributed towards wage inflation, if you like, and that's the market as it's going. So the costs of funding the club are going up, but the income streams are a bit more limited, which means we have to we have to run very hard. We have to be very innovative in relation to how we generate money, but at the same time we have to maintain the heartbeat of the club and recognise that as a members club there are some things, such as the almanac, the example you gave, that are very dear to a number of people's hearts, and we've got to try and deliver that at the same time as ensuring we generate enough money to fund what people really care about.
Run into Bolter, Will Rhodes, dab down into the covers. Not many singles available to captain Tom Abel, very fast across the ground. Throws that back into Steve Davis. A really good disciplined performance so far. Gordon, we've obviously, you know, we can talk all day about the business aspect, but the real heart, the real passion is out here on the field.
Absolutely.
Must be really pleasing for yourself and Andy Hurry in particular. You know, you share an office only a door away from each other. It must be a lot more comfortable when the team are out there performing. And it was kind of it was a very surprising start. I mean, you look at the team on paper, the quality, the way the team played in pre-season. It doesn't quite go right in that first game. That spirals out of control into games 2. A little bit of resurgence in game 3, and now finally game 4. Feels like the team are playing with the characteristics that we're used to seeing here at Taunton. It's not an exact science sport, is it?
No, it's not. And I think that you know, we had a disappointing end to last season, didn't we? And a rough start to this one. But at the same time, I think you've just got to when some members and supporters are so emotionally engaged that it becomes a tough journey and a lot of hurt that goes on when the lads aren't performing well. But I think what you've got to just keep doing in those periods is just sense check. Have we got the right people doing the right jobs in the right way? Have you got the culture right? Have we got the ingredients to make it happen? And I firmly believe we have. And therefore, sport's going to have rough times. You're going to have up and down. That's just the nature of the beast. And you just got to stick by your principles and your convictions and back people to come through. And I mean, the first 2 games, I mean, the first game we had 8 players missing, 6 of whom would have been in the first team automatically almost. And then the second 2, we could have won either, couldn't we? We had another 20 runs here against Essex and another 50 at the Oval, would have won both games. But it's full of ifs and buts, isn't it?
Certainly is. The fine margins, as hopefully Josh Davey can find a fine edge as he bowls to Will Rhodes. Not many runs being scored here. 54 runs being scored off of the 28 overs bowled so far. 3 wickets. Somerset in search of their 4th, 5th, 6th and so on this morning. Great work ethic from the bowlers, and that is one thing that you have certainly inherited, you know, in terms of the cricket side of things. You know, I can speak from a bit of experience working with Andy Hurry, Jason Kerr and the backroom staff. I think one thing that's been synonymous with Somerset since probably 2006 when Justin Langer came, that Somerset's players are some of the hardest working in the country on the county circuit. It's an ethos that's stuck with the club for a very long time. So that is, you know, all those listeners out there that might have their grumbles, you can rest assured that it's not through lack of work in the back room. Obviously the gym and all the facilities are underneath your office. I'm sure you see and hear the lads working very hard at their games and their fitness levels and all the things that the modern players do.
I think that's one thing that struck me is since I got here, is the appetite to get better is relentless amongst the group, and I think that's a great credit to Andy and Jason and the coaching staff, as well, of course, the players. I mean, I think Tom Abel sets a tremendous example in that way. Work ethic is terrific, and that means that when things go well, you're so pleased for them, and when things don't go so well, it's sore. You feel for them. But hey, this is a much better performance this game, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And you touched on it earlier. One of the challenges that a high-performing club like Somerset have success will bring you other problems. Craig Overton, Jack Leach, Lewis Gregory, potentially Tom Abel, Tom Banton will be missing at some stage during the summer with international duty. You know, that's a great sign of success. But you know, I think the wider Somerset membership have to realise that you're not going to always have your best players because of the success of the team and everything around this place. We're going to be honoured by some international caps, no doubt, this summer with our flagship players.
And we need to just keep churning them out. You know, we've got some terrific players coming through the system, you know, the Sonny Bakers and the James Roos and George Thomases of this world. They keep churning them out, don't they? And whenever we lose a Craig or a Jack or whoever's next, there's an opportunity for someone else to come through and demonstrate what they can do, and that's a great place to be, and that's something I think as a club we should be really, really proud of, is the youth system and the work that goes on in the pathway. And I think that what's worth noting is we give great credit to our colleagues in Devon and Cornwall in particular, who churn out player after player after player, and in a sense we're a finishing school for the work that so many people and volunteers in those counties do for the game in the southwest.
Here, couldn't agree with you more. Lammonby, the Overton boys. Don Bess recently obviously moved on now, but had a great impact in Somerset's cricket for a number of years. Lewis Gregory, you know, coming from way further south than Taunton, really important that relationship is built on. It was fractious at times over the past sort of 20 years, but really important for Somerset to build those relationships, isn't it?
Massively, massively.
Jack Brooks.
The other thing that struck me in this game, Peter, is the catching. In fact, so far this season, we caught really well, haven't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at it, you know, James Hildreth, Steve Davis, James Hildreth, you know, very, very talented slip fielders. But then you have a look at the sheer physics of the second and third slip. Renshaw and Overton, both 6'4", 6'6", respectively. Hands like shovels, and the ball seems to just disappear into their hands, doesn't it? It really is. I bowled here for many years with Marcus Trescothick stood at second slip, and you kind of knew that if there was an edge anywhere near him, he was going to catch it. It's a great feeling. It really does, you know, help you out. And that old adage of catches win matches is never true. And there have been a couple this game, low to the left, low to the right, and those big lads at second and third slip are diving across and catching them. It makes a huge impact when you don't make mistakes in slips.
I remember my dad saying when I was a kid, you know, catches win matches, and you sort of think, oh yeah, Dad, I prefer batting, I prefer bowling. But then when I started playing, I mean, obviously I didn't play first class like you did, didn't get anywhere near that. But I don't think I ever played in a game where my team took every chance and lost.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And I think there's, you know, there's an attitude to fielding. I think that you can generally sense how a club are doing or what the infrastructure of a club is like based on the feel you get from the fielding, the intensity, the desires to save singles, the catching, very much reflective of the attitude. You know, batting form, bowling form can ebb and flow as it does in cricket, but Somerset are consistently very, very good field inside, which again shows the attitude and the feel the dressing room is working in the right way, the way that you'd expect to see it in a.
And they practice that
team.
very hard, Peter. They practice it really hard. They spend a lot of time on their fielding.
They certainly do. I know one of the targets on the whiteboard in the dressing room is to try and effect a run out every innings. You know, if you get a run out, it's almost like a bonus wicket. Jack Brooks finds the outside edge, but doesn't carry that ball now. Nearly 30 overs old, so that bit of hardness has gone out of the seam. 10 overs ago, I'm almost certain that would have carried to Craig Overton, but the ball's just getting a little bit softer. Those wickets are going to be harder earned now. But good signs here as Jack Brooks is getting a bit of lateral movement off the pitch to Sam Hain. So I'm going to put you on the spot now, Gordon, and ask you this particular question. When you took the job here at Somerset, you obviously had a perception of, I'm sure you read the job description and what you'd expect, and your idea of what it was to be a CEO, or what it is to be a CEO of a county cricket club. What is the thing that you've been asked to do or had to do that has most made you laugh, surprised you, shocked you? In that order.
Goodness me.
No, we'll go with laugh last. Surprised you. We'll go surprised you first.
Well, COVID surprised me, that's for sure. That wasn't in the job description.
Right, we can tick that box. I think everyone was surprised with COVID.
Yeah, that was.
So that's surprised, shocked.
Shocked. I don't think I've been shocked because I had a lot to do with the club prior to starting in from my own job when I was MD of county cricket at the ECB. I kind of knew the landscape. Didn't obviously know it intimately. I hadn't been worked inside it, which is when you really find out things. But nothing shocked me. COVID certainly surprised me. And the work ethic has pleased me. I think if you were asking me what pleased me, work ethic on and off the field. You know, the club operates off the field with a very small staff, as I mentioned, and limited resources, but people work really, really hard. And sometimes that doesn't get seen. The things that don't go well get seen, but how hard people are working behind the scenes, you know, 13, 14-hour days or whatever, that doesn't get seen. And that's something that's pleasantly surprised me and pleased me, is that work ethic.
Yeah, it's always something that, you know, when you, oh, how good it is to be a professional cricketer, oh, you're so lucky, and I couldn't agree more, but what doesn't get seen on the outside, this is from a player's perspective, you know, you mentioned it now, the hours spent with your slip catching, the fitness training, the travelling on the coach up and down the country. I can remember a number of times where we played back-to-back championship games, one at Sussex, Hove, and then the following one at Headingley with a day in between, and a 7-8 hour schlep up the country. And you know, that doesn't get seen. That's the hidden abilities of a sportsman. You know, the amount of work you have to do to get to the level to earn your spot in that starting 11. And my final one, the one I really wanted to, the only one I wanted to ask, was what's happened in your time here as CEO that's really made you laugh?
Well, Brian the cat.
Apart from seeing my trousers.
I think Brian the cat has to be the thing that's made me smile and laugh more. You know, he's become legendary, really,
hasn't he?
And a real legendary figure. And he's actually made his way into. I mean, he now literally is like one of the staff. The way he treats the office, he spends a lot of time in his office, people's desks, but almost just like his wallpaper now. That's just Brian.
Well, I notice. I'm looking at it now. He's got his own building.
He's got his own. Yep. He's got his own building sponsored by Bradford Construction there. We built that, and when that went out on Twitter, it went absolutely mad. The BBC picked it up, and there were quite literally millions of hits on it. He became legendary overnight. And actually, joking apart, that's been great. You know, it's been a great fun in some times that haven't been fun, and that have been really tough. That Brian's put smiles on our faces from most days.
So, casting my eye into the future, Is there going to be an only fools and horses budgerigar situation with Brian the Cat? Are we going to have to replace him with a Lucky Likey? Because I'm assuming Brian the Cat, I can remember him from years ago. He must be quite an old cat now.
Brian is immortal. You've got to remember that. He's immortal.
That's exactly the answer we all want out here, especially a cat that has such a well-followed social media page.
Yeah. I think that the most fun, also fun, was the, for me anyway, was the Lancashire T20 Blast quarter-final here last year. Were you at that game, Triggs? Were you here? The quarter-final, it was Thursday night, it was fantastic. I mean, it was, the place was rocking, great game of cricket, and of course we won. I think it was about an over to spare, but it was, when you looked out and you looked at it, the number of people that were inspired by that night was incredible. And I think that's the thing we've got to remember here, is that we're not just playing to win things. You know, there's no point in doing that if the game itself is shrinking. What we're here doing is to inspire the Southwest to love cricket and participate in cricket at all levels. You know, whether it's as a player or a coach or an umpire or ground staff or spectator.
Well, I actually think Somerset have been market leaders in inspiring people to play cricket for way back when. I mean, it's synonymous in the Southwest to come to Taunton and enjoy a Sunday League match or a 2020 with a pint of Thatcher's or whatever your, you know, a coffee or whatever. It's always been famous since the Viv Botham days. You know, this club is well supported all over the world, isn't it? Even before social media, you ask people from different parts of the world, you know, who's your favourite county in England? They would always say Somerset because of that legacy through the 70s and 80s. It is a very special club. It's very unique, and we were very lucky to have Botham, Viv, Joel, Vic Marks, Brian Rose, you know, those absolute legends who really flew the flag for county cricket for a long time. We've all reaped the benefits of that, and I think that's, you know, part of the reason why there is such a passion for this club. I mean, it really is part of, you know, it gets into the blood, doesn't it?
It really does. You can tell, can't you? And so many people that I speak to around the ground, I usually ask them when did they start watching Somerset, and the Botham Garner Richards era inspired so many people, didn't it, to engage with the club and follow Somerset.
You know, an era gone by, I think I called it the back end, when Somerset Cricket used to have a couple of festivals. Weston-super-Mare, my hometown, the Bath Festival. They used to play first class cricket, I think maybe even in Frome. This is a lot
Yeovil?
Yeah, way before my time. But you know, I used to litter pick at the Western, Clarence Park, the Western Festival, and I played in the Bath Festival a number of times. You know, so there really was an energy to take Somerset's county cricket around the place. Obviously,
so do you know,
economically that's not possible these days, and you don't want to throw away home advantage by playing at these pitches, but I always wished I was able to play a first class match at Weston-super-Mare.
Yeah, that's a shame. Do you know how many grounds Somerset have used for first class cricket over the years?
I don't, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was somewhere in the double figures.
It is in the double figures, yeah. Have a stab.
I'll go with 12.
It's 14 actually. Don't ask me to name them, but the answer is 14.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is a perfect thing. Anyone listening that also has social media, at Treegs140, how many outgrounds can you name where Somerset have played first class or List A cricket? That would be really informative for both myself and Gordon.
Yeah. I've seen the list, but I couldn't recite it.
Well, Weston-super-Mare, Yeovil, Bath is definitely 2. I'm pretty sure Frome.
Glastonbury? Did they play Glastonbury?
I'd be surprised if they didn't. But I think I would just be guessing and just saying random names if I continued any further. So for those who are out there, we don't want to we don't want any Googlers. You know, let's try and get to the 14 with the power of the brain, please.
When does the captain give himself a ball here, Trees?
Well, that's always a difficult one, isn't it? Because especially knowing Tom, Tom, I think, would bowl himself when he feels like he has to rest or someone else has. It's fatiguing, but Tom is such a wicket-taking bowler. He's got a brilliant record. He's a great bowler. I think he slightly under-bowls himself.
Yeah.
But I think, again, knowing Tom, that's part of the reason why he's such a great person and such a great leader, because he always puts other people first. Every other bowler will get the opportunity to take wickets with a hard ball, and Tom will bowl himself when there's a partnership, when the wicket's at its flattest, when the ball's not moving. That's when Tom chooses to bowl himself. I've got to be honest, if I was captain, I'd be bowling with the new ball only. And that would have been it.
Yeah.
But Tom, great lad, great leader.
And he got Heen out yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to see Tom. He's starting to, you know, feign a bit of a hamstring stretch at the moment. You know, you got to really manage how many overs, in particular Craig Overton's going to bowl. You want Craig to bowl in those 4, 5, 6 over spells so he can really hit the crease hard and have that impact. Don't forget Tom Lammerby as well, left arm, a left arm swinger. You know, completely different angle, has that point of difference. You know, we got Leachy, so there's a lot of resources for him to pick on. But yeah, he definitely should bowl himself quite soon, I would say, especially with that little bit of scar tissue in Sam Hain's brain that he dismissed him yesterday.
It's worth 2 or 3 overs, isn't it? Just see what happens.
Yeah, he got him out with a really good ball. He has a good knack of late swing. When he pitches the ball up, he gets a nice bit of late swing that drew Sam Hain yesterday into an expansive drive and caught the edge through to Steve Davis. So we'd certainly like to see that being the case again. I don't think it would be far away, but again, you know, I have a reasonable sense of how Tom's brain would work. You know, he's got, you know, Leachy that would want some overs. I wouldn't be surprised to see him follow Jack Brooks shortly.
Yeah.
And potentially Lewis or Craig one more spell before Abe's, but you know, Abe's, like I said, has a bit of a golden arm at times. Josh Davey running into bowl. Warwickshire 66 for 3. Somerset looking for this break through the 4th wicket. My gut feeling is the next one could bring a little cluster. That generally happens in cricket. One of those old sayings as well, 1 brings 2. 1 brings 2. You pop a couple of wickets on that scoreboard and all of a sudden Warwickshire in a whole heap of trouble.
What's your observations on the pitch, Streaks, in the last 2 days?
I think it looks a really good pitch. I think if you play well, you get the rewards, as Matt Renshaw spoke about in the media, and also I saw him on the morning of day 2, and I congratulated him on him scoring his 100 as Josh Davey beats the outside edge there. And I asked him what was the pitch like, because obviously the previous game at Taunton did an awful lot and nobody got any runs, and you know that was you know, ball dominated bat. And I said, what was the pitch like? Bit of a flat one. He said, well, actually no, it wasn't that flat. You know, it did a little bit, but the Warwickshire bowlers didn't bowl very well. So I think you do get rewarded for good batting and punished for poor bowling. So that fits right into the whole good cricket pitch category for me. And that's pure. That's not based on what I'm seeing from here. That's based on what I heard from Matt Renshaw, who spent day 1 batting on it for that magnificent 129, I believe. It's always a bit of a fine balance, I think, for any curator and director of cricket, head coach, you know, when they're having meetings about what sort of pitch you want. You need a pitch to take 20 wickets, but you don't want it to do too much. It's quite a fine art, really, and it looks like I think they've struck a good balance here.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Scott Hawkins, the head of ground staff, works really, really hard. Really, really hard. So I'm pleased for him.
As predicted, it looks like Jack Leach is taking off the hat, that famous shiny dome that he has.
Yeah.
The nut, as he's lovingly referred to here in Somerset, is coming on to bowl at the river end. And we certainly hope the nut can get us a little breakthrough, as he generally tends to do. Renshaw there putting on the short leg pads. That's one of the real signs that he's a real team man. Or is it Tom Banton? Sorry, Tom Banton. He's popping on the short leg pads. I'm not sure there'll be too many hands going up for guys to field in that position, but fair play to Bance. Getting in there, making sure he's got everything protected. Shins, head, and his middle area. Leachy comes into bowl.
Why do you think he's got a short leg and not a silly point?
Well, I think a left arm spinner will obviously try and turn the ball away, but the straight one is, you know, quite effective, especially in the modern era with DRS. You see so many balls skidding on, hitting the front pad, that in a previous era wouldn't have been given out for getting a stride in or being too far forward. So as a batter, you've got to play with your bat a lot more than you would have had to, say, 15, 20 years ago. And if it does skid on, you can get the inside edge onto the pad that would generally pop up to the leg side.
Right.
The ideal scenario is Jack Leach really does find a bit of rhythm and you pop both in.
Yeah.
That would be an ideal scenario, but I don't think the wicket's doing that much for him to warrant those two positions. But short leg is always the preferred option. Leachy comes into bowl. It certainly looks like he's getting a little bit of turn as this pitch starts to wear halfway through day 3. Do you go out there much, Gordon, in your off times and wander out and have a little kick around of the dirt and have a little look at the pitch?
I try not to. I think it's very much it's the office for the cricket staff, isn't it, and the players. I try and leave them, give them their space. I sometimes go out and speak to the head of ground staff and see how he's getting on because he's got such an important job. But I try and leave the cricket group to manage without my interference.
I just picture you, taking your tyre off, going down to the wicket, having a bit of a shadow bat at one end,
well,
visualising.
There was a day all those years ago when that might have happened, but not so much these days.
I did mention to Trez earlier when he was on commentary, bang, do you miss it? Do you want to be out there with the boys? And he was adamant that those emotions were far from his conscious mind.
Yeah.
No thanks, he'd played enough, he was done when he was done.
He'd done his thing. He did a fair bit though, to be fair.
He certainly
didn't
did.
He? Jeez, what a career he had.
I mean, when you've got to resort to fielding on your knees, I think that is the time to give it away.
But what a fantastic career, and what a contributor and ambassador for this club he was.
And still is.
Yeah,
Josh
absolutely.
Davey comes in.
He's neutral now.
Will
He keeps telling me he's neutral.
Not a chance. He's like a sticker rock, Marcus. If you saw one of his legs off, it would say made in Taunton or
a wyvern through it.
Exactly, very much. He's Somerset through and through. Very nearly a little bit too far north to be Somerset, dare I say it. Born in Keynsham, which is just inside the Somerset borders. North Somerset, probably only a pitching wedge away from being a Gloucester player, but aren't we lucky, us Somerset fans, that we've had.
Goodness, yeah. Where is he in the terms of the greatest Somerset players of your time that you've seen? Where's Trez?
Oh, well, Trez plays. If it was down to picking 11, yeah, almost certainly. I mean, the club have had some amazing players. I'd like to say that, you obviously have to include overseas players. I mean, I suppose if you included overseas players on their overseas ability, there would not be many Somerset-born players in the team, I guess. So, players that came in, and Barbara Azam would obviously play, but his contribution to Somerset was like 10 games. So, for me, doesn't make it into the team. You've got to match quality and longevity as well, I think, in some way, shape or form. But Trez, he's in the top 3 first names on the team sheet, without a doubt. And the other 2 would be, are Sirs.
Trigo and who?
Sir Ian Terence Botham and Sir Isaac Vivian Richards.
He was my boyhood hero, Vivian Richards. Jeez, what a cricketer. Can you imagine how many runs you get in T20 cricket these days?
I would hate to think. I mean, he was such a fine player, but again, it's one of those sort of, it's almost like the Cristiano Ronaldo, Maradona, Pele. You know, there comes a point where the game does change to such a dramatic level where you kind of got to judge each era based on its own merits. But there's no doubt he would have done okay in the IPL auction, I think.
He'd done all right, wouldn't he? He'd have made a few quid.
He certainly would have, as would have Marcus if he was okay to travel at that time in his career. I know that all the IPL franchises were, I think, well, Murali Kartik was our overseas player at the time, and I'm pretty right in saying that the owners of Murali Kartik's franchise had sent over the message from Murali Kartik that there was a blank cheque for Marcus if he wanted to play, if he could travel to the IPL.
Goodness me.
So, yeah, unfortunately that wasn't the case, but, you know, Somerset certainly benefited from Marcus being available in April, May. It's one of the most dramatic changes of cricket, probably in its history. I suppose the one-day cricket going to white ball in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whenever that happened. And then 2020 cricket coming in 2003, and now players from English counties being drawn away to IPL and missing the start of a season. That was probably one of the biggest impacts on county cricket, and I know is hotly debated even to this day. Gordon, how are you managing that situation to make sure? I know the members from the Q&A last night were very passionate about, you know, making sure that the 18 counties are protected, county cricket, 4-day cricket are protected. Is that something that you feel is at the forefront of the ECB's mind?
It's just, I mean, the review, the high performance review that Andrew Strauss is leading is so important, because the game's changing so quickly in front of our very eyes, and one of the big changes, as you've just alluded to, is the emergence of overseas domestic T20 competitions, which tempt a lot of players to go and earn more money, and why wouldn't you if you're in this situation? So I think that the thing that comes out of that review that's most important is providing our young players in this country with a compelling reason to stay in the system in England and not just go away to other competitions and come back when they're ready.
I think one of my biggest frustrations when, you know, you read and you see a lot of the media is that, you know, though who shouts loudest is heard often, and a lot of the loudest noises to the detriment, I think, of county cricket. You know, I've got nothing against Kevin Peterson in any way, shape or form. I actually find him a very engaging chap to be around, but, you know, he's very brash in his statements about, you know, very flippantly saying 8 counties should be racked off and it should only be 10 and you get the quality and this, that and the other. And with all due respect, I know he did play a decent volume of county cricket, but county cricket to Kevin Peterson was a facilitator for his career. It wasn't his career. He doesn't, you know, I found some of his comments quite disrespectful. You know, he made up one comment of, oh, these blokes that earn 20 grand a year and, you know, have cricket careers, they're a waste of time and this, that and the other. Do you know what? Those blokes, you know, through my time, Kevin's time, into the future, they give an awful lot of people an awful lot of joy. County cricket, international cricket, IPL cricket, they're 3 different things. County cricket in itself is a very, very special environment. I actually find it a shame that Kevin doesn't get that. He just sees it as a facilitator for English cricket. But do you know what? Somerset County Cricket Club, Gloucester Cricket Club, Worcester Cricket, they're very special places, and they do have a place in the game for the future, and I'd be devastated to think that wasn't part of the thinking. Like I said, that, you know, Kevin Peterson's going to be listened to a lot more than Peter Trigo, that's absolutely for sure, but I just sometimes wish that the powers that be would listen to people that have immersed their whole lives in what it is to be a county cricketer.
Well, and I think you also have to ask, I agree with that entirely, I think you have to ask, what's county cricket for? You know, it's not just to produce players for England, that's a part of it, of course, a significant part of it, but it's, to my mind, it's always been to almost be the centre of excellence in a region that inspires people to participate in the game at all levels. And go back to that. And I think that's the reason I often say to Andy and Jason and co that the reason we exist isn't just to win things, it's to inspire people to participate in the game and make sure cricket grows. And you can't do that with 8. You need more than that. Now, where I think we've got to look is to how do we evolve the present system, not necessarily revolutionise it. How do we evolve it to ensure that we can produce good red and white ball teams? How do we deal with that? And at the same time, how do we ensure that the counties that deliver value for the game, and when I say that, how do they inspire, how do they deliver a real value for money for ECB's or cricket's money, and how do you ensure that those clubs can maintain the ability to do that as costs increase and all the rest of it, and how do you incentivise them to continue to do that and ensure that county cricket and cricket underneath that level thrives? That's the big question for me.
Well, one thing that I know doesn't help the situation is kind of what I said in my first soapbox minute, was having your loudest voices being detrimental and disrespectful and criticising to their millions and millions of followers, the next generation. That's not a great starting point.
Well,
and like I said, that's where I find it a bit disappointing, because, you know, like I said, I have to be honest, in the days of my early career, where I think I was probably looked at a number of times for higher honours, the days in early part of my 20s when I was earning a small amount of money from cricket, some of the happiest days of my life.
Yeah, interesting.
So there we go. But like I said, after listening to you speak, Gordon, I'm not just saying this because you sat here. I was really inspired by the passion that came through in your voice. It's something that unless you were a miraculously marvellous actor, you can't fake. I really did sense and feel the passion that you spoke for not just Somerset, county cricket as a whole. So we're very proud to have you leading our club.
Oh, thank you.
As Craigo is brought back into the attack, as I keep saying, the man never ceases to amaze me. An amazing start to the season, wickets wise. He's got 1 for 25, a great delivery, and just a little sign of how into the game Craig is. Craig's technically a very good cricketer, but one thing I love about Craig, he's a games player. He immerses himself into what's needed. He's fiery, he's got that fire in the belly, that natural sort of sportsman's attitude. Love being on the field with Craigo. He always gives it everything, and I know he would have been disappointed at times with bowling on those incredibly docile wickets for England. I did actually say to James Taylor, please play Craig Overton on a wicket that's actually, you know, conducive to some seam bowling, because I'm sure if he does, he'll take a handful of wickets for England as well as Somerset. He's an impressive man to be around, isn't he?
Terrific, absolutely terrific. Works very hard and deserves everything he gets, really, in terms of success. I just hope that he gets another, well, be great to have him around here for a bit longer, but for Craig himself, he deserves more international recognition, more opportunity, I think. Be really interesting to see what they do with Broad and Anderson and where Craig fits in around that. But he certainly couldn't be doing a better job of putting his best foot forward, could he? Yeah,
well, I think he's a real natural like-for-like replacement for Broad with his height and attributes. Be nice, you know, Broadie, massive fan of Broadie. He's, you know, for me, he plays. So does James Anderson at this stage, especially in England. But for whether it's rest, rotation, injury, Craigo for me is just the only natural replacement for Broadie. And like I said, you hope he gets an opportunity on a wicket that's a little bit more conducive to seam bowling, because he's played on some really, really docile pitches. He's done okay for England, but I think sitting with James Taylor while he was ripping through Essex the other day will certainly have opened an eye or two if they weren't already open. As Leachy comes in to bowl to Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes, who's on 26, Warwickshire 73 for 3.
I'd like the captain to have an over, have a wee go.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he doesn't follow Craigo after a short little burst here. Leachy coming into bowl, start of his 5th over. Bowling very tidy. There's a nice little bit of pressure being built up here. The runs aren't flowing for Warwickshire. They've got to realise that they've also got to score as well as survive. Otherwise, this is going to be a very tough couple of days to try and survive. I think they've probably had an eye on the weather forecast. But we live on a tiny little island in the grand scheme of the world and the universe. That cloud that's showing today on the weather apps could easily blow through. We could have another day's play tomorrow to get these 7 wickets.
Played missed there.
Yeah, that little bit of pressure that's building up. He's bowling a nice area. A little bit of an extra challenge. Craig Overton's size 13 feet have been hammering down on that side of the pitch for the left-hander, so a little bit of rough for Leachy to work with out there as he's going over the wicket. A little bit of natural variation there, well bowled. Jack Leach, very experienced bowler now, quality spinner.
It's a good over.
Yeah, he's doing his job. It's, you know, part of Leach's job will also be a bit of recovery for you know, the bowlers, a little bit of respite. He'll obviously want to strike, but he's doing a really good job. I've been asked to ask you, Gordon, about your story regarding Brian Charles Lara.
Oh, no. Where did you find this out? Well, true story, I'm afraid. I was involved in my cricket club actively in Scotland many, many years ago in the, well, from late 70s to the mid-90s, and my job one year was to employ a professional, club professional. We only had a couple of £1,000, and we only had the ability to get someone that was starting out, really, because of the budget that we had. I played for a club called West Lothian, which is between Edinburgh and Glasgow, and I got a shortlist from an agent, and he came up with 2 names. One guy from Guyana, who was a slow left armer who could whack it a bit, and your best professionals on Scottish pitches, which are very, very slow and low, are spinning batsman, a spinner who can bat. That's your best combination. And then there was a left-hand batter who bowled a bit of off-spin, and he'd played twice for Trinidad, and he was averaging 19 and had got 2 wickets in a few games or whatever. And I thought, well, we don't need another left-hander at the top of the order. We had 3 anyway, and the guy's unproven, so I'll go for the spinner. And that's absolutely true story. And then about 4 years later, of course, Brian got his 400 in Antigua, was it? It was Antigua, wasn't it? And I had every national newspaper knocking on the door. Bumble still tells that story after dinner, actually. Still mentions me in that story. Who's that?
Turning down the opportunity to sign
Brian
Lara for a couple of £1,000. But maybe if he went up there, had a torrid time on those slow pitches, he would never have become
Could have
great.
ruined his career. I saved his career, actually. But yeah, so that's a true story, actually. Brian Lara, goodness me.
Remarkable. And that's another great thing about being involved in this crazy world of cricket. We all have some extraordinary stories to tell, and really enjoyed talking to you today, Gordon. I know you've got a number of things to sort out around the ground. Great talking to you, and you're obviously welcome at any stage back up here to have a little chat. But only on days where Somerset are rampaging to victory, as Warwickshire go to 75 for 3. Craig Overton steaming in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
It's padded. Yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it?
That was a very bizarre kind of leave. He bummed it away down to Fine Nagy, sort of shuffled across and offered no shot, and it hit him on the thigh pad.
I think it would be helpful to say to the viewers after that Brian Lara story, I have absolutely nothing to do with recruitment at this cricket club.
Could you imagine?
I'll leave that to others.
Turning down the opportunity to sign Brian Lara and then seeing him go to, quite fittingly, Warwickshire to score that 501.
Yeah.
That would not be good on your CV, Gordon.
And that was the That was the other story, wasn't it? Chris Scott was keeping for Durham in that game, wasn't he? And he got his 500. And I played with Chris actually, and he said he dropped him on 100. He dropped him when he was on 18 in that innings, and he turned around to first slip and says, "Blast a bit, he gets 100."
Yeah, that's probably the most expensive drop in the history of world cricket. Certainly not something you want on your CV, and certainly you wouldn't want to deny the opportunity to sign in for a couple of £1,000. But that's life. These things happen, and I'm sure you've learnt that lesson. And the reason why you're running the show here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Thanks again, Gordon.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to speaking to you again.
Thanks a lot.
As we finish the 39th over, Warwickshire move on to 76 for 3. Craig Overton 10 overs, 1 for 28, and a very miserly Jack Leach. 5 overs, currently going at 1 and over, only conceding 5 runs. Tom Banton going back in at short leg. The walls are starting to close in here on the Warwickshire batsman. There's not many runs being scored, but it's all about those 7 wickets. What can the nut do? Welcome back, Sam.
Thank you, Peter. It's about patience, isn't it? There was always going to be, or likely, there was always going to be a partnership.
Yeah,
Sam.
there always is. There's always a... In one-day games, there's always a twist in the tail, and in a 4-day game, there's always a partnership. It could happen from the 1st to the 10th wicket. You've just got to sit it out, as Tom Abel and Jack Leach have moved Tom Banton from short leg to silly mid-off. Sam Hain uses his feet down the wicket, punches it to Lewis Gregory, who frantically shines the ball, trying to keep a bit of swing on the ball. Yeah, there's going to be a... I won't call it a stalemate, because it's certainly not that situation, but this is that game of cat and mouse now. You know, who's going to crack first? I know one of the Somerset phrases in the dressing room is to keep punching, keep punching, keep punching. No matter how many knocks you get, you keep getting up and you keep punching. And eventually, you'll get that knockout strike that will get you that wicket that you need. And you do sense it on a pitch of this nature. If you get one new batter in, is a completely different prospect. That's certainly what we're hoping for up here in the commentary box, Sam.
It's a strange, well, not a shot from Sam Hain in that previous over, wasn't it? It was like padding away a spinner. You see that a lot kind of in the subcontinent when you've got a spinner, but not to Craig Overton.
Yeah, definitely. It's I mean, Sam, I suppose he would have a quite a unique game plan in the way that he goes about his business. You know, leaves the ball well. He gets across his stumps. Oh, he's just left a very, very straight ball there from Jack.
Left it well, as you said.
A lick of blue paint away from being that 4th wicket that Somerset are seeking. Yeah, I suppose you'd almost call it a little brain fade there. You know, leaving a ball that's so straight it hits you on the bottom. Yeah, you certainly don't want to get one there. It's a bit of a fleshy part of the body and would certainly sting if it missed that thigh pad. Sam Hain down the wicket, punching to Lewis Gregory again. Sam Hain, I sense, is getting a little bit twitchy, starting to want to score. He's been there for a while now, but he will certainly want to rotate the strike and score some runs as well.
Yeah, batted very well in the first innings. Only Warwickshire player so far to have passed 50. But he'll need a few more if Warwickshire are to have any hope of saving this game.
Yeah, I would say that it's got a lot to do with what comes from the sky as well. You know, that forecast obviously doesn't sound amazing, but we know in this country the weather can change in an instant. Somerset will be hoping that they will get a full day's play in tomorrow, but a lot of overs, still 51 remaining today, plenty of time, and I hang my hat on the statement that one will bring a couple of wickets, a flurry of wickets here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Well,
thanks again to our sponsors WPA for partnering us with our live stream. Much enjoying coming here, talking about the cricket, sitting with you, Sam, of course, but then getting to reminisce with old friends like Vic Marks, Marcus Roscothic, the CEO, Gordon Hollins. We're very lucky here to be led by Gordon. Again, he spoke very passionately about the club last night in the members forum. sure the members really enjoy listening to him and our director of cricket, Andy Hurry.
I was thinking that, listening in to you and him. I've had a tough boots fill, and I've come on after Drskothic and after Hollins. It's very much a downgrade, but I was just thinking that the club is in good hands with a man like him.
Definitely no downgrade and definitely no pressure, Sam.
No pressure.
Really good fun sitting up here, chewing the fat, talking to you, and probably getting it wrong every time we try and predict what's going to happen is the nature of commentary, and especially in this crazy game of cricket. But it's brilliant being up here and watching the likes of Craig Overton running to bowl the last few games we've had here at Taunton.
This is work, Peter, isn't it? I mean, I've had the worst days at work. Craig O comes around the wicket to Will Rhodes. Just having a look, start of the 2019 season, right? Since then, how many red ball wickets do you think Craig Overton's taken in the county championship? We'll call it the county championship. So various different names.
So we had one full season, one really restricted one, and last year.
And then the start of this year. It's kept a bit low there. Past the bat.
This year. I'm going to go with 112.
Ooh, not far off. If I'd have asked you that question before the Essex game, you'd have been pretty much spot on. 125 he's taken at 16.73.
Well, that's a return that is the reason why he's had a number of opportunities to wear the 3 lions on his chest. Much deserved as well. So we're all championing Craig Overton to get some opportunities this summer, but not too many because we want him playing.
What I would love to see is him. It was great he had the new ball in the West Indies, but not on he wasn't asked to do the job that he does here, and I would love to see him get the new ball, the Duke's ball, in England. It's a bit like when they picked Bracey and batted him at 6 or 7. If you're going to pick him, let him do what he does for his county, the reason that he is there in the first place.
That's always the difficult thing, though, isn't it? Because there's often those premier spaces are taken up by people that probably arguably deserve it more. So when you start your international career, when you start your first class career coming up from club cricket or the second 11, you've kind of got to fill the void that someone through injury or form has left you. So cricket's all about being adaptable. Craig is a all-rounder, so he needs to be able to fill those shoes, whether it be first change, opening the bowling with a Kookaburra ball, a Duke ball on a flat one, and you kind of have to just make do and take your opportunity. I'm sure he will do before long, but yes, I totally agree. Craigo in England, a little bit of live green grass and a brand new Duke ball would be certainly, I believe, the catalyst for a real successful run of games in the England side.
Well, he's the standard bearer, isn't it? If you speak to any other the other county bowlers or the batters, in fact, as well, he's the standout bowler in county cricket for the last 3 or 4 years. And I do.
He certainly has been. Is there anyone else up there that comes anywhere near?
Ooh, we're going quiz time. You're enjoying this, aren't we?
Statty.
Where did we get to on the outgrounds, by the way? Before I was listening, and then I have to confess, I watched the end of Newcastle-Liverpool.
I had a message from Richard Bryce, who runs the club shop here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, who threw Glastonbury and Frome into the melting pot. So we have confirmed Taunton, Weston-super-Mare, Bath, Glastonbury, Frome. So there's 5 of the 14.
I reckon we can double up on Taunton.
Yeovil, so sorry, 6 of the 14.
We can double up on Taunton, though, can't we? Are we talking about this one? So we're talking how many grounds? 14 first class. Because you used to play the pre-season game up at Taunton Vale, which probably would have had first class status at that time. Leachy played for Cardiff in one of those, didn't he?
Yep, you're right there. So Taunton Vale would probably classify as we'll pencil that one in as number 7. We'll have a look on social media, see if we've had any input. If in doubt, ask your followers on Twitter. If there are any live streamers.
I'll have a look in the comments, shall I?
I don't want to Google.
No,
I want to avoid Googling, because that's like those, those people who go to those pub quizzes and they get everything right, and you just know they've been on their phones under the table sneaking away.
And so
I tried that in my GCSEs, but I still managed to get E's, F's and D's. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. Maybe it's because it was on a Nokia 3210, not an iPhone.
It was a big point in lockdown when we all got into online quizzes. We'd do it on a Friday night. You'd log online and do it with thousands of people participating, and you'd sit and see the other scores come up, and you'd be grumbling, go, well, there's no way they're doing that without using Google.
Yeah, you're only cheating yourself.
There we go. So
everyone out there goggling away. Leachy comes into Baltimore Rose. who for a period looked really unsettled against Leeds. He looked like he wanted to score a couple of mistakes, and that's probably where in cricket you need your partner to come down and just give you a little pat on the back and say, take a deep breath, calm down. But definitely more of a challenge here for the left-hander, with Jack Leach bowling out into Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory's footholes. Craig Overton's size 12, 13 boots will certainly make an impression on the pitch over the course of a couple of days.
Hiding those glorious feet of his.
I think I've got some sort of PTSD after seeing Craigo's unsocked feet for a number of years changing next to me.
Go on then. Craigo, 125. Who's next on the list since the start of 2019?
Chris Rushworth.
Oh, you're sorry. We're doing the whole of county cricket.
Oh,
I was
right,
doing
we
Somerset.
just go with
yeah,
Somerset.
I've got Somerset. Sorry.
Oh no, we can play that game.
We can play that game.
Right, so,
we can play that game after he's peered round and had a look at the screen.
No, I didn't see. I didn't even know which part. So Lewis Gregory would be close.
You reckon he's second?
Jack Leach, Lewis Gregory would be, I would imagine, in the top 5.
So we're going Gregory second or Leach second?
We go Leach second.
Gregory second.
Oh,
91. Leach, he's not bowled. If you look at Leach, he's got 55, but he's missed a lot of cricket, hasn't he? Been in various bubbles at different times.
I'm probably thinking pre-19 was when he had that real purple patch of wickets, didn't he? When the Taunton ground here was coined Hyderabad.
Let's go back, shall we? We can go back a bit. Ooh, good lift there.
That tight line into Sam Hain. I think I'm right in saying that Sam Hain has been caught down the leg side quite a lot. Jonathan Trott and Sam Hain back in a very similar fashion. If you remember for England, Jonathan Trott kept on getting strangled down the leg side quite a lot, to the point where you'd almost say that bowlers were starting to target him a little bit and putting a leg slip in. That's probably not. I wish I had a comms link to Tom Abel. I actually think the way that Sam Hain is coming across to the offside, a cheeky little leg slip wouldn't be the worst fielding position, I don't think.
He put one in last week at the Oval, I'm sure, in the first couple of days. I'm trying to think who it was to. It might have been Ollie Pope. Tom himself has a slight habit of getting caught down the leg side, doesn't he? As he did in that first innings with Rob Yates. He came around the wicket. That was almost a ploy, you felt, off spinner around the wicket. Gorgeous, sharp work down the leg side.
You kind of put that down to being unlucky, but I think there's if you have a mode of dismissal a number of times, you know, it's remiss of you as a sportsman, a batsman, to not look into, is there something that I'm doing technically wrong, or am I getting myself in a position where that's looking likely?
He changed his setup a little bit this year, Tom Abel. He's a bit more open. We'll see, well, hopefully from a Somerset perspective, we won't see it, but he's just moved that front leg and opened himself up a little bit, and there's a trigger movement I'm not sure was always there.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have the conscious and subconscious movements. I think it's often called form when you're moving well. I remember famously Jacques Callis came to England and had a torrid year, taking into account the average 56 in Test match cricket, and I think he walked away from England in the series averaging probably under 5, where he got his trigger movement. He had quite a famous back, right foot went back and across, then the left foot stepped in front, and then he would move again. But this one particular series, he would do that movement too late and wouldn't go again, and he was getting cleaned up, I think, by Andrew Flintoff for absolute fun. He had an absolute shock in series. But yeah, sometimes it's not just technical, it's, you know, the timings of things. And I was always told by one of the greats of the past, Jimmy Cook, that not only you had to get in time with your own game, but you had to get into time with the bowler himself, because everyone's got a slightly different arm speed or a release point. So sometimes getting in and getting into rhythm is actually you watching the bowler's movements as well as your own.
Was there someone you found particularly difficult to face bowling-wise because they were perhaps a little bit different, a bit quirky, so it put you out of that rhythm?
Yeah, I think I maybe had this conversation during this. Lasith Malinga. No, it was actually the other day on a different channel. Lasith Malinga, because the ball comes from the umpire's tie, which is very peculiar, and the guy that I think I played pace bowling quite well. especially the short stuff. And I never got hit a great deal. But Simon Jones used to hit me on the helmet for fun because he used to amble up and then this 95-mile-an-hour rocket used to come down. So when someone like a Chris Silver would or a Mark would, they hair in at you, you're prepared for speed.
Yeah.
Whereas Simon Jones used to just casually amble in like he was going to bowl a little off break, and this rocket would come at you, and I could never get my timing right. The amount of times I got hit on the helmet by Simon Jones, and there was one time I remember he got me right on the wyvern, right on the badge.
Sharp.
And I can just remember hearing like a ringing in my ears. Probably what would be called concussion now.
You've had 7 days
I had
off.
a ringing in
after
my
that.
ears for about 2 or 3 days. And like I think my left eye started going a little bit funny. But obviously, the helmet, the helmets are a lot stronger these days. And like I said, I probably would have had to have done 10 days on the sideline, which I would have absolutely hated. But yeah, Simon Jones, I used to find him terribly difficult. Sam Hain runs down the wicket, showing a bit of positivity to Jack Leach. But where there is positivity from the batter, there will be opportunities to take wickets. All we need is a little bit of magic or a little bit of a mistake here in the next few moments to hopefully get us that 4th wicket that I'm convinced will lead to a little cluster.
Well, both openers went within 6 balls of each other, didn't they, a bit earlier on today. His first boundary Leach has gone for, I think, in this spout. 6 overs into it, and he's gone for the 10 runs. Just a sign of a bit of foot movement from Sam Hain.
Yeah, it's all well and good batting out for the draw, but I can assure you that batters want to score runs. They don't just want to survive. They'll want to see the scoreboard ticking over as well. They do realise that they need to get past that total that Somerset have amassed in the first innings with their last 7 wickets.
But it's if you were in this kind of situation, because you can't curb your natural game too much, because actually if you just sit in and just try and survive, some players might be able to do that. Someone like Sibley might be quite comfortable doing that. But if you tend to score at a bit of a more decent strike rate, you've got to find the balance in a situation like this.
Yeah, I think you've got to play your own natural game, and I always joke about not having a great defensive technique, but I don't, in fairness, to myself, I wouldn't have scored the amount of runs I scored without some level of technique. So it's very much game situation. I can remember actually I scored, because I can remember a friend of mine going, I think Teletext, well, so long ago, I think Teletext is broke. It says that you're on 2 of 105 balls. And I batted out a couple of sessions. And, you have to play the game. Cricket is very much a horses for courses thing, especially when you're in the middle order. Sometimes you're icing the cake that the openers have made for you. Sometimes you're putting the whole thing together when the openers have not done their job or the bowlers are on top. So, you've got to be flexible with your game, and that will be certainly the job for the batsmen that are coming in later. Warwickshire, Lamb, Burgess, natural free scorers. But you're going to have to bat some time here if Warwickshire have got a chance of saving this game.
Change of bowling then. Craig Overton, his 4-over spell comes to an end. Tom Abel using his bowl as well. Lewis Gregory comes back into the attack.
Be much the disappointment of the CEO. He was
I know.
hoping to see Tom Abel give himself the ball and have a bowl. Like I said, he did get out Sam Hain yesterday. But Lewis Gregory obviously feels absolutely fine. He's only bowled 5 overs this particular innings, so there's still plenty in the tank. And Lewis, knowing Lewis, he would have wanted the ball, and he'll want to bridge that gap between himself and Craig Overton.
Are you surprised not to see any of, not necessarily in this game situation, but not to see any of Lammonby with that left armer offering something a little bit different?
Yeah, he doesn't bowl a great deal for Somerset, does he? I think he, I remember when he was around as a youngster, he was very much an all-rounder, but it seems to me like he's either a reluctant bowler or not used, or maybe there's there might be something, might have a back issue. You never know, really. So, he looked a tidy bowler.
Played his T20 that debut season he made was the year before the Bob Willis Trophy, 2019. He was often bowling 3 or 4 overs, I think, in the blast, which is a bit of a baptism of fire, isn't it?
Yeah, he did okay. And like I said, it's just a point of difference, isn't it? Left arm, change of angle. You can go over and round the wicket, change it up a little bit. It would be definitely worth considering, but like I said, you've got Overton, Gregory, Davey, Brooks, Abel himself, an international spinner in Jack Leach. You know, there's probably 6 guys that are going to be ahead of the queue before Lammers has to shrug those shoulders and get his body loose. Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. I might ask that question at some stage if I see any of the lads, as if there's a niggle with Lammers and he's just playing as a batter, or is he just an afterthought at the moment.
There's depth, isn't there? I mean, 6 different wicket takers in that first innings, also all 6 of the guys you name checked. To have Lammonby as a 7th bowler, and Ben Green when he's played as well. So as well as the Somerset, the strength really is in the bowling, and there's the frontline seamer as an international spinner, and then usually 2 or 3 guys that can also turn their arm over. And Abe just has that knack of breaking a partnership, don't they? Which is how they probably want to use him. He bowled perhaps a bit more than Somerset would have liked last year. He ended up being a 3rd, if not 4th seamer at times.
Yeah, he certainly does. He definitely has a knack of taking wickets, but also he's had a number of little injuries. He had a hamstring, quite a bad hamstring, I believe, last year. He picked up a knee during the Big Bash, so I think there's probably a little bit of mindfulness over his fitness levels, but you know, I'm sure we'll see it. Tom Abel bowl at some stage. Like I said, when you've got the quality that Somerset do have in the front 5, you know, sometimes you as an all-rounder, you forget yourself, I would imagine. But I have no doubt that he will bowl at some stage. Hopefully he won't be needed, but knowing Tom with his golden arm, I'm sure he'll do a bit of damage.
Didn't Alex Barrow have a bit of a golden arm as well? Didn't he?
Alex Barrow got like Neil Mackenzie down at the Rose Bowl.
Of course, that's what I was thinking.
It was an extraordinary delivery as well, because Alex Barrow got one to rise off a length, wrap him on the gloves, and popped a return catch back to him. And I think I was at mid-off, because he turned to me with his enormous look of complete surprise and shock. Everyone was surprised and shocked, because also Baz is about 4'3", and he managed to get the ball to bounce, which was quite remarkable, really. I love you, Baz, if you're listening. But yeah, that was one of those funny moments. And I can remember Tom Cooper, the Australian overseas player, who managed to get a 5-wicket haul, bowling some of the worst off-spin I think I've ever seen. But obviously the Somerset wicket was so conducive to spin back then that he managed to get 5.
It just didn't quite work out for him. He did all right in white ball cricket, didn't he? But just red ball cricket didn't quite work out, and he's obviously a fine player, because he then went back and scored plenty of runs in Australia.
Yeah, he got. I think he got an 80 in one of his first games. I think it was a pre-season game. He got an 80, and I can remember him. He made some quite bullish statements in the dressing room, and which definitely pricked my ears up. I'm not sure if anyone else heard it. I was like, okay, interesting. And then he had a real torrid time with the bat in 4-day cricket. Like I said, batting in England in the early season will not be the same as batting in Australia against a different branded ball, and he found out the hard way.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? I was chatting to Peter Siddle this morning, and he was talking about Zim McAndrew. You know, he said it's so difficult as a bowler to come over, new ball, and the pitch does slightly different things. There's more swing, and so your margins for error are much smaller than you are when you play in Australia.
Well, I know playing in those parts of the world, I played a couple of years for Central Districts just across the Watter in New Zealand, which, you know, the other wickets are very similar in nature, and I know that you have to bowl a slightly shorter length to have a success in Australia, and you become more of a sort of nip seam bowler. Hit the deck is very much the order of the day in Australia. And I think it's fair to say that McAndrew bowled a bit short, which would be his Australian length, which he's obviously had success with. But in England, especially in at this time of the year,
got him!
He turns one back sharply from the offside, hits one of Craig Overton's size 12 footholes and clips off stump. That is the wicket Somerset were after. Will Rhodes gone for 29, 89 for 4 now.
Oh, so that is turned sharply from Jack Leach. Will Rhodes can't quite believe it. It's exactly as you called it. Craig Overton's footholes. I mean, that's turned square. And no finer sight than seeing Jack Leach take a wicket. Wouldn't it be brilliant for him to get that bit more confidence back?
That's cracking. Leachy doesn't need confidence. He's a confident lad. He's absolutely fine. We know he's the best. We love Leachy. He's turned that, like I said, off of one of those footholes created by Lewis, Jack Brooks, Josh Davey, and of course Craig Overton with those enormous plates of meat that he has on the end of his legs. Leachy's got that bit of turn. He's clipped the top of off. Will Rhodes offering no shot. And is that the catalyst for an afternoon of fun for the Somerset bowlers?
Just the pressure as well. Somerset have been so tight with the ball. Leach himself, 7 overs for 10. Craig Overton, 4 overs for 7. Josh Davey, 5 overs for 6 before that. So just not offering any real scoring opportunities. Not that he was trying to score there, Will Rhodes. He was trying to leave that alone and pad it away. Difficult game. It's not gone well for Will Rhodes, really, has it? Since he won the toss and asked Somerset to have a bat, he's had a difficult couple of days so far.
Well, I think you've got to be backed up by your bowlers. Again, feedback from Matt Renshaw is that the bowling wasn't of the standard that Warwickshire would have expected, apart from, I must say, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who never lets his captain down. Taking that 5 for always a great feather in the cap for any bowler who comes to Taunton and picks up 5. But now we have Matthew Lamb to the crease at this crucial time. Likes to field bat on ball, likes to score runs. Is he going to be able to curb that aggressive nature that he naturally has to do a job for his team?
And good nick as well, 106 against Surrey, 71 against Essex. Made his debut in that game here, where Somerset got bowled out for 95 and still won the game. Back end of 2016.
Yeah. Did we win with 1 wicket left? And I think Jeetan Patel was turning the ball miles. I think I was batting with whoever it was, number 11 at the end, and we needed, is it not many overs to go, 1 wicket left. I thought, oh, I can't cope with this anymore. I just hacked one over mid-wicket for 4, I think, to win the game. I vaguely remember that game. It was one of the tensest finishes to a 4-day game I can remember, that's for sure. But Jeetan Patel was turning the ball absolutely miles.
I do remember that one. I think that was a slightly different one. This one Somerset won by 31. Batting at 5, Mr. Trigo. There you go. Top order player. Jeetan Patel was turning it by the looks of things, though. 5 for opening the bowling in the second innings.
I think I was definitely scarred by Jeetan Patel's performances at Taunton. He took an absolute stack full of wickets here. He was very much a thorn in our side. Sam Hay now on strike to Lewis Gregory. A little bit of pause there, a bit of a conversation between him and Josh Davey. Talking tactics. Definitely something that happens a lot in first-class cricket. The senior bowlers talking to each other, getting a bit of a feel, bit of an idea of how to get the opposing batsman out. So Lewis bowls a sharp, shorter ball into his rib area. Craig Overton's just gone around the corner, kind of a leg gully, dare I say, leg gully sort of position, or a square leg, but very, very close.
Just got that replay of that Jack Leach wicket on screen. Will Rhodes going back, leaving. Can't quite believe it. Didn't expect to see his off stump. Just taps it on his way off. Brilliant from Jack Leach. Got a few shouts as well for the outgrounds in a second.
That's good to know, because we haven't got past 7 yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
Someone sent me a message saying the Imperial ground in Bristol was one.
That's on there. Tony Hayward's got that as well. Brislington, Steve Spike says. Shepton Mallet. Tried Torquay in Sidmouth for a first-class ground using the John Player League, so not in Somerset.
Interesting.
One of my friends has given North Perrott as a shout. I know the twos played there a lot.
Played a lot of games at North Perrott.
Max Waller got a double 100, I think, in the twos there.
Did he? Crikey me. Must be flat. Lewis Gregory Stevens bowl. Definitely change of line here to Sam Hain, attacking him a lot straighter with Craig Overton round the corner. Actually had a conversation with Max Waller earlier. He was broken down on the motorway on his way down to Cornwall. He heard a bang and a loss of power. He said, Triggs, what the hell's going on? I said, it sounds like your drive chain has just ripped through your engine, I'm afraid, Max. Please tell me you have a warranty, to which he replied no. So that could be an expensive day out to Cornwall for Max Waller. We hope you got home safely, Max, by either the RAC or the AA.
I don't think he quite has yet. Was he on his way to Cornwall or on his way back?
He was on his way down there. He was being recovered just before 11 o'clock. So
he didn't make it.
My thoughts are with you, Max, not just for your safety of getting home, but for your bill that you're going to get from your mechanic. It did sound like it was a total loss claim of that engine.
I saw him loiter. He was just in the press box a second ago. I just saw him, so I don't think he quite made it to Cornwall. I mean, he got recovered and brought back here.
Oh, no, he definitely didn't make it to Cornwall.
I saw him here. So, yes, at least he's got some cricket.
Oh, what a great bit of captaincy there and a great bit of bowling from Lewis Gregory. He's bowled a short ball to Sam Hain, who swivel pulled it straight to the bucket hands of Craig Overton at leg gully. And we have our 5th. What a great piece of captaincy. There was a change of plan, straighter, shorter, different field, and it's come up trumps. That is 1 to the captain, Tom Abel. Congratulations, captain. I know the captains, when they change a plan with a bowler, love it when a plan comes together, a la Murdoch from the 18.
You called it as well, didn't you? You said he can get caught down the leg side, maybe put someone in there. Not exactly a leg slip, but perfect bit of work, and 1 brings 2. 2 balls in, 2 wickets in 6 balls a bit earlier on, 2 in 7 this time around.
Exactly what the boys needed and deserved. They've stuck with it. They've bowled dry. 89 runs coming off of the near 47 overs bowled. 2 what you'd call quite unfortunate dismissals. A massive ripping turning delivery from Jack Leach that clips the outside of the off bail. And you have to say, on any other day, that would have been 4 runs. A swivel pull off of the rib cage by Sam Hain, and it is literally hit Craig Overton's hands right in front of his chest. He did not have to move. Brilliant positioning, great planning from Lewis and the captain. Fair play, lads. Let's go for our 6th.
You cannot keep Craig Overton out of a game of cricket, can you? You give him a rest, even though he's not bowling. His hands are just, I could probably look it up, but the number of catches he's taken. He makes those slip catches look really easy, doesn't he? A couple he's taken low down to the ground. And he's a big man, so it's a long way down. He has got long arms, but just very rarely see him shell one.
He certainly does. He scoops them up like nobody's business. Great hands, terrible feet.
So we've got Mr. Burgess then in the middle. Michael Burgess and Matt Lamb with some work to do. 2 players in good form, but they're going to need good form, a lot of application and a little bit of luck, I think. Warwickshire 89 for 5 now.
Yeah, it's always quite a shocking thing when you have the 2 wicket scenario. You're up in there, you've probably got a cup of tea on the go, a couple of hobnobs, you're happy, you're watching your teammates batting, and then 4 minutes later you're walking out into the heat of battle against a rampant Somerset team. Lewis Gregory bowling with pace, bounce, accuracy, and Jack Leach toiling away and getting a bit of turn. Unfortunately, there's not a left-hander at the crease, so Jack Leach is going to have to use the less worn part of the wicket now. But I'm sure Leachy, the nut, as is lovingly referred to, has got the tools to get us another wicket. 2 men on naught, 89 for 5. 5 wickets needed for Somerset. And right on cue, I'm so glad I'll be able to stop praying. I think I've just seen, well, I've just smelt seen Max Waller.
I'm surprised you didn't know when he came in.
Box, he's going to be after me. There was a genuine tone of concern, but it's nice to see that he has made it back. Maybe through the powers of the live stream we can talk a local garage in Taunton to help out Max Waller with his car situation, because having a car engine go is certainly a very disappointing start to your weekend. And more importantly, the nut coming in, twiddling away. So Matthew Lamb, who blocks towards short leg.
He ends up crawling along the floor, Tom Banton, just tipped over. It was almost the army commando crawling to get that one. But definitely a buoyancy out there for Somerset now. You can really hear them even up here in the commentary box. Plenty of energy out there, and rightly so. Max Waller is still lurking around in the commentary box in the media room. He's more than welcome on the live stream at any time. Talk us through that double 100 at North Perrott, Max.
Oh, tell you what, if anyone needs a little afternoon siesta, Max Waller talking you through a double 100 will definitely see you to the land of Nod. Leachy prepares to bowl again. It's Matthew Lamb who blocks forward. They've gone into block mode. 2 men on naught. As I said, that's always a great opportunity for any fielding side. 2 men on naught. Looking for that first run. That can often bring a mistake. 89 for 5. What a turnaround. You add 2 to the total, and all of a sudden the game looks very, very different. Lots more smiling faces. Lots more smiling faces on the field. We see a replay of this catch. Very much an intended plan. Short ball. Sam Hain has taken the bait, and he has hit it straight to Craig Overton. Probably falls into the unfortunate category, but you have to say the fielder there was for a reason, and there was a noticeable change in the tight style of bowling.
You just see him, his bat, when he's been caught as well, he points as if he looks and then points his bat at him. Shot that. And Michael Burgess gets off the mark with a boundary man in good forms, dealing in only 170s before this game, and that's a player in good touch. Yeah, he got out, Hain, and he just looked and then pointed his bat as if to say, oh, I knew he was there and I still played the shot.
Sometimes you just can't resist, can you? Short ball, eyes lit up, bang. He'd have probably felt in that split second that it was 4 runs until he looked round and saw the enormous figure of Craig Overton. And you can just sense there's a rise in the intensity out there. That ball that was dabbed out to mid-wicket then would probably be just fielded in a mundane fashion, but now because of those 2 wickets, Tom Abel charging in, clapping ferociously, encouraging his senior bowler to try and get us another wicket as we enjoy that catch. Look at the celebrations.
They enjoyed that, didn't they?
That's what's been missing this year so far. Great to see the boys enjoying their success, much earned success. As Lewis bangs away on that hard length. Relentless. Great skills, Lewis. Great performer.
As you said, you've said it a few times, hasn't he? He's bowled so well at times this season, Lewis Gregory, without the luck, particularly in that Essex game, the number of times he beat the bat.
Yeah, I think you know, a number of games I've watched, or spells I've watched where he's been really unlucky. That would certainly probably, like I said, it was kind of lucky. There was a plan, but it was pretty well played, really. Definitely a nice bit of luck as he takes the bait again and pulls away down to Jack Brooks, who does a nice piece of fielding in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, returns the ball to Steve Davis.
Nonchalant that from Jack Brooks, one-handed.
He's a smooth operator, is Jack Brooks.
Saw him this morning. It's a very competitive game of football going on. Jack Brooks in his refereeing, it was like an NFL refereeing outfit. Jason Kerr had his boots and goalie gloves on. Sarge was running around.
It's amazing people's perceptions, because you say NFL referee, I think Scottish guy that used to do the Gladiator.
John.
Contenders, are you ready?
Yeah, John. On my first whistle.
That one. Yeah, so...
My dad, outside age for 4, had us convinced for years as kids that he was a former gladiator. We used to watch it on a Saturday. And he said Wolf was my successor. That's how he used to phrase it.
Did he let you know what his gladiatorial name was?
I think it was a like for like. I think Wolf came in as the second.
So your dad was
version.
Wolf 1?
Yeah, he was the original.
Interesting. I can't wait to meet him.
If only it were true.
One of the frustrations of bowling, the thick edge. You've kind of won the moral victory there, but the batsman gets 4 runs for a false shot. Very frustrating. You can see with the intent there, Matthew Lamb, Michael Burgess both playing quite forceful drives. Yes, they can score a few runs playing in that vein, but they will open the door for opportunities for the Somerset bowlers. And the way that they're bowling at the moment, I'm sure they will take them as Jack Leach gets prepared to bowl the 50th over. And you'll all be pleased to know that I'm going to take a little break.
Superb stint from you there, Peter Trigo. Gordon Hollins on a little bit earlier on. Wickets falling regularly. There's a wicket that's finally fallen at Bristol. Surrey have one. 296 for one. Gloucestershire are. Marcus Harris. He's got 124, but he's fallen to Colin de Granholm. It's Leach. Bowls at Burgess. And Harry just reorganises his stuff. Going to bring his laptop, no doubt. Chris Dent, 141 unbeaten up there at Bristol. James Bracey, he's not out. He's only just gone in. I mean, unless something drastic happens, that's going to end up as a draw. 603 plays 297 for one so far. Back foot punch there from Burgess. It would have to be something pretty drastic for this to end in a draw.
Che Pujara's missed one. Coming down the wicket, he missed one. I thought that man was the best player of spin we've seen since Raul Dravid. Did get 200.
I was going to say, how many do you make?
I love watching Pujara bat. Classy number 3. Batter for India and Sussex.
As Lamb pushes forward to Leach. Essex following on. They let them back into that game a little bit. Shane Snater, he's come into his own in the last couple of years. He made an unbeaten 79 to take Essex up to 193 all out. As Lamb picks up a single. I mean, a recovery of sorts. It wasn't enough to prevent the follow-on, but from 83 for 8, it was something. As a warm round of applause goes around the Cooper Associates County Ground as Warwickshire bring up 100. 100 for 5 they are in the 50th over. So Somerset really turning the screw here. That's a lovely looking shot from Michael Burgess. Just used his feet slightly, held the shape of his bat afterwards. Beats the man at cover, Tom Lammonby, to his right and goes to the left of the man at mid-off. Just see that glorious check drive. So Alistair Cook has gone again in that Essex second innings. 58 for 2. Him and Tom Wesley both gone. Yorkshire all out for 5-7-1. Kent 12 without loss in their second innings, so they trail by 268. Runs for Don Bess, 89, nice to see. Matt Revis as well, a 50 down the order.
And I come with other exciting news. Fellow commentator Sophie Luff, who's captain of Western Storm, they're taking on Central Sparks in a two game in the afternoon. Well, in the day they started at 10:30 this morning, and they've already beaten Central Sparks at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground. They won by 8 wickets. Sophie herself getting a few not out. She was 23 not out with Fran Wilson 28 not out. Getting them over the line with 5 balls to spare, so good effort. Their second game is currently underway. They are batting first at Western Storm. There are some videos online, but sadly no live stream of that one, but you can catch up with match reports on the website afterwards, which Spencer Bishop does very nicely. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from Sophie Luff, who'll be on commentary later in the season when her playing commitments allow. Lewis Gregory, who got that all-important breakthrough with the leg gully of Craig Overton. There is no leg gully anymore. It was just a short ploy that worked very well, very effective. Sam Hain. I don't think there's going to be any way Sam Hain was going to get out. Looked an immovable object, solid, classy player he is.
Just a great bit of captaincy. Peter Trigger was, I don't know if you heard him, was talking about it just a little bit earlier, about how maybe you could get a leg slip, try and get him there, and Tom Abel made a similar change, putting Craig Overton in there, and it paid off virtually instantly.
Inspirational captaincy.
Just one of those days, isn't it? One of those games where just things are going right for Somerset. You have those. For Warwickshire, it's been the opposite. It's not been their best couple of days at work. I mean, they're a fine side, county champions. They will come back from this. It happens over the course of a season, doesn't it?
About time things clicked, really, you could say. Somerset, they've been, wouldn't say necessarily unfortunate, but things just really haven't gone well at all in the opening few matches of the season. So It all come good together, but still 5 more wickets to take to wrap it up today. Don't risk the weather gods tomorrow ruining a almost inevitable Somerset victory now. But they've got to get over the line. Michael Burgess, 2-170s is pretty good form coming in. And what a shot that is. It's Lamb this time. Smoking it through the covers. That's emphatic. You think Michael Burgess is your big head you'd worry about, and then you've got Matt Lamb at the other end. Just absolutely unleashes into that one.
It was a big old reach, wasn't it? It was way outside off stump.
I thought of Lamb as more of a diminutive figure. He's bigger than I remember him being last season.
Maybe he's grown.
Grown, bulked up, hitting the ball harder. He's absolutely nailed that. But good fielding from Tom Abel. The urgency and short extra cover. The captain setting the example, buzzing around, keeping the spirits high, not giving Warwickshire anything for free. Making it hard work for them.
And taking the positives for Warwickshire, these two having a chance to back together yet again. It's a brilliant lower middle or middle order for them. These two, Lamb 25, Burgess 27, so coming into the peak years of their career, so they could form this Warwickshire middle order for many years to come.
Matt Lamb just looking at his setup through with binoculars. He's got a sort of wobbling bat hand, just trying to get himself going early in his innings. He's 9 not out. I'd say he struggled a bit in the first innings. When he only got to 4, didn't spend long at the crease before he was caught by Renshaw on the slips off Gregory. So now facing that same man who got him out in the first innings. Bit of a mental battle to see off Lewis Gregory, but that cover drive showed no nerves. Decent over rate from Somerset today as well. With Jack Leach bowling 11 overs helps. Bit of excitement. Tractor drivers getting excited over in the Somerset stand. I went and enjoyed a bit of the outside view, watching a bit with different people, different vantage points from the ground, and it's nice to hear the different atmosphere, noises, the different chants, the different cheers, the different noises you get around the county cricket ground.
Yeah, it's amazing up here, isn't it? We get probably the best view there is, but I do love being outside. You go out and you realise you get that bit, you get the noise, you can hear the bat, the pure sound of the bat on ball, and the players a little bit more. You get that applause, so it is beautiful. I mean, a really strong crowd in what I think Spencer Bishop said there were 1,300 or so in yesterday. Expect that might be up a little bit further today.
And the families come in as well, which is great to see. Even later in the afternoon, families bring kids, and might be in the bank holiday weekend there. Some real youngsters enjoying the game.
Leach continuing then into his 12th over. He's got 1 for 19. Twirls the ball. Sunglasses on. Burgess pushes it out to point.
Got Tom Banton in at short extra cover with the helmet and the shin pads. Him and Tom Abel pretty close either side of the wicket.
Gets on to the back foot and just takes a step back, so it wasn't particularly wide from Leach, but he cuts it out towards Jack Brooks, fielding at a deep point position. Got about 8 overs to go until tea. If you want to pop down, this game could. Somerset, we're hoping it will finish later on today. £7 for adults is the after tea price. £5 for students, £3 for juniors. So if you're in town listening in and want to come and see what will hopefully be Somerset's first victory in 8 county championship games, please do.
What's interesting here is Tom Banton's coming at a really close, silly point, ridiculously short extra cover to Lamb. He's pretty close to Burgess, but now he's almost touching distance, almost sniffing the armpit of Lamb. And he's got another short extra cover in Tom Lammonby, almost just behind him on the same line. Normally a fielding team would suggest you don't have him on the same line, but they just got a specific plan here.
Good bit of fielding there. From
still got it.
Hildreth, yeah. You can always tell it's him because of that cap that he's had for, what, nearly 20 years now. Big smile on his face. Saw him this morning coming in his chinos. Good-looking man. James Hildreth, fine, good-looking cricketer as well. Doesn't watch, refuses to watch videos of himself. Thinks it looks ugly, so doesn't watch any of it back. But he's certainly easy on the eye as.
James Hildreth and ugly could never be used in the same sentence, surely.
By him, from the words came from his mouth, and I said, "Are you?" Yeah, he is. I said, "Are you serious with that?" You know, there's many people that very much enjoy watching you bat. End of the over, 110 for 5. Warwickshire. What have we got? 39 remaining in the day, so 7 until tea. Tea is always taken with on days 1 to 3. Tea is taken with 32 overs remaining.
So it looks like it will be Lewis Gregory to continue from the just got the pavilion end. He'll be into his 10th over, 1 for 25 off 9, so pretty good reading for the former Somerset T20 skipper. A couple of wickets fallen elsewhere in the county championship in that last over. Finally there's a wicket at Bristol. Harris is gone for 124. Bowled by de Grandhomme, 296 for 1 at Gloucestershire, and still miles behind Surrey, 603. It's taken 77 overs to prize us apart. So there we got 3 slips, Lewis Gregory, pretty orthodox. Circular field on the offside, and then the 2 men back on the leg side. Deep square leg, deep fine leg. That's a streaky back foot punch from Lamb. He's going to get away with it. He's going to get 4 runs. Behind the point man, nowhere near Craig Overton at gully. Sort of 3 backward point and 1 hand off the bat. Somerset will be happy to see shots like that. The runs aren't really an issue here. They can be bold and brave and get the catches in.
I just heard a wonderful sound from outside. A certain tractor driver was out there. Great stuff, Luigi. I think you can hear it on the effects mic. Yeah, Tom Abel, Lulu, he often calls him. Tom Abel.
Come on, Luigi. I love hearing that. Come on. I remember Jamal Hussain was one of tractor driver's favourites. Come on, G. Come on, G. Come on, Curbs. Back when Curb was playing. It's a good full delivery from Gregory. There's a lot of excitement around the ground with this passage of play that knows important. Once these 2 are gone, you're down into the lower order of the bowlers. Yes, McAndrew whacked a few in the first innings, got to 47, but Somerset know they want to break the back of Lamb and Burgess pretty early. Definitely can't let Burgess get another 170, or that could completely change the context of the game. Slightly different pitches, the 170s he scored the last 2 games have been there compared to this one. Against Essex and against Surrey. Both at Edgbaston. This is a lovely swiveled pull shot from Lamb, just the 1 run to that. Deep fine leg man, I guess the field's set for the short ball, and Lamb's only really going to get 1 run for unless he places it perfectly.
There he is, the great man.
Somerset have 7 bonus points so far, Warwickshire the 3. No more up for grabs in the second innings of this game, of course. Somerset desperate to make it for, well, 23 points it would be, having missed out on that final batting point. Emphatic comeback after this run of losses. Just got to get over the line now of the home side. 39 remaining overs, 38 after this ball. Western Storm and 97 for 4 after 12 overs in their second T20 against Central Sparks. Having bigged up skipper Sophie Love, she's gone for 18 in this second match, but Fran Wilson's still there on 34 not out, and Katie George is 33 not out. I really enjoyed. I went to Loughborough with the England ladies squad a couple of years ago. Interviewed Sarah Taylor, Tammy Beaumont, and Katie George. I really enjoyed watching them train and getting an inside look to the way they train and work hard. And of course, we've got Mark Robinson here with Warwickshire, who's the former England ladies coach. Great to see the increased coverage of the ladies game.
You know I'm rubbish with first names, don't you?
Yes, 100%.
I was calling him Tim Robinson earlier. Luckily not on air, as I don't think he starred in Shawshank Redemption.
Charlie Morris, Chris Morris, Craig Miles, Colin Miles, Tim and
Leach to continue to Lamb, who just pushes forward and it goes slightly to the left. The Banton, who's still there crouched under that helmet. Yeah, at least Chris and Charlie Morris is forgivable in a cricket context. Craig Miles I've compared to a former Yeovil centre-half who used to break people's legs for fun. Left alone, good leave in the end. And then Mark Robinson has been compared to a Hollywood actor, so...
Maybe we need a leaderboard at the back of the box for Sam's name comparisons.
I don't think there's much point. We know I'd be at the top of it.
I have all the different names.
Only be me confusing the first names. Two down, Gloucestershire. Massive collapse as the live stream. Commentary box. Mr. Bracey or Mr. Dent, Harry? Have you got it up there?
Well, no, I think you'll beat me to this one.
A good friend of mine, Dan Whiting, will be up there doing the Gloucestershire live stream for that one. He's a co-host of a County Cricket Natters podcast. We had Annie Shave on yesterday. Yes, yesterday she was in.
She's working from home today. I'm going to text her earlier. She's badgering me to get to Scothic to reply to her email. So, please, chat to Marcus. Yeah. I think he's a bit busy.
Hildreth there at backward point, springing into action again, big smile on his face. It's good. Good to listen to Marcus, wasn't it, a bit earlier on?
I was, made me think back to my 2013 Easter holidays. I was at an Easter camp for Stephen Jones and Marcus Scothic Easter camp at Wellington School. And Marcus Scothic was trying to teach me to sweep seam. Fast bowlers.
He could just do that though, couldn't he?
I was just like, I made me think of Mal Loy sweeping Brett Lee for 6. And I still can't do it, Marcus, sorry. It was one of those things I just thought, wow, this guy's just so much better. It's just a class above. And I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do this. But the positive confidence and assurance that he was coaching us 13-year-olds, you can do it. If you get in a good position, whatever pace they're bowling, you can sweep it.
Wow,
I'll never forget that.
He, the way he played speed, just swept spin. I spoke to Monty Panesar and Gareth Batty about it for a feature on Scothic, and they said England nets, it was a nightmare. He would go in and say to them, right lads, wherever you bowl, I'm going to sweep you, and he would all round the ground, any length, the try went through all their variations, and Scothic would just.
They didn't really use reverse sweep too much, did they? This was back in the day when you just play it one way and you play it front square, behind square, hard, soft. As we see a slight change from the end named after the man we're talking about, the Marcus Scothic Pavilion end. We'll see Jack Brooks, headband warrior, take over from Lewis Gregory. But yeah, he'd go hard in front for 6, and go behind, wouldn't he? Just mess with the field.
I think we'll see this for the rest of the, well, for a little bit of time at least. Jack Leach operating at one end and the 3 seamers, 4 seamers, just interchangeable.
Well, it's only 5 overs till tea now. They might start after tea with a burst from 2 seamers.
Bit of Craig Overton after tea.
I'd say.
Josh Davey.
Depends who eats more cake over tea, I guess.
And who's that? Is that Craig Overton that's gone in a catching position at cover?
Yep.
Looks like it is.
Figure, absolutely. Short extra cover. Oh, and it's a false start from Jack Brooks. He'll enjoy that. He's always got a chuck on his face.
He's got a big grin on his face. He looks at those. It's those footholes. Again, I bet there's some more sawdust. There has been. I don't know what it's been with those over the last couple of games.
They don't use much sawdust.
No, they did it, but they did on the first morning.
Dusty,
Warwickshire brought some out, didn't they?
Josh Davey, as all fast bowlers do, it's the fast bowlers union, isn't it? Davey, Overton and Brooks all talking about it. If one of them says a slip, then the others all get involved. Oh, that is a waft outside off stump, and Jack Brooks has the breakthrough for Somerset. Another massive breakthrough. Jack Brooks has run away to point. He might be off your camera. They're bundling on him, they're celebrating, they're rugby tapping him, it's a big old scrum.
Look
what
what
a
it
celebration.
Look what it means to these guys. The Taunton crowd were working him to a bit of a frenzy, clapping on as he was coming into bowl, and he wheels away. He does enjoy his wickets, Jack Brooks.
That is a phenomenal celebration though. That's probably the biggest celebration we've seen today. It doesn't mean it's the best ball or the biggest wicket. It's just that little bit closer. Burgess, we said again and again, the two 170s, 178, 170 in the last 2 innings. Serious batter. He's gone for 11. Warwickshire 115 for 6, and now we are into tail. McAndrew can bat. He swings a willow. He's a hard-hitting T20 batter, really. But Somerset can smell blood here. 37 overs remaining in the day. Just a couple more before tea. Another one before tea, and wow, Somerset will be thinking about an early finish here and celebrating with a few ciders and blackbird on Saturday night. What a perfect way to finish. Potentially what should be the first championship win of the season for Somerset here, and they just need to get through Lamb, McAndrew, Miles, Hannon Dolby and Danny Briggs. Danny Briggs, who did bat before McAndrew the first, and yes, he's going to come out again. Happy birthday, I should say, to Danny Briggs.
Oh yeah.
Is he going to provide a birthday treat for Warwickshire? Somerset will rather get him out and give him some cake after. Danny Briggs, yeah, I'm slightly surprised he's batting ahead of McAndrew. They're both bowlers who can bat. Not much in it. McAndrew swings a willow harder, I guess, than Briggs, who's probably more of a solid batter. McAndrew 47, as I said in the first innings. Danny Briggs with 13. But I don't think we can underestimate how big a wicket that is of Michael Burgess. Out for 11. So Briggs will of course be on strike. Same field we're looking at, and Tractor and the fans around. They're giving him the clap now, the slow clap as Jack Brooks is top of his mark. Danny Briggs is nowhere near ready to face the ball. The slow clap's going to go on a long while. Steve Davies' first capture of the innings.
Craig Overton getting it going at third slip.
Left, it's quite wide. It's not the best of balls, to be fair. We've just got a wicket that's a long way outside off stump, but it gets a big ooh and a half, and Somerset faithful anyway.
Big smile, well, grimace on his face, Jack Brooks. He knows that one needed to be better directed. Perhaps he slipped again on his way through.
The slight irony, we've got Matt Lamb batting here, and Danny Lamb has just got a breakthrough for Lancashire. Hampshire 258 for 5.
Mick Gubbins getting another 100?
Yep, 100 in both innings.
Gone, got him, caught behind.
Jack Brooks again, this time he's going to the river stand. He went and celebrated in front of the Somerset stand, the wicket 2 balls ago. Danny Briggs is edge behind. We just said how poor a ball it was for Jack Brooks following up from the wicket, but he makes up for it with an absolute beauty again. Great ball, poor ball outside off stump, great ball, and the 2 great balls have both got wickets. Danny Briggs, what a miserable birthday for him. He's got to go without scoring. Just 2 balls he faced. And might they even appeal for the extra half an hour before tea here, Sam? The excitement is thrilling here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The YouTube comments are kicking off with yeses and olays and celebrating Somerset fans who are putting as many Y's, E's and S's in their comments as possible. Yes, yes, yes. Jack Brooks with his 3rd wicket. He's got 3 for 19 off 9.3. And it will be McAndrew coming out to bat. Lamb and McAndrew with a lot of work to do. Say that again and again and again. Mr. Bailey and Mr. Wharf might have a day off tomorrow. McAndrew with 0 on the back of his jumper as well as his shirt. Whatever kit he's been given is all number 0. And will he play attacking, aggressive cricket? No bonus points up for grabs. Is he going to try and hang around for the close of play today and hope for rain tomorrow? Is he going to try and strike some lusty blows to take the attack back to Somerset? We shall see. But Jack Brooks, who wasn't actually going to play in this game, we must say. Pete Siddle was, of course, the overseas fast bowler from Australia. He's went down with a stomach injury, and Jack Brooks came in, and fair play Jack Brooks. He got 1 wicket for 58 in the first innings, but he's making up for it now with 3 for 19 off 9.5 overs. The slow cat laps will continue. Same field. Full goes back to Kanji. Dare say possibly could have got forward to that, but he got away with it. Went back and defended it. A slightly angled bat into Tom Ablett, short extra cover. 2 balls remaining in a beautiful over from Jack Brooks. So we're just saying how Steve Davies hasn't taken a catch because it's been Overton, Lammonby, Abel and Overton again have taken the 4 catches so far. Jack Leach, of course, bowled Will Rhodes, but now Steve Davies and Jack Brooks have twice combined an over. That one's a little bit wider. Brooks and Davies playing the game on their own this over. Teddy T says he spoke to Jack Brooks the other day. Wasn't all that gung-ho about his recent performances, but he's proved himself wrong today. Yeah, he was up here in the Thatcher deck enjoying play yesterday and wasn't good as crossword. Cracking over by Jack Brooks. He gets the reception he deserves from the Somerset faithful. Gets his cap firm by a big old hug from Craig Overton. Somerset fans are top of hoop, as are the players on the pitch. Delighted with that over spell. It's really opened up the lower order of the Warwickshire. And Jack Leach will be bowling at Lamb for the other end.
Yeah, double wicket maiden. Stuff of dreams for bowlers. Stuff of nightmares for Warwickshire. In a way, they want this to be over relatively quickly. Not being a good 8 sessions for them so far. But it can change very quickly. Somerset suffered a similar defeat against Hampshire on the first game of the season. There are plenty of twists and turns. This Division 1 of the County Championship is going to be thrilling, I think. See, Leach almost turns into a Yorker there at Matt Lamb. Now, Sean Masood's got 32 not out for Derbyshire. Leach bowls at Lamb, who defends forward. Back at the bowler. Flourish at that one doesn't quite go where he wanted it to. That's followed. So good overseas contributions there from Derbyshire. So Engel Akmal, 5 for 82. His first 5 for. Man pushes into the offside. Banton's gone back to short leg here. So Masood is on 32. So he needs another 13. He needed 45 to break Nick Compton's record. As Banton had actually switched side into the offside, and it goes not in the air, but goes on to short leg where he would have been. Nick Compton had the record, currently still holds the record for the most first-class runs scored in April. Back in 2012, that was 715 from 13 innings. So actually, all the criticism of the April start, it's not like it's a new thing. Nick Compton batted 13 times in April 2012.
I remember that. Yeah, he batted superbly. Really impressed with Nick Compton that year.
Now, Masood, if he gets another 13, he's going to break that record from just 6 innings. 715 runs he'll have, or at least from 6 knocks, as Brooks continues.
Jack Brooks and Nick Compton, of course, have done battle against each other many times in the County Championship years. Jack Brooks with a headband on has got Steve Davies. Did a little dance. I see him and Matt Renshaw having a right chuckle, the 2 left-handers in the slips, either side of Hildreth and Overton. The spirits are very high amongst the Somerset players now as Tom Abel dives well to keep that back foot punch to no run. Yeah, talking of left-handers, Chris Dent 150, that's a slightly different game up the road at Bristol. 3 slips. No deep square now. Oh, that's a good shot. We'll play with Nathan McAndrew. Go fetch that from the Stingers as it's hit into the white picket fence in front of the Somerset stand.
Picking out the Stingers. Hello, Martin Lewis is watching. 7:30 AM from California. Hi, Martin. It normally takes him a while to get up to speed, but his pulse is racing now. Mike, who's a regular, if he's not on the ground, he's on the stream. He's done so much work with the museum. Yeah, have a look at that. Check out the Somerset Museum online archives. Yeah, that's what the atmosphere is like in the ground. I can tell you, Mike, it's fantastic. It's buoyant. Good crowd in. I thoroughly enjoyed Jack Brooks' last over. A slow clap as he came into bowl. Craig Overton at third slip, just jinging them up a little bit. Do you do a bit of writing for the Somerset Museum?
Yeah, I wrote a couple of pieces on the academy prospects coming through, actually. Yeah, lovely chap is Mike Ullman, who just asked me to help him out, get the museum website sort of kick-started. He's had a few technical issues with it and getting the Facebook and Twitter page and the museum. It's even got an Instagram page as well as a website. Yeah, a couple of pieces I wrote about.
That's what county cricket's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
The community, people like that, pouring their hearts and souls into it. Who are the academy prospects? Who is there to look out for?
Well, it was more sort of looking back over the last 10 years of who's come through the academy and done well for Somerset. So the likes of Green, Lammonby, Goldsworthy, all the way through. Basically, it was meant to be one piece, and I ended up writing 2 pieces because got a bit excited, got a bit carried away. Yeah, be on my blog, on my Twitter, and on the Somerset Museum website if you want to have a read.
Let's have a look. What is the Somerset Cricket Museum website? I'm sure Mike will give us the link. somersetcricketmuseum.co.uk. Easy. Simple. No excuse not to check that one out.
And check out the museum in real life as well. Should be open at tea. It could be open in 2 overs' time.
Leach to continue then. Yeah, a couple of overs before tea, so we might see one more each from the 2 jacks. Banton crouching. Hildreth does the fielding. Banton crouches. And waits. Lamb pushes forward. Healthy crowd there, see on the screen. Many of them NHS workers as well. Love Musgrove teaming up with Somerset. They're sponsoring this game. It's been brilliant to have them here. So many of them, the Somerset players, were warming up in their specially designed shirts. And if you want to text to donate, you can. The number's at the top of your screen. As Lamb just pushes forward to Leach. You could just simply have to text Somerset NHS, all one word, all capital letters, to 70085, and that'll donate a tenner. And have a look at the Love Musgrove website for details of some of the amazing projects they're involved in. It's their 25th anniversary. They've raised £20 million over those 25 years, and it's not just Musgrove they look after. As Lamb gets on the back foot, cuts out towards Josh Davey, I think that is. Like, you can always see the way he stands.
He's got that gait as well, the particular way he jogs and walks and runs. And I must say, Lamb's very good on the back foot, the way he rocks bat and punches it for one, looks very much in control. He's 16 not out. Already the 3rd highest score for Warwickshire in their 2nd innings. Sam Hain got to 43. Sam Hain top scoring in both innings so far for Warwickshire, but couldn't quite go on. They could have done with a Sam Hain century, really good Warwickshire, in either innings. Hard to be critical of a man who got in when everyone else pretty much failed, but I feel like one of those pitches that Somerset, well, Lammonby and Abel in the first innings got to 50 and then got out. Of course, Renshaw got to 129 and then got out, but it's not ridiculously flat batter's haven, you wouldn't say. And it's not doing all sorts. It's it's a good cricket wicket, giving both sides a good chance.
His application, Somerset have bowled much better than Warwickshire did. They were poor, particularly on the first day. Hunandolby's side, they were poor, and Will Rhodes couldn't really rely on anyone. Even Danny Briggs, who's usually so frugal. Renshaw got after him early.
Very full from Jack Brooks there. Well played by Lamb too. They should really have pushed for 2 there. It's a little bit lazy running from Lamb. I think he thought it'd gone quicker to Gregory down at fine leg. Jogged the first one, whereas Abel, we saw Abel get that 3 first ball, punched down the ground. Very first ball he faced, and he immediately ran really hard. I think that's been a slight difference in intensity between Somerset and Warwickshire. Somerset,
agreed.
Really pushed the runs hard, and Steve Davies put too far when he ran himself out. But the others were positive intent with their running through the wickets. Very full ball from Jack Brooks.
Well, the McAndrew was quite aggressive, wasn't he, in the first innings? So maybe they're looking to just put it up there a little bit, see if his eyes light up. Try for that Yorker. He's a big man. Very good at bowling the Yorker. We saw that. He didn't have a great time with the ball, but did bowl a couple of Yorkers. What a 24 hours or so for Jack Brooks. Had a day doing his crosswords, and then from yesterday, sprang into action. 3 wickets in the second innings, 1 wicket in the first. Alex Davies as well, he was looking in good touch. And as he will love to talk about, I'm sure, 32 runs with the bat. I was in his pub last night for a little bit. Well, I say his pub, not his pub. The pub, the Ring of Bells. They sponsor him, so he's very associated. Yeah. He was very much. They're very proud to sponsor him in Botham's training pub, as it used to be. Jack Brooks. Man, so Josh Davey is the only one of the bowlers without a first-class 100, isn't he, in Somerset side?
And arguably the one who's batted hard the order most out of all of them.
Jack Brooks got his and had the mic drop. Siddle's got one.
Jack Leach?
Well, I've seen bowlers. Has Leach got one?
No, he got the 92. 92. He scored more. He scored a higher run for England than he has for Somerset now. His 92 against Ireland at Lords.
Yeah, I was there for that. I was there for the first. It was boiling. Tim Murtagh running through them.
What a man he is. Yeah. Liam, there's hope that Siddle will be fit for the next game. Yes, he's been running the drinks on, and some stomach strain, little injury. I don't think it's going to be a long-term doubt. So
no, they've been quite coy about it, haven't they? I think it's taking no risk. They've got a week off as well, all the seam bowlers, so you can just rotate the depth Somerset have got. You're talking about your academy piece, there's another couple, aren't there? There's Casey Ulridge and Ned Leonard that have come through it. Been playing 2. Saw Sonny Baker out doing some running as well.
So Sonny Baker was on his level 2 core coach course in Devon a couple of weeks ago. Good to see a young lad getting his coaching badges already.
Catch.
And that's another wicket for Jack Brooks. Called at second slip. Matt Renshaw is now off to the Somerset Stand, the Alan Shearer celebration. Matt Renshaw probably won't know. Well, he is a north-eastern lad, even though Alan Shearer as well. But that's a deliberate celebration, I don't know. But wow, Jack Brooks has suddenly got his tail up. Tom Abel's been shouted at by the umpires here to give the ball back. But that won't dampen the excitement here. Warwickshire 121 for 7. McAndrew's been caught at slip, and Somerset are delighted. They are sensing victory here. Jack Brooks is still celebrating. What a catch again by Matt Renshaw. And into the tail completely now with McAndrew gone.
And I think we may well have an extra half hour here, it looks like, because there's 1 ball before tea. Extra 15 minutes. Polly, who's 4 overs. Okay, so 2 wickets left in the game, potentially. Polly next door, the scorer. She's been on the radio to the umpires. They have an extra 15 minutes, Somerset. See if they can finish this game off. Jack Brooks with his tail up. He'll fancy finishing this game off.
That is superb bowling from Jack Brooks. He's now got 4 for. And there's a bit of a trudge to the crease. Craig Miles, Nolly Hunandolby got a bat with Mr. Lamb. Mr. Lamb is 17 not out. Hunandolby about 11. Craig Miles now at 10.
The result is possible. Tea is now being delayed for 15 minutes.
So yeah, confirmation. 15 minutes or 4 overs to allow Somerset to potentially take these 2 wickets before the 20-minute tea interval. So that was the last ball of the over. So Jack Leach will continue from the river end, and he will be bowling at Mr. Lamb, who's on strike. Matt Lamb talked about his batting. He's looked good as Matt Lamb in the second innings, but perhaps too little too late. He's not anyone to stay there and support him. I thought him and Hayne could have stuck around for a long time with him and Burgess. I thought that was going to be a really tricky partnership for Somerset to break, but now it needs a really, really good shift from Miles and or Hannon Dolby to really stick around with him. Yeah, Craig Miles added 64 runs with Burgess in the game last week when he came as concussion replacement. That's a cracking cover drive off the first ball of the over there. He could play a few shots, I guess.
Yeah, I think the shackles are off a little bit now that you actually, they aren't with the best will in the world going to save this game, so you may as well.
Just hearing "you Bears" shouts, so very optimistic, or perhaps inebriated Warwickshire fan. Not heard him singing all game, and 2 wickets away from losing, and they start cheering. Fair enough.
Leach to Lamb, who pushes it to Banton, who is fielding at a kind of orthodox, shortish cover, but he's still got his helmet on. He's not going to bother taking it off from when he will. I'm sure if Craig Miles, not Colin Miles, is on strike, Banton will be in close to the bat. As Hildreth fumbles at point. He didn't mean that. But he immediately shouted at Matt Lamb and said, look, the fumble, you could try and take a run to Lammonby. And then held his back as if that was the reason for his fumble. Big smile on his face. Plenty of smiling faces in the Cooper Associates County Ground. Driven straight by Lamb. There's a man, doesn't take one. Mid-on, Josh Davey is far enough back for a single to be possible, but he just struck that too well, actually. It raced to Davey.
Doesn't seem like he's got much faith in Craig Miles here. Straight away, Lamb looks like he's putting his foot down a little bit. That one that wasn't a one just then to mid-on was hit a lot harder than when he had a genuine bat at the other end earlier. It's like he's going to try and force something here, but Somerset could have the first County Championship Division 1 victory of their season, the first of this round. Could be wrapped up before tea. There's going to be another helmet brought out. Matt Renshaw, is he going to go in as like a close slip? Maybe for Leach at the other end. Renshaw with his gangly long legs. Took that catch off Brooks, had an over off Leach, and then back in at second slip. Glorious straight drive that from Miles. We're saying maybe Lamb didn't have much faith in Miles, but that's, well, nearly gone Miles along the ground. Craig Miles with a glorious, glorious straight drive. We talked about Somerset's tail enders, Dave and Leach, they can properly bat. Well, Craig Miles with a serious shot. Full ball straight down the ground. You couldn't wish for a better scoring shot to go off the mark. Brooks had a little giggle with Josh Dave and a few of the fans down in the bottom of the Trescothick Pavilion below us. He's found what it is Davey's found 2 balls. He's gone to pick up the match ball, and he's found an old ball down in the blue covers in the sheet below us, and fans are saying, chuck on the old one, having a bit of a chuckle with him, but he's very honest, throws the old ball away and gives Brooks a nice, I say new chair, it's 6 years old, but Davey could tell between the training ball and the match ball. Tea at Chelmsford, where Northampton's decision to enforce a follow-on has been justified. Brown and Cook, the class left-handed openers, they put on 41, but them and Tom Wesley, all 3 of them have been sent back. Matt Critchley and Paul Walter there. Essex struggling a bit there. There's a big shout there, but nothing doing down the leg side. And good running of 2. We talked about the urgent running. That's better from Warwickshire. I mean, they're a bit of a hiding to nothing now, but positive running there. Yeah, Essex and Somerset have had some great games over the years. Of course, that phenomenal 1 2 weeks ago with Somerset were 1 wicket away from victory. That wet, soggy September game at the end of the season a couple of years ago. Seems like the top two teams over the last few years having some incredible battles, but Somerset Warwickshire here today. Warwickshire, the title champions, title winners of last season, in a fair bit of strife. 131 for 8 if you're just joining us. Somerset 2 wickets away from victory here. The slow clap is coming in nearly every ball now. Brooks dominating the Bears. He's chasing a 5 for here. 4 for 28. The last ball of his 13th over.
The man goes out to deep point as well as a man on the hook. It's a potential short ball.
Just
Double
a bluff, I think.
Yeah.
Full ball driven, well fielded by Tom Lamb around his left for 1 run. Nice cover drive from Lamb. Lamb and Miles are playing some nice shots here. Must be said they've played a couple of magnificent drives, but again it's going to be too little too late as Warwickshire 132 for 8. Brooks always seems to have a good rapport with the umpires. Been around the county circuit for a fair few years now, knows the umpires fairly well. Plenty of umpires he's played with and against too, but there's going to see some pads coming on for Matt Renshaw here. We've got Banton and Renshaw coming in. I like this attacking field from Somerset, who know that it's a matter of time, not worried about the runs. So Banton and Renshaw will be close on either side of the wicket. They've obviously got 2 sets of cricketing shin pads to be worn under the white trousers. Not a sight you see too often in club cricket, or even in county championship, to see 2 ridiculously close fielders with shin pads, box and helmet, all protecting them.
Table just going to bring Brooks across. So I think they're going to put a bit of pressure here, aren't they, on Craig Miles? Is Brooks going to come to mid on? And they're still going to have a man sweeping on the offside. Oh, Jack Leach would like to put a couple more wickets in his far right hand column. 16 over 6 maidens, 26 runs and 1 wicket. This spell of his, he's into the 15th over of this spell, Harry. 6 maidens, all 6 of those maidens. 1 for 23.
We're saying it's good to see Jack Leach back in the wickets. I mean, he's only got 1, but it's that tying up an end, isn't it?
It's good to see him bowling,
Allowing
getting the overs.
rotate, yeah.
He's putting pressure on, doesn't he? And suddenly you've had Overton, Gregory and Brooks rotating, and you know, Gregory took that 1 wicket and then Brooks has got 3 in 4 overs.
It allows the seamers to get the wickets, really. Jack Leach did the hard work at one end, and then the batters feel like they've got to, if they can't score off Jack Leach, they might feel like they've got to score off the seamers and then play that loose drive, get the nick to the slips. Quite sure the deep cover is totally necessary here. Josh Davey out in the long grass. Guess he's saving 4, but he's not really in a catching position. Could Tom Abel go all out attack here? 1 hand, 1 bounce. Matt Renshaw. He's got long arms, hasn't he?
He seriously does. Right, one more over before tea then. Yeah, it was we were an extra 4 overs. Somerset still needing 2 wickets for victory. I don't know if they take. Polly will know. If they take 1 wicket in this over, do they carry on? I think Polly is just informing Paul and the rest of the media that it's
Jack Brooks takes his headband off, but he can't bowl without it. even though his hair's not that long anymore. Again, he's got this deep point, allows Banton to take the helmets and some of the protective gear. He's got a short leg off to the boundary, and then he stays there at deep point. Craig Overton's now in an interesting position. It's like a backward point, almost a catching gully, but more near to the point area than obviously a short ball. Yes, short ball pulled away down to long leg for 1 run. That's an all right result for Somerset, really. Get the batter, Lamb, down to non-striker's end. Get the bowler, the tail end of Miles on strike. So we'll say it again many times. Somerset have lost their last 7 county championship matches. This is such a massive potential afternoon for Somerset to restart their season, to kick-start the campaign, get a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum swinging forwards. Warwickshire will see it as a little blip. They know how poorly they bowled in that first day to set the tone, really. A bit of pressure on the batters, suddenly chasing a massive score, which they frankly wouldn't have expected to have to chase at Taunton after recent form. Teddy T says Brooksy were never allowed to be bowled again without a clapping crescendo. That's a waft outside off stump from Craig Miles. Yeah, played a pretty good shot for number 10 a minute ago. Jack Brooks chasing his 21st first-class fifer. Best bowling innings is only 6 for 65, so he could beat that were he to take the next 2 wickets. Could get his best ever bowling innings. I'm not he's going to go for any more runs. 65 in this. A very optimistic appeal. Venture on Overton again, a little bit carried away now. That was clearly leg side. Jack Alexander Brooks with 1 ball remaining in his 14th. And that sees the field change a little bit. I guess they want to give Miles a strike. Yeah, deep point, deep cover gone back. Going to try and give Miles a 1 so they can then keep bowling at the tail ender. Not that Lamb's been batting for ages, but still at 22 not out. He's been a bit longer than Miles and is the more recognised batter. Meanwhile, in Western Storm's second T20 game of the afternoon at Central Sparks, they're 140 for 6 after 16.5 overs. Just 1 more over remaining now as Jack Leach is going to bowl what's going to be the last over before a delayed tea interval. At the tea interval, we're going to treat you with some WPA mental health videos. Really nice touches from some of the Somerset squad talking through some of their mental battles and ways of dealing with it. Really inspirational, I found personally. They're really useful, and I know many others have enjoyed them too. So thanks very much for them.
Lamb on strike then. Field spreads a little bit. Somerset happy to give him the single. Drives it back at Leach. Bump ball though. So no one was fooled by Leach's mock celebration. Lamb's got 22. Miles has 5. He drives again nicely to Banton at short cover. Kept the helmet on there. Oh, inside edge there from Lamb. He just tried to push forward. He's not played many false shots, but that was about the first. He's going to pick up a couple, gets an inside edge. Could have gone anywhere. Matt Renshaw, who I don't think I've ever seen Matt Renshaw not in a long sleeve shirt and short jumper.
North-East lad via New Zealand, Australia, and now in Taunton, but maybe he just likes it.
It's his look. The 16th over of this spell now then, Leach. 1 for 28. Pushes just to the left of Banton, former teammates Lamb and Tom Banton up at Barton Green Cricket Club. I think they had quite a side. I think Ed Pollock was in that team. As Lamb sees out that Jack Leach over. So they had the extra 5 overs, an extra 15 minutes. Couldn't quite pick up the final 2 wickets, Harry, but we've said it a few times already in this game. What a session for Somerset.
Yeah, absolutely superb. It feels like if you do that little pie chart, I feel like Somerset have won every session of the match so far. I can't remember a session where Warwickshire dominated. Maybe that 173 in the first innings, 373, sorry, when Somerset lost 3 wickets without adding a run. But even then, they scored the runs before and after. So yeah, Warwickshire have it all to do. Craig Miles, Nollyhan and Dolby need to provide some of the heroics they showed last week at the tail end. Lamb needs a lot of support, but there's going to be about 19-minute tea interval now before the players start wandering back out again, and Somerset will hope to wrap the 2 wickets up fairly prompto with 27 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, lots of high fives as the Somerset players wander off. Job not quite done, but virtually done. And it's been pretty much a perfect performance. Then a warm round of applause from the Cooper Associates County Ground. They appreciate the efforts of the past couple of days. We will be back after tea. It'll be 2 of Harry I and Peter Trigo will be on air. Who knows for how long. Thank you very much as ever to WPA Health Insurance, the club's principal county championship live streaming partner. Enjoy your brew and speak to you very shortly.
All at bargain prices. Head over to the Cricket Museum. We also have the North Areas Committee with us today, as they have been for all 3 days so far. And they have a book sale, Cricketers and General Books, just to the right of the Somerset shop.
We're on our way to Somerset. We've got 2 cheap cricket bats in the back of the car. Yeah. And basically we're going to see if we can snap them. Oh, we've made it. Well, Taunton. So do I need to, what do I need to say, I guess? Yeah, if you introduce yourself and just kind of say first impressions on the bat with class.
Hi, it's Rolf van der Merwe here from Somerset County Cricket Club. It's a brilliant practice. Love the stickers, but I won't be going out and buying one of these.
All good? Yeah, it's running.
Hi, George Bartlett from Somerset County Cricket Club. Right arm rockets, bit thin, bit light, that's good, but not sure how it's going to go.
Which camera?
This one.
Ben Green, all-rounder of sorts. This bat is an ND, never heard of it. Don't really like it, but we'll see how it goes.
Hi, I'm Tom Abel. Seen better bats, if I'm honest. I'm someone that could do with all the help I can get, so I could be in a bit of trouble today.
So what's the plan? Just try and wallop a few. Block it and you'll bump me. Deal, mate.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Cheers. Mate, that could be 6 off 1.
Do you see the smile on his face? Oh, that's climbed in. That's got to be 6. That's got to be 6 outside, surely.
Do you reckon?
Okay. I guess you probably haven't paid for a cricket bat for a while.
For a while. I reckon the last bat that I paid for, £160.
Okay.
That was about 10 times as good as that. So I'm going with £16.
16 quid. All right, there we go. There we go. There's the first offer on the table.
I mean, you can't tell even. There's barely any damage to it.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Any game plan here for us?
Well, I suppose just make contact.
Okay.
Oh, I like it.
It'll last forever like that.
Oh. Big swing, no ding, buddy.
Nip on that.
Oh.
This is so... I'm terrified stood here pointing this way.
You know the big brown red thing? Yeah, you got to hit that one.
Still going.
Keep going, boy.
This is taking an absolute battery.
Yeah, it is.
How was that?
It wasn't too bad.
Hmm?
I only hit half the ball, but I never could feel
with I've mishit it or timed it, so it's
Right.
all the same feeling almost, but yeah, wasn't too bad.
Is there any damage on it?
Nah.
No, nothing at all.
Good value for money, this. I'll pay 25 quid.
25. Hello.
That's all right.
Turned it on for the camera,
He's not dying wondering, is he, George?
Oh dear.
Top of the bat. Awful bat. First one of the year. Missed a straight one. Oh, that's big. That's big. Nah, that's big.
I think it's just showing that I can't bat.
I think we could.
Go there with that bat. It's beautiful. You just got to swing as hard as you can. I
Yeah.
don't think it's one for like nurdling it in, gap, timing through gaps.
I mean,
30 quid.
Some 30 quid, Kes.
We got a little crack in there, that.
Oh yeah.
That's the only thing. Pressure, bud.
Oh, that was so good.
Hope he bowls you a bumper first, Rock.
Yeah.
Told him to.
Where I'm hitting at the moment, that'll hit me straight on the noggin.
I can't quite believe it's still going, but there is a little crack on it.
I think I've peaked there.
See, that's it.
Have a look behind square.
See, that's gone like a rocket. Have you got any of those in you, Kes?
No, I haven't.
Nothing at all.
Not really.
There he is. There he is.
It's got it all.
Striking.
They're going to go home, I'll feed you, don't worry. Oh, yes. Already.
Some of these are 6 outside, aren't they? Yeah. Most, yeah. It's up to 30 quid. Don't feel as though you have to
Up to 30 quid?
Don't feel as though you have to.
$29.99.
$29.99, okay.
Bargain.
I'd just like to give another plug for our charity fundraiser. As we mentioned earlier, the Love Musgrove charity is our official match sponsor. Love Musgrove is our charity, the official charity of Somerset NHS Foundation Trust. Its 25th anniversary this year. An appeal to support projects right across the county. To find out more, go to the website lovemusgrove.org.uk. Please, we ask that you would consider donating £10 today. And to do that, you have to text the words Somerset NHS to this number, 785. So text Somerset NHS to 785, and that will donate £10, and it will be very much appreciated. Thank you very much. We're delighted to be supporting Somerset Day. This event takes place on May the 11th, and we've teamed up with the organisers of Somerset Day to help promote the occasion during this match. Somerset Day actively celebrates everything that's special about this great county, and that's something that we as a club are always keen to give our backing to. We take great pride in supporting our local community and doing everything that we can to ensure that Somerset continues to be an attractive, vibrant and thriving place to live, work and visit, and watch cricket. Please welcome back our umpires Rob Bailey and Alex Wolf. Good evening, gentlemen. Somerset are led out by Captain Tom Abel. Warwickshire resuming after tea on 135 for 8. That's a deficit of 114. The returning batsman number 18, Craig Miles, on 5. And number 7, Matt Lamb, who is on 20.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where the tea interval is already over. It's gone by. I hope you aren't still making your tea and your coffees or your afternoon cake and you're back with us. Somerset only need 2 wickets to win. Don't I say that again? Somerset need 2 wickets to win in the county championship. Warwickshire reeling at 135 for 8, and Jack Brooks has been on fire. The ferret has been on fire.
Craig Miles will be on strike.
So looking unlikely that we'll go into the 4th day, but you never know with cricket being a funny old game. Anand Dolby and Craig Miles have a reputation for blocking it and seeing out. If we look at the first class averages before the season, we'll be looking at Craig Miles and Matt Lamb. Matt Lamb was averaging 27.67 and scored 1,356 runs, so decent middle order all-rounder. Craig Miles obviously much more of a bowler, averaging only 15.6 before he came into the season, but then having come in as a concussion substitute for Liam Norwell last week, he showed that he can bat, and that glorious straight drive before tea was something to talk about. As we talk about a glorious straight drive before tea, and first ball after the tea interval, he's whipped Jack Brooks for 4 through the leg side. Josh Davey possibly could have dived, but late in the day he's let it go for 4, fair enough. He'll save himself potentially bowling if Jack Brooks can't rip through them quickly, but Jack Brooks has gone for 4 first ball after tea, but he'll keep pitching it up. There's 3 slips in place. They'll keep going for the jugular. Somerset just need 2 more good balls, 2 more good bits of cricket, and they will have the points. Full delivery Yorker from Jack Brooks. Middlesex are closing in on victory against Leicestershire. They need just 52 to win. Be their 2nd victory of the season. But this could be the first win of the round if Somerset can wrap it up before those 52 runs. Straight back from Craig Miles. He's really got good technique. Warwickshire need 114 runs to make Somerset bat again at the start. Actually, there was that 4 minute ago, so 110 it is now. Jack Brooks chasing a best bowling for Somerset. And that's a lovely cover drive from Craig Miles. Tell you what, that's 2 decent shots in this over. He's not going to go down without a fight. Yeah, Jack Brooks best bowling. He's 6 for 65 for Yorkshire against Middlesex in 2016. His best Somerset figures are 5 for 33 at Guildford. That was against Surrey when Virat Kohli was going to play. He didn't play in the end, but George Bartlett scored 100 on that day. Brooks also got 4 for 73 at the Oval last week, you might remember, so it's 6 for 156 in the match last week. Sees him coming in decent form, really. Perhaps would have been harshly dropped for Peter Siddle had Siddle not had that stomach injury, but then you could say it was rest and rotation. There's 7 decent seamers for Somerset, well, 7 top-class seamers, really. And then Aldridge and Lennon knocking the door down as well, Sonia Baker, of course, being injured, so plenty of room for rest and rotation in this Somerset red ball attack.
I doubt anyone told Jack Brooks he was going to be resting after tea, though, did they?
No.
Try wrestling that ball out of his hands. Try telling anyone county cricket doesn't matter. The celebrations, the joy, the relief as well. I think there must have been some relief in there from the Somerset side.
Yeah, well, I don't think the relief will be fully complete until the game's won. There's that
well, no
nervy period now. Just got to get it done.
As we were then before tea, Jack Brooks at the Marcus Tchaikovsky Pavilion end, and Jack Leach at the River end, just having a discussion with Tom Abel about his field settings. Tom Banton is going to switch with Matt Renshaw, so I wonder if Banton's going to go in short leg. He's got the helmet on yet. So Banton moves from his close short cover position to short leg, and Renshaw pops across. He's got the pads on still. Not close enough for the helmet, but he may well be back under there when Craig Miles is on strike, but it's not. It's Matt Lamb who cuts, and James Hildreth fields at point. Don't often see James Hildreth not fielding in the slips, do you?
No, I guess Craig Overton's a bit more dynamic these days, big unit.
Well, he's got that reach, isn't he, as they push down to mid-on but don't take a single. Hildreth's got a great pair of hands, but his arms are probably, he's only got about half the wingspan of Craig Overton.
Like a Chris Jordan for England, you'd have seen Chris Jordan field at one slip often in the ODI fixtures.
Short,
athlete.
Pushed into the offside, but it's fired straight at Lammonby, so they don't get a run. Still good numbers on the live stream. Welcome back to all of you. Almost 1,200 on there at the moment. As Lamb pushes back towards Leach. All brought to you courtesy of our friends at WPA Health Insurance. What a 3 days. Not quite 3 days, but nearly 3 days Somerset have had. Difficult one for Warwickshire, difficult one for their supporters, but they'll be back. They've got too much quality. Just to put this one down as a bad 9 sessions, as it might well be, and then you go again in the next game. End of the over, 143 for 8. Conversation between Craig Overton and Matt Renshaw, both tall men. As Jack Brooks takes the cap off, hands it to the umpire, ready to go again. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 38 for him.
Brooks with that characteristic short run up as far as seamers go, and that's decent short ball. Craig Miles is well in behind it though. I'm really quite impressed with Craig Miles' defensive technique, solid straight bat, everything in behind it, not looking at all phased by Jack Brooks with his tail up. Great shot from Craig Miles. The ball, he's showing all the shots here. I mean, if Jack Brooks keeps bowling like this, I'm afraid they're going to have to turn to Josh Davey, Craig Overton or Lewis Gregory from the Tchaikovsky Pavilion. And Brooks bowled superbly before tea, but Miles has got his number now. We've seen the straight drive, we've seen the on drive, we've seen the cover drive, we've now seen the pull shot. Craig Miles showing all the shots here. He's fairly raced to 17 not out. What's he going to try now, Jack Brooks? What's his comeback ball? Warwickshire still trailing by 102 runs there. That's another lovely shot from Miles. It's probably going to be 2 this time. Josh Dave will do the fielding. Jack Brooks 17 off 25 balls with 4 fours, a strike rate of 68. That's pretty good going for number 10 in this situation. I guess he's fairly carefree. Leach can dot Lamb up for maidens, and Miles will have a go at Brooks. He scored 8 in the first over after tea. He's only scored 6 in the first 3 balls of this over. The last wicket fell on 121 for 8. That was Nathan McAndrew. Caught by Renshaw off Brooks. Brooks taking the last 3 wickets. Burgess, Briggs and McAndrew. No way past that defence of Craig Miles. Maybe they're going to need something magic to get through Craig Miles here. It's not going to be easy for Somerset to wrap up this win. We've said it many times. Miles and Handel, we have a history of defending late and long, particularly deep into the day, frustrating opponent bowling attacks. End of a, well, you could say expensive in the circumstances, an over for 6, so first for 8 and the second over for 6 for Jack Brooks and his 2 after tea, so 14 off 2 overs. Will he be allowed to keep hunting his fifer, or will Tom Abel go elsewhere? Having a word with Craig Overton currently. Brooks, has he got a tiny limp on, or is he just a bit downhearted with his last couple of overs and the way Craig Miles has been lining him up? Will be Leach to continue tying up the river end.
And Renshaw and Banton both in the helmets, under helmets. With helmets on, I'll get it right 3rd time. Lamb goes back, defends. Brilliant to see Jack Leach getting through this spell. Barely given anything. 16 overs he bowled. I mean, this is effectively the 18th over of the spell. Bowled 16 overs unchanged before tea. Oh, got it on the back foot. Pushes it out to Josh Davey, who is patrolling that offside boundary with that huge arm of his. Pings it back in to Steve Davies. Miles moves on to, or has moved on to 19. He's looked very solid so far. One might say more solid than some of those who have gone before him. Again, pushing into the offside where Hildreth will do the fielding. And there will be no runs. So end of another Jack Leach over. Warwickshire, well, they still trail by 99 runs. But it's those 2 wickets. Somerset need 2 wickets, and it's no real surprise to see them turn to the man who has 125 of them in the county championship since the start of the 2019 season. 16 apiece. Craig Overton, he leads this attack. He is the spearhead. There's a bit of snarl about him.
Yeah, I've just written that exact word in my match report. Craig Overton, the spearhead. Would normally have been brought on straight after tea, probably. I think that was the plan, but then Brooks bowled so well in that little spell just before tea. Abel was loyal to Jack Brooks, who deserved to be given a chance, but there's 2 overs for 14 runs from Craig Miles. Well, I say from Craig Miles, but now Overton's going to bowl to Lamb with the way they've swapped ends, and Lamb to Craig Overton. That's a glorious shot. Tell you what, we've seen some good stroke play from Warwickshire. If they batted like this in the previous 3 days, not left till after tea when they were so far in arrears, it could have been a different story. Glorious straight drive. I guess Somerset are searching desperately for this wicket, perhaps trying too hard to bowl overly full to try and hit the stumps or get the nicks, but yes, they need to pitch it up, maybe not quite that far from Craig Overton. Brooksy is having a well-deserved rest, in fairness to him. That's a good one from Lamb. He looks a bit knackered himself running through the wickets. We saw Brooks hobbling off, looking at his ankle. He's had a few injuries, a few surgeries over the winter in the last couple of seasons. So fair play to Brooks, he was never going to play every single game.
No, he's been excellent though. Since he's come back, he was very good last year too. I mean, made his T20 debut for Somerset last year. Was expected. He was initially down to be in the commentary team up here, and bowled himself into the side where he remained for the majority of the tournament, losing finalist Somerset. The thing you have to remember with him is, yes, he's 37, but his bowling age is a bit younger than that because he was 25 before he made his first-class debut.
Yeah, club cricket doesn't quite as many overs in the legs as first-class cricket, I'll give you that.
It's very nice of you to concede that one.
Plenty of overs in the seconds, though, and coming through and still playing
well,
stuff.
yeah, but I don't think he played much. He wasn't playing any. He wasn't really involved in any of the setups. The late, great David Capel gave him a chance in the nets. He went to this second 11 net. If it was a second 11 / academy net.
Yeah, Jack Brooks, of course, from the Oxford area, the Northants area, rather than people assume he's Yorkshire. They don't know the cricket so well.
I think he was down. They were thinking he might play for them a little bit this year, Oxfordshire. Yeah. It was David Capel who invited him in. He was Johan van der Vaaf, the South African. Remember him? Could bowl about 90 miles an hour. Maybe not quite that, but he was sharp, and they were looking to replace him. And Brooks went to the second 11 academy net and just thought, right, I've got to do something here. So I took a brand new ball out and steamed in for an hour and a half.
Talking of steaming in, hopefully not for an hour and a half, but I'd say Craig Overton's steaming in. He himself he's bowled 12 overs in the second innings. You could say another factor before close of play we haven't mentioned yet is were these two were to bat on and stubbornly resist for another 12 overs, there would be the second new ball to factor in. Fair play if they managed to draw it out that long, but Somerset would surely back themselves to break Warwickshire's hearts and rip through the final 2 wickets with 22 overs plus a new ball included. Only the 2 maidens in Craig's 13 overs, but he's always going to be penetrative and he's always going to go searching for these.
You're criticising Craig Overton?
You're
saying he's not very good?
I'm comparing him to Jack Leach. Jack Leach will bowl you very different bowlers, of course, forget the pace and the spin, but whether it's not about necessarily being attacking and defensive, but Jack Leach will tie up an end and force the batters to get themselves out, whereas Craig Overton will go looking to get the batters out and will go for more runs than Jack Leach will.
He's been tying up that end, the river end, for 18 overs now. It's going to be a 19th, Jack Leach. He's going to bowl Matt Lamb, who's on 30. This partnership now just probably starting to frustrate Somerset a little bit. But there's always going to be partnerships, and we've seen throughout this innings wickets falling in clusters. Both openers went within 6 balls of each other. I think we were very lucky to have Paul Edwards in the press box. Short, pulled away. 1 bounce 4 towards the Somerset stand. That's the first really loose ball Leach was bowled I can remember in this spell. Perhaps trying to do something a little bit different. Back of a length. And Lamb was very quickly onto that. Didn't quite come out right. And Paul Edwards, who did a review from the press box earlier, lunchtime on day 2, was it yesterday? Time all blurs into one. That's worth a listen. He speaks wonderfully about county cricket. He writes wonderfully about it. Anyway, he was in the dressing room interviewing Mr. Robinson a bit earlier on as the 2 wickets fell.
What's Robinson's first name?
That's why I said. That's why I said Mr. I didn't want to get. Didn't want to say Tim. Mark Robinson, not the actor nor the former Notts opener. I think Tim Robinson was. Yeah, he said it's a bit awkward to be in there speaking to the coach as both openers have fallen inside 7 balls. 6 balls, and then it was Jack Brooks who took 2 wickets in 3 balls. Double wicket maiden to get rid of Sam Hain and Burgess. No, Burgess and Briggs, wasn't it? It was Sam Hain and Will Rhodes who went within 7 balls of each other. 2 men around the bat, Banton and Renshaw under the helmets. All get some the bottom edge there from Miles, but he'll move into the 20s with that single. Warwickshire tick up.
Slightly ruining Jack Leach's figures there. 1 for 35 off 21. Miserly from the nut, the left-arm spinner, the Taunton Vittori.
He's doing all right on the live stream, isn't he? The Taunton Vittori, he had the Taunton Lara from Trigo yesterday.
Taunton Huss as well.
This partnership now 40 of 65 balls.
I was looking at Michael Hussey's averages after 10 tests and after 20 tests and after 40 tests and etc. Cracking breakdown. I just thought, wow, Jack Leach is class, but let's be honest, not quite in that kind of averaging territory. Short ball from Overton, ducked into it. I don't think he realised there's going to be a 1 there.
He didn't know much about that, did he?
He sort of looked like he's trying to back away, but left in a... Craig Miles is almost... I'm getting the impression that he's a better batsman than even he realises. The way he's played that is like, oh no, I'm scared it's a short ball, but he's actually played it perfectly. The perfect Kane Williamson-esque dab down to third man for 1 run. Could have been 2 if he was awake and ready for the single or the 2, but surprised himself and Banton easily stopped the 2nd run. But yeah, Craig Miles shaping up very nicely here.
What have they got to do differently, Harry, Warwickshire?
Great shot there by Lamb. That will be 4 runs. Lent on that back foot cut for 4. Bat like this early in the game.
Assuming that they do go on to lose this game, what do they say? What do they try and change? Was it that? Where did they lose the game?
I think with the bowling in the first hour. It sounds daft. You can have a 4-day game. What, 6.5 hours a day? 4 times 6, 24. You think, you know, it's well over a 24-hour game. By, you know, if you go the distance, that is. But they're just really poor with the ball in the first over. Other than Ollie Hennendal, we say again and again, as we see a lovely. Another controlled shot by Lamb. Overton's bowling quick, back for length, into the body of Lamb and Miles, and they're playing him pretty comfortably here, we must say. Nice 1 into the leg side, but yeah, we joke about it, but Will Rose having to bring himself on after 9 overs was because Nathan McAndrew wasn't giving himself the control. Ollie Hennendal was superb from one end. I think he should have gone to Craig Miles after 9 overs, and then he could have replaced McAndrew when McAndrew was struggling. But they haven't got another seamer. They've only got 3 real out-and-out seamers.
I think that must have been because Miles, the plan was for him to bowl at this end.
But then he bowled from the far end later on anyway.
He did, but he would have probably wanted to start at this end. Maybe he prefers this end for whatever. Because bowlers have that. Tarangal Akmal at Lords on his debut bowled kind of almost up against the slope into the wind. And we asked afterwards why that had happened and the youngsters hadn't had that end. And he said, well, sir, Mickey Arthur said that's what Tarangal Akmal wanted to do because he'd had some success bowling from that end before. So maybe Miles.
Yeah, I don't see Taunton as a ground that makes much difference. Lords, of course, is obvious with the slope. Other grounds around the country, there's a bit of a wind, particularly up north. You know, Jimmy Anson's got his own end, but he tends to bowl from the other end sometimes anyway. But here, both ends have got pretty flat, similar length boundaries, width either side. There's not an angle on the wicket. It's about as similar 2 ends as you'll get in the county game. That's a beauty from Craig Overton.
But professional cricketers are superstitious types, aren't they? It's not as I mean, I doubt Neil Mackenzie taping his bat to the roof of the changing room made much actual difference in terms of his performance. But it's about it's past feelings, isn't it? It's where you've enjoyed success. Don't want to change it. So I don't know. And maybe, yeah, as you said, probably had to come on earlier than he thought he would, Rhodes, and didn't want to mess up Miles's plans.
But then even Danny Briggs, ever dependable Danny Briggs, generally, he didn't bowl particularly his best, but then he was bowling earlier than he would have wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, McAndrew, we said he came in just his 12th first-class match. And he's probably not an opening bowler in Red Bull cricket. He's a good white ball bowler. He's not your sort of overseas gun opening bowler.
In mitigation, he did land and literally got straight on the team coach to come down here.
Exactly.
So jet lag. I mean, maybe your skipper had to take that into account, but fair play to him for doing that.
We've got to be honest, they are missing their best bowlers.
Yeah.
Ollie Stone, Henry Brooks, Liam Norwell.
Chris Wokes.
We're not even mentioning Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to mention him because he's not always there.
But Brooks was available, wasn't he? Not selected. I suppose they've got to be careful with him with stress fractures and things in his past. Young fast bowler as Leach continues.
And Manraj Johali bowled to in the final last year. I thought he might get more of a look in this year. Tim Bresman obviously retiring. I thought that might open up another opportunity for another youngster.
as well as he has done throughout this knock. Matt Lamb been out there for 77 balls now. Made his way onto 40's Leach. Head go. The sunglasses are off. Jack Leach operated before tea with the sunglasses on. Sun's just dipped behind the clouds though. It was beautiful earlier. But Lamb looks like a player in good touch, which he is. 106 against Surrey, 71 against Essex. A very bright future ahead of him. 25 years old. Relatively new to first-class cricket, just his 36th game.
Another good over from Jack Leach. I think another point worth making is Somerset have got the extra bowling options than Warwickshire. That's the difference. Warwickshire haven't got as many batters who can bowl. Somerset have got more all-rounders or part-time bowlers, whatever you want to call them. If you were to compare Tom Abel and Will Rhodes, they're probably similar bowlers, similar level of bowling, and yet Tom Abel's not bowled in 72 overs. Will Rhodes bowled after 9 overs. Tom Abel's not bowled in 72. There's going to be a new ball soon. He's probably not going to be needed. They haven't bowled Tom Lamb, but he's barely bowled at all this season. He's not been used. They had Ben Green before, who's not playing in this match. Jack Leach was barely used in the Essex game. He wasn't used. They've just got the extra bowling options. Sometimes that's a good short ball from Craig Overton, but again, Miles is in behind it well. And I think that's where Warwickshire are lacking the options. When McAndrew wasn't having his best day, no one was, other than Hannon Dolby perhaps. They needed more bowling options. They just didn't have the cupboard didn't have as many options as Somerset have got. People have criticised Somerset's batting order, but the fact that most of them can bat and most of them can bowl does really help in certain situations. And that's an edge, and that's a great catch by Matt Renshaw. Second slip, Lotus left, and that is bullet point number 3 I was just about to get onto, is how well they've caught. Dom Sibley dropped Tom Lammonby. There weren't that many that dropped. I'm not saying Warwickshire were awful, but Somerset have been superb. They're catching Renshaw and Overton, particularly. The two of them happen to combine for that wicket. Craig Miles has gone for a very well made 21, it must be said. Very good innings for number 10 batter, proper cricket shots. And that's a superb catch by Matt Renshaw. And Blackbird is being cued on the speaker system, getting ready to be played in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. They'll be dancing. A few Thatchers and Blackbird will be sung tonight. Tractor drivers ready. Fans are getting excited. Somerset all set to end their 7-match losing streak in the county championship. Ollie Hannon Dolby, we keep saying how well he's bowled. Well, he's got a hell of a job to do with the bat here. Still 19 overs remaining. Craig Overton, the spearhead, is 2 for 41 off 14 overs. Matt Renshaw using his big hands well. 41 they put on for the 9th wicket. 167 for 9, having been 121 for 8. So that's a decent 9th wicket stand, it must be said. Lan was holding on. May he get to 50? You never know with Oliver Hannon Dolby, but
he is a man capable of resistance, isn't he? I say it's futile, but try telling that to Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Hampshire have passed 300. They lead by 306. Maybe they'll declare and have a go at Lancashire this evening. Playing down south in Southampton. Hampshire Lancashire had that phenomenal game just before the season finale. County Championship last season. And Dolby's left-handed, of course. Don't forget the change in angle required here. Come on, Craig is booming out from the stands. Short leg is Tom Banton. Ready for the one that's going to pop up. I fancy Leach to Hannon Dolby could be an interesting battle. Can he survive the first 4 balls from Craig Overton to get there first, though? Bit of slow clapping again. Short balls hit Hannon Dolby. It's not a pleasant delivery. He has got on a forearm guard on.
I don't think there's any bat in that.
No, no chance. No.
Craig Overton.
They're fired up.
They went for it.
Craig Overton will appeal for anything.
Lovely introduction to Ollie Helen Dolby. Hit him square on the top of the arm.
It's not very well played. I mean,
No.
I suppose if you're desperate to keep, you can't get out if it hits you in the body. I suppose is where looking at it. If he's rock hard, solid Australian style, he's just gonna let it hit him. And one way of playing it, but start the tractors. Well played by Helen Dolby, much better in behind it.
Slow-mo cam coming into action here. Brilliant piece of kit they've got here at Somerset. See that previous wicket. Craig Miles edging behind Renshaw. They're big men, Renshaw and Craig Overton, but they get down so quickly in the slips.
Well left by Helen Dolby.
How about this, 1500 on the live stream, including Robbie Robinson, who's watching from sunny southern Norway. And that is credit to the live streams, not just Somerset, throughout county cricket. The improvement has been immeasurable. There's some wonderful productions, and it's sending county cricket around the world. California, we had someone watching. Norway,
Costa Rica, New Zealand, Australia.
There he is, Mr. Overton, jumper, underarm. Can't keep him out of the game, whether it's bowling or fielding. His catching's been brilliant. His batting, if he is going to keep his spot in the England Test side for June, he probably. I mean, it's not the reason they're picking him, but they could do with him scoring a few runs, I think.
Yeah, he'll struggle to justify being number 8 as a sort of Chris Wokes replacement at the moment, but.
Chris Wokes is irreplaceable to many of those tuning in, Bears fans. Outstanding cricketer. Chris Wokes, very good in the pre-game football, I'm told as well. Oh, gone! He went out to the back foot. Matt Lamb, Leach just spun it through, fizzed it through a little bit more quickly. He has his second wicket, Jack Leach, but first and foremost for Somerset, they have completed a monumental victory. 7 county championship games without one. How they have arrested that slump. An innings and 82 runs, the winning margin. Smiles all round, smiles from the skipper. Smiles from Jack Leach, who's bowled a marathon spell here this afternoon at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Everyone is smiling, almost everyone has contributed. It's been a brilliant effort from Somerset. For Warwickshire, it went wrong. Will Rhodes, he won the toss, and from that moment on, really, nothing went his way. Huge and brilliant 100 from Matt Renshaw. Tom Lammonby made 50, Tom Abel made 70, and to complete the triptych of Taunton Toms, Tom Banton also made 50 in that innings. And then these two, the two men that we've seen picking up the majority of the wickets today, Jack Leach and Jack Brooks, also made really handy late runs that, just as Warwickshire felt they might have had a foothold back into the game, Somerset well behind the rate, and then bowled out twice, 209 and 167. 6 wicket takers for Somerset in the first innings. Josh Davey with 3 for 30. The pick of the, Craig Overton should get a mention too, 14 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 12. And in this second inning, Jack Brooks, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 44, 2 for Overton, 1 for Gregory, 1 for Davey, 2 for Leach. Brilliant to see Jack Leach, 22 overs, 1 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 35. Harry Everett, you've got a huge grin on your face. You're trying to keep the social media masses happy, aren't you? I can see I'm going to interrupt. Don't make a typo in that tweet, Harry.
No,
don't put the wrong thing. It just, after so long of it going wrong, it just went right, didn't it?
It's a relief on all the Somerset fans in the press box with the media we know so well up here, with the fans. with anyone we've spoken to the last 3 days, it's just been brilliant to have the relief here after some pretty abject cricket from Somerset. We've got to be honest. We might be a little bit biased to the home side, but we always try and be factual and honest. We've said all along, Warwickshire didn't play well, didn't bowl particularly well at all that first day, and that's what cost them really. From then on, Somerset just dominated, and it's slightly bizarre to see a side with Jonathan Chop back so recently. Good coach he is, to see them give their wickets away. Some poor shots, yes, very good bowling from Somerset, but it's a really bit of both. Bit of poor play from Warwickshire, bit of good play from Somerset. It's been a wonderful, not even 3 full days here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and Somerset off the bottom of the table. 23 points for Somerset as they missed out on that final batting point with Leach and Davey just after the 110 over mark. But that won't worry them too much. Blackburn will soon be played in the Andy Kelly Pavilion.
Can't wait to hear it. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Harry? Man the match for you? Difficult one, that?
Very difficult one. You know what? I was just thinking how everyone in the team has contributed. Even Steve Davies, who was one of the only top order to not score many runs, he's got a couple of catches, good catches too. Everyone seems to have got runs.
It has to be Renshaw for me. I know that's
I was going to say Renshaw sets up, yeah.
Because that tone, the way he took, you talked a bit about Briggs, who's usually so economical. He just took him out of the attack. Yeah. They didn't have time. They bowled poorly, but they didn't have time to settle.
He just whacked him for extra cover, didn't he? Do you remember those couple of shots when there's a short extra cover and a mid-off, and somehow he found a tiny gap? And there, yeah, I've got to agree with you there that you've got to give it to Matt Renshaw.
Matt Renshaw. Australia A's Matt Renshaw, but for now, very much Somerset's Matt Renshaw. And what was that? His 400 in 10 innings for Somerset in this ground, on this ground. Not required to bat again, though. So all that remains, I mean, what a few days we've had here on the live stream. Myself, Sam Dowling, Harry Everett, and Pete Trigo on the commentary. But the guests who we had Marcus Roscovic, Vic Marks, Annie Chave has been in. We've had Love Musgrove in. We've had the Somerset Day founder in, Mark Southern from our very kind sponsor, WPA Health Insurance, the reason we are here. Who else am I missing out? Paul Edwards came in. Cricket, of course, Aaron Viles. Sorry, Aaron, if you are listening. The Cricket Connoisseur, he does a wonderful job with the County Cricket podcast. Ian Shepherd, the Insider podcast. Well, I can't wait to listen to that one, because finally those chaps, Dan Kingdom, Anthony Gibson, Ian Shepherd, and Steve Tancock, they will have something positive to chat about. So I'm sure will enjoy that episode with a cider in hand. Thank you very much to everyone who has listened and engaged with the live stream. No game for Somerset next week. A bit of rest and recuperation. Not long now though until the Vitality Blast starts. Beaten finalists Somerset last year looks set for another big campaign, and that gets underway on the 29th of June. Not 29th of March. I'm not the ECB. Just moving games.
March, to be fair, but
29th of June against Essex. But there'll be 7 home games. Tickets selling really fast, particularly that Friday night game against Gloucestershire. You don't want to miss that, and you need to get your skates on, because there's more than 90% of tickets have been sold. Anything else from you, Harry? Anything we've missed? Any final pearls of wisdom before you sign off?
No, I don't think there is much more. Just to say, superb from Somerset. I'm really excited for the white ball competition to be getting underway. I'll never forget that. Ben Green, Josh Davey, Craig Overton, heroics at the end to bail Somerset out of trouble in the semi-final. And if there's a campaign anything like last year, then it'll be a roller coaster ride. Always tricky, never easy being a Somerset fan, following them in the white ball game or the red ball game. Do keep an eye on the Western Storm fixtures and results. They're nearly finishing their second T20 game this afternoon, and the live stream for the Somerset 2s is well worth a watch. There's going to be future home games there, hopefully will be live streamed. Great to keep up with the guys playing at Taunton Vale. They're actually away this next week, but they've had a couple of games at home. So no, we'll be back in a couple of weeks, and Somerset might continue their winning run. How about, we've had a losing run? Maybe one game, maybe that's the momentum turner, the kickstart for a few wins on the row. You never know, but it's been a cracking 3 days, and big congratulations to Somerset, who've worked really hard and much deserved victory.
Yeah, much deserved victory. Brilliant. County cricket is very much alive and kicking. Try telling Jack Brooks as he wheeled away, rolled back the years, wheeled away in celebration to enjoy those wickets. we'll leave you there. Thanks again to WPA Health Insurance. And the beauty is there are some fantastic games still going on, so go and find another live stream to fill your last couple of hours on a Saturday afternoon. Make sure you're back with us for the Hampshire game. That's the next home game. That'll be after hopefully a victorious trip to Bristol in a fortnight's time. Harry Everett, Pete Trigo, myself, Sam Dalling, thanks for listening, thanks for your comments, thanks for sharing, and look after yourselves.
Stands here. Boy, they love their cricket here in the West Country.